four players alive keeps the economy going, and the double up was a little bit of a risky investment. Certainly we've seen that on Dust it didn't really work out the way they planned initially, but alas, they keep up the pressure, they keep up the success. 4 rounds to them. Havu, on the other hand, even with the extra $800 bonus, they have to go for an eco unless they feel lucky and go for some sort of insane force buy, but that doesn't really make sense, as Ariel goes for Hero Galil, the rest with a few pistols, a few utilities, and we'll have pretty much possibly the same outcome as we expected already before. 5-2. Meanwhile, mid control contested a little bit. Meanwhile, 5 players grouping up for the A take, and oh god, Heet might be overthinking this one. They're taking Speedway control, yes, but look at this, still no rotations towards A. I mean, yes, Exercise is looking at the cross, but how many times can you rely on Exercise finding multi-frags with the op on entries? Although, at this point, Havu perhaps being a little bit too slow in the approach and running into a trap now.
Yeah, spent way too long, as you said, trying to set up for this play rather than just sending it in. Exercise and body both with kills. Ariel does get one back. X7 drops the AWP. He's going to get on the angle. Bomb will be planted by Doto. I was expecting some sort of peek from the donut push. Not going to happen. 3v3. Problem is that CT angle was locked in by the AWP. Now that it moves away, it's got to hit the shot here. X7. X7, you saw him. You see him moving about. Maybe a little easier us for the X-ray, but I guarantee you that watching that with it off, you still would have spotted the feet. Afro will catch off Ariel. And now it's Doto towards Big Box here. 1 versus 3. Smoke on top of the bomb. Jocko just going to dive on top of it, taps it out. Doto doesn't know if it's being stuck, but Afro's got him dead to rights anyways. It'll be a 5th on the board here for Heet, but considering that was an eco, 2 kills and a bomb plant, that goes a long way here for Havu.
It really does. It adds up to the overall economy. The loss bonus starting to stack as well. It makes life a little bit easier, and certainly their buy is a little bit better. Yet again, I feel like we just have to point out that Havu had every single chance to take the side without a single loss of player. Perhaps, you know, if Exercise had hit those shots, yes, sure, you can lose 1 or 2. But nonetheless, if they had been quicker about that decision to go A, possibly things could have turned out a lot better. In any case, Havu down 3. AK's out and about again. Op out for Spargo. The double up still playing for Heet. And they seem to be putting it to good work and good use as round 8 here starts off with minimal presence on middle by Heet, but Speedway control again going to be contested for, and Havu seem to be very keen on just kind of playing passively, and I respect that, right? They're not aware, or at least not sure what exactly is happening for the French team, so they don't want to risk too much. Meanwhile, Jocko a little bit too frisky, gets caught by Zen, and that's going to allow Havu to now slowly but surely get introspection, or more specifically get, of course, a little bit of informational gain here to see how far they can push it towards B.
And at least Havu found themselves a man up. Minute and 5, still plenty of time here for them to work with as well. Doto walks into the AWP of Exercise, who has claimed control of the double haul towards A. So now Havu know they've got to get a shift on when it comes to a B execute. Waiting for these smokes to land before they even take face. Spargo tags up Jax, and Nades will not find the kill. Eventually, Havu find their way in. Aerial blind. That's a great shot from Jax. Tries to deny the bomb plant as well. Not going to happen through the wall. Body nearly gets doubled down upon as well, but Zen can't quite hold it. 2v3. And again, I think back to the pistol. And I would say this round is one of those that Heet should be converting, and it is. Can you count X7 out of this round? Well, now with his position compromise, I think you do. Bomb already halfway. Tix finds himself a first at least. Not a terrible scenario to be in, but Afro emerges through the smoke and emerges the victor in that second engagement. We'll be able to defuse. That's the 6th on the board for Heet.
It looked a little bit worrisome for a second there, but the decision from Body to go for the flank really made the difference at that final stage. We see the replay here from the previous round, obviously, but this is the one that really made the difference. I believe that without the flank of Body, things would have probably taken a turn for the worst, and we can see here that Zen already spotted Body early on, and you know, that duel was vital, and then obviously not expecting him to come from behind really gave the flying chance for Heet. Overall, Afro then finishing the job. as Heat continue the success. 4 rounds difference, slowly but surely they're starting to steal away the CT side. Let's not forget though, this is a CT-sided map, and it is to be expected that Heat will have a bit of a better showing on their CT rather than T, as Body wins the duel on middle. Where's the support from Havu? That is a bit concerning. Whenever you go for mid control, you gotta have speedway as well, because you want to hit them from 2 sides instead of coming in from a very dead angle. As Jocko, dangerous precedence being set, and he's not spotted yet, but unfortunately Dotto is boosted up, sees the first, gets the refrag. Meanwhile, Jax awaiting his chance. Doesn't get away with too much, but a double is good enough.
3v2, as he said, it's not ideal, but it's doable. It's manageable here for Havu. That molly not being put out by the smoke, has to deploy one of his own, out towards long. Afro can still sit quite deep on site, not to mention Body's flank finds the first. 2 more to go here. Afro, I think maybe Ariel going to expect this kind of peak. Then again, sitting in the smoke, waits for it to fade, checking out short. So peeking in, spots the gun barrel, does the damage. Knows where he is, and a great nade placement there as well as Deagle. And there you have it. It is the 7th on the board for Heat. Made close once more. That's all right.
Oh, I mean, it really seems that it's coming down to these early entries that allows Heat to not only retain the advantage, but also in the end make the difference, right? Because if it's a 2-on-2 at the very end here, with the side slowly being taken, there's a much higher chance that Havu might have found success. Instead, well, that's not going to be the case. For you guys, though, our new partner, 1xBet, of course, go check them out. CCT code for the signups. Of course, looking to go with us the long distance, and hopefully you guys as well with them. In any case, this time round, the entries, as I mentioned earlier, that were good for Heat, it goes for Havu. The 1 AK that was bought up makes the difference, as we've got Deagles, a Tech 9, and M4 being picked up alongside it. Zen. Okay, now things look a little bit more spicy.
Looks a lot more manageable for Havu. It's a half fight at the end of the day. Jax is going to go pressing the issues out on ramp, and you can't blame him for going for something heroic like that. At the end of the day, it's a round that Heat are going to have to find themselves second best in. Havu make it a third. Problem is, of course, can they string rounds together? The last time we saw them win some rounds, it was the pistol, didn't get the follow-up. They won a single gun round, didn't follow it up. And so those are the kind of scenarios that Havu have involved themselves in, where short results haven't been terrible, but they've been damn patchy. That is going to be something that Havu need to curb heading into round at number 11. But fortunately, they can walk away with a third. You know, you've got to look at the bright side sometimes, and that is that Heat finally lose a round with a full buy in their hands.
The bonus points for Havu is, you know, again, might be perhaps a little bit not yet pertinent, but still, the fact is they're on the T side, and any round they can get, let's say, up to 5-6, they should be perfectly set for a very good ending of this first half. But Dotto finds both at the end, so Heat, whilst they have the money to rebuy, they're pretty much going to go down to $0 left overall, especially if they want to go for double up again. And I feel like that perhaps would be a little bit too much this time round. And we could see that the double up, whilst it's working, it's a double-edged sword, because it leaves you wide open for just force. It leaves you open to having to having to save. Yes. If you lose a bomb site, right? That's the issue with the ops. And in general, let's see if they can put it to good use once more, as we've got mid control contested. And I love this from Heat. They're really putting a lot of pressure on Havu, yet Spargo still somehow finds Body.
Ariel's got to be careful playing with fire behind the smoke, tagged up, not quite down. Great shot from Jocko. And that voids the man advantage there. Not only that, does it nearly penalise completely. The near second frag for Heat in this round. Eventually, Zenzort will find Jax. 4v3 in favour of Havu. I said they needed to get a follow-up round. You know, it was good enough finding a single one. You've got to make it a double, though. Exercise. Yeah, I was going to say timing. So on his side, dinks up. Afro will find a second. Jocko with the third. And the rest of the pieces fall into place. Although, this is a manageable 1v3 here for Dotto as he finds himself the first. Got to be careful for Afro, but Exercise, a single bullet away from death.
Yeah, Exercise right now seemingly predicting the mid push, and he's already hearing the footsteps, so he's ready for it. Takes the shot, and a quick one at that. as Heat continue the success of their own, work at 8 rounds in. Looking very solid economically, perhaps still not there fully, right? Still having to bounce back a bit with a few more players surviving the rounds they win. But it's looking very solid for the time being. Meanwhile, I just got to mention Zen quieted down after that first map. By this time on Dusty, I believe he'd already had like 15, 16 frags. He's only at 8 right now, and nobody on the side of Havu going above 10, which in itself is a little bit of a conundrum. In any case, Doto out middle this time, challenging fully Afro as speedway control for Jocko's coming out, but the Molotov breaking his position, or at least forcing him to stay in his cave, if you will. Is Havu looking for an A split? Is that actually something that's happening? Because he's seemingly predicting this perfectly.
Wandering on in. Body, first frag's his. Needs to be, the rest has kind of fell into place here for Heat. They're looking strong on the CT side, tapping away. Aerial will find body, so maybe it isn't over. Heat have a response to everything right now, though. So they're able to put holes through the attack of Havu. 3v4, at least 6-7 will get the bomb down. Of course, you're still asking for a lot here in the post-plant.
3 players versus 4, absolutely. You've got a lot to work with, and let's see if he can put those 2 ops in a position good enough to deal the necessary frags in order to deal with this mess at hand. X7, he's going to be wide open, and he's challenging this. He needs to find an entry. Oh, he fights to the lineup. Jackson, Jocko, the 2 rifles fall, and this is where that sword comes into mind. The double up at the end, unfortunately, being the downside of this position for Heat. The defuse. Oh, God, into the defuse.
No time. No time.
Not enough time. Yeah, not enough time. Ticked away just enough. And Havu steal away the 4th under the pretense that they might fail again. And the double up being the factor in their failure for Heat.
Crazy. How on earth do they get away with this round here, Havu? Look at this lineup from X7. That's your reason why. But you start to wonder a little bit here. I'm not going to lie. How are we letting that one slip? How are Heat dropping the ball here in probably the easiest round that they've had to convert?
Yeah, I agree with you. Absolutely, mistakes being made. I think overconfidence definitely being a factor to it as well. And look at the damage that has been dealt. The economy of Heat takes a deep dive for the worst. And now Havu set to potentially tie this score into at least an 8-7, or at least close the gap, if nothing else. The force by Mech 7 for Masked Eagles, not really much to go on. And Heat, they've got ample opportunity here towards Donut, but Zen seems to be well aware of what could be the case of the shingles. Again, the lineup. Ay. Jackson middle not having the opportunity to steal away at least 1 frag. And that is pretty much the wrap here. 5th one for Havu, full eco next for Heat. And the heat is on, that's for certain. Havu seemingly burning more coal here.
Yeah. Yet again, Havu saved by the bell a little bit, right? You talk about a lineup from Zen. That's the kill and blow you feel for Heat, at least now, of course. Exercise wandering around with a Mag 7. Any damage here would be good, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter the damage. It won't stop Havu from finding 5. And as you said, it should be an eco in the next for Heat, which makes it 6. 6 rounds T-side ancient, considered plenty majority of the time. So you're going to be asking yourself a lot. As well, you know, your work's certainly cut out for you. Starts with a pistol round, I guess, for Heat. I don't want to jump into the second half too soon.
Oh, yeah.
You kind of got to be scratching your head a little bit here, though, if you are Heat, and wondering, you know, how it looks so good and then how it all kind of gets dropped on its head very quickly in the matter of a couple of rounds.
Yeah, the best way to perhaps describe it to those that, you know, didn't see the first few rounds is definitely that economical damage that they were still sustaining during the rounds they did win. And that plays a big factor into them being able to rebuy, obviously, or not rebuy for that matter. And Havu, they can be lucky they keep 4 players alive as well. For the last few rounds, still have at least something to go on. Beyond that, Heat, I think the question has to be now, how does the second half start for them? Because we both know CT side for Havu has been pretty immaculate so far. They've been very much on point. Not to mention the fact that, this is obviously Ancient, a map that has been kind of much better for the CT side than other recent maps and changes to the set maps. So again, Havu certainly set for a very good start if they can get that pistol in the gun round, but we're not there yet. Full eco first before the last round of the half and see where this leads us to, as we see only a single FAMAS that was saved, and Jocko, of course, with the Deagle bot in.
Yeah, gotta have a stab at it, don't you, sometimes? Can't work out. Okay, unlucky Doto. That's a bit of a stinger. Bit slow to the tap there, Doto, but just waiting for a repeat maybe, trying to predict it, rubbing the crystal ball a little bit. We've all been there when we've gone like, oh, 3, 2, 1, and then click, and then like someone actually walks into it, and you're like, oh my god, like I should be a fortune teller.
Yeah, I mean, that feels amazing, doesn't it, though, right? When you're like pre-firing a corner, it's like you hit a few shots, like, damn, I'm good.
Yeah. It's like, I got the magic touch, all of a sudden I'm like predicting when people are going to swing corners. I'll be on the lottery tonight, I could be a multi-millionaire with the kind of luck I'm getting here, so.
Exactly. But sometimes it feels you'd sooner have chance to win the lottery than to get a headshot and a pre-fire. But Spargo this time round, good timing for him as he catches 2 in the back, gets the 3rd as well. An exercise left as the last standing member of Heet. Well, gets away with 1, deals a bit more damage to Havu. Not that it's going to matter. We're going into the 15, the last one here for the first half. And there's one issue that I can definitely see for Heet already. The economical damage that has been sustained, it's going to leave them wanting for much more than they'll actually be able to afford, especially in the AWP department. If Jocko doesn't decide to go glass cannon, there will only be M4s and limited utility at that. And the only thing I really want to see from Heet in this buy is getting at least 1 or 2 defuse kits instead of opting to go for a mass amount of either smokes or flashbangs, even more so.
Well, yeah.
I just want to say, right, I think that the defuse is such an instrumental part of every single round for the CTs. You really don't want to miss out on it. Because we've already seen a round being lost, even with a defuse, so that definitely makes a difference,
like
right?
A second out. Yeah, 100%. No, I'm with you. I hear you on that front. 7 finding Jocko in the early round doesn't exactly they're Heet in good steadings to win a 9th. I think Havu could be getting away with 7 rounds here, considering it was what, 8-1, 8-2 in this game?
Yes.
Like, come on, that can't be happening. X7, he goes for a 2nd frag, does eventually get dropped. 7-2. He might just find themselves only a round in front. Havu just got to pick the right site now, and if they do back towards B here, as Spargo is suggesting, that is completely vacant for the taking. And they will book themselves a one-way ticket to that 8-7.5. I don't think there's any way otherwise.
Yeah, it definitely looks like that's going to be the case. I'll just correct ours. It was 8-3 at one point for Heet, but not that it makes much of a difference, right? It's still a very good position to be in to begin the game with, but unfortunately here it seems like Havu has really closed ranks and been able to ring the bell for Heet themselves as 30 seconds to go, B about to be lost, and a 2v4 retake, no defuse kit, 2 flashbangs. The odds are stacked against Heet, and it looks like they'll remain so up until the very end.
Bomb ticking away. Heet down to 2. Exercise has his fight back in. There's your first. Spargo tags up. Orb standing towards Pillar. He's got to take a fight. He knows he's got to isolate one of these angles, and best Exercise or body. Decide to play with time and let his teammates swing out. Zen will find it. Spargo eventually does get himself stuck back in, and that's the 7th on the board for Havu. Very well played, and as you can see, 7-2. It was 7-2 and 8-3. The Heet side were so far ahead. And then there you have it, right? It is all chalked down to null. A single round is all that the French side lead by. Considering now that they're on the T side as well, it gets 10 times more difficult.
Exactly so. And there is something to consider, is the fact that Heat lost both pistols on Dust. They lost the first pistol here on Ancient. Let's hope that they don't lose the second one as well, because it's going to set Havu up for potentially getting up to 9 before Heat have an actual buy going. And we're about to see this pistol play out as we go towards H and towards A. Most likely Heat, the French, setting for a full-on A take. Havu, meanwhile, more predicting something happening towards middle B, yet rotations... no. Ariel just picking up a few grenades, fair enough. Seems like still going back towards B, and Havu currently in the dark as to what is happening across the map. But though, oh boy, do I see this right? 4 players coming up middle. It's going to give a chance for X7 to not only call out what's happening, but also pretty much realize, yo, this is a take.
Yeah, Donut is the pressure here. Can it be relieved in any other way?
Will it be field?
Oh, X7 does find it, and the bomb carrier dropped as well. You thought maybe he would have had a chance, but it's flawless from Havu. And if the chances already didn't look good for Heat, losing a pistol certainly does solidify your questions. Can they even get a map in this series? That is a great start for Havu, though.
It really is, and the worst part, the donut getting filled with that strawberry jam of Heat. Well, not everybody's going to be happy about that, I can tell you as much. And the second pistol goes to Havu as well. All 4 so far in their hands. Set the stage for a potential 2-0 absolutely right now. And Heat, I hope this doesn't play into their mentality too much, because they got to be sturdy, right? You got to take this as it is. You're on the T side, you're on the worst side. But you really got to show your colors here. You really got to put everything you have, every single string of energy. After all, you're in the playoffs. You're in the semifinals. This is it. You know, there's no turning back. There's no second chances. They either take this series or they go home pretty much empty-handed with a few points to their tally, which will not allot them enough to get up to that top 10 spot for potential qualifications for the studio final of the North European part of the tourney. I mean, currently it's Entropic at 150, Trickton 1 win at, of course, respectively 80 and 65, and oh god.
Oh. 1, 2, 3! So easy. Kiss body in the smoke. Goal nice and personal, and he even finds a 4th X7. Just simply playing for the smoke fade, and he's welcomed in for a hell of a lot of dollar. 9-8, Havu ahead. Pistols dismissed very easily there for Heat, but ultimately, of course, it's just going to be a bonus buy here for the CT side, and Heat are going to bring forward rifles. This is where Heat need to start securing some rounds.
This is it. Heat, for me, whilst this round might not, you know, fully close out the chance for them to win, I feel like it's going to set the stage not only for Havu, but yet for Heat as well. It's really going to give us a bit more, perhaps, view into their quality of the T side of Ancient and how much they've actually prepared for it. Remember, Havu have picked this map, so they are the ones that are going to be ready. Jax gets one, but the damage is done! The damage is done! No! Heat, they get blasted into outer space, and look who's waiting on the other hand. Spargo with the AUG. And who would have thought that the AUG would be sitting in the corner here in Cubby on B? No way, no how! That is disastrous for the Frenchmen, as not only they lose the round without a bomb plant, no buy, and it has to be an eco again. Well, a half buy if you want to call it that. A few pistols, a few Kevlars if even. It's disastrous.
That stings, because as you said, and as we've discussed, that was it. Heat needed that round to get back into the game. Havu take 4 AKs away from them. Heat are given pistols. Havu are now on double digits. It's 10-8. It's looking so good right now for CT side Ancient. And a 2-0 definitely looming.
It's like a heavy shadow, heavy fog, mist above the heads of Heat, and they do not seem to have any view of the end of it. No light at the end of the tunnel just yet. This eco, of course, not going to make life any easier. It's pretty much most likely the 11th here for Havu. And the best I think they can come up with is a few frags. If they get lucky, maybe they can overrun the position on B. But as I've been saying all this time, Havu have played an excellent anti-eco setup from Dust to Dawn to Ancient. They have been putting in the work in using those weapons on long range engagements and exercise. Great shot. Great stuff. Let's see if they can make more out of it, or is it just the one lucky one?
Toto gonna hit a whole lot of steps.
Oh!
Great shot from Exercise. I was gonna say it's the back turn, but actually, Havu down to 3. Eagle scooped up, wondering where the other gun is for the CT side. Out in middle, I'm guessing, probably was unretrievable. Back in, looking for their way forward, and well, Spargo lines up 2. Just when you think they had a chance, Heet. Maybe it's able to bring back level. Smoke on top of the bombs, then 10-second stick. So uncanny that they'd go for no kit on the bomb. You're just not going to expect it. You think it's a tap, but indeed it is just a hold. Doesn't matter anyway. Afro's gone. 11 on the board for Havu. It's made it a little more difficult there in that round. For Heet, they get a bomb plant. They get what they want. They move forward back to rifles.
Yeah, the fact that at least they get 2 right, get the bomb plant, it's something that gives them the opportunity to now potentially still pull up some sort of a win under their belt. And let's see if that's actually going to be possible as we go into a tactical pause. I like the fact that they are using tactical pauses as well. And what we briefly discussed during the break for the South American series, I think there's a distinct lack of timeouts in that series itself. You know, South America seems to just not like timeouts at all. And I hope to see more more timeouts here in Europe as well, because it's an underestimated opportunity. I feel like timeouts, I always say this, and perhaps feel like a broken record for a second, but you really got to use it not only to perhaps talk tactical, but also calm the nerves, calm the adrenaline that's pumping through the veins of the players. And here we are, round 20, man. Retro, this is looking hot for Havu, not gonna lie.
Looking really good. You can't deny that their CT sides have been looking strong. You know, although last round was pretty close, I think this one, they would have learnt from their mistakes and definitely trying to force this one back in. Looking solid as ever here for the side of Havu. Around, or man up, I should say, Exercise low HP as well. Well, okay, I'll tell you what, it's not terrible. Spargo's burn into the molly, Zen's low, and Jocko will pick up the kill. 3v3.
Oh, Jack's slow reaction at least spots the player, but it now gives the feeling that Heet might think there's 2 players on A, right? Because he didn't see Zen go back towards the B position. And Havu, perhaps at a bit of a crossroads here, we shall say, especially with Doto left in H. He's got an advanced position that holds a good part of the map in his own hands, and the information game is going to be vital. Havu, the rotations will be slow, so it's all going to be coming down to Doto. He's already got 1 in this map, in this round. And if he can get at least 1 more, that will be instrumental for Havu's retake. And he's about to hear the bomb plant happening. Molotov confirms that, as rotations should be coming in momentarily. Havu still slow on that, though. Look at how little...
Yeah.
What is this response from Havu? It's in my eyes, a little bit too slow.
Too slow, indeed. Doto, he will be failing himself out. Oh. Doto maybe doesn't need teammates. Wants to do it all solo. Exercise now left 1v3, all the noise being made by Aerial. It doesn't matter if he falls, the ult misses the shot anyways, and Aerial will claim the last. Sure, it's another bomb plant, but it's 12 on the board for Havu. It's another round that could have been won by Heet, and it should have been won by Heet, but it's Havu that just walk away with antics like Doto's. 3 in the round, 12 on the board. Is there any chance left for Heet?
That's certainly the question they're kind of putting up with themselves as well. And, you know, for a second there, Doto looked like he could be in danger, but instead he was telling his teammates, guys, you don't need to rotate. I don't care. I'll get everything by myself. I'll do it by myself. You know, as one of those guys on TV once said, F it, I'll do it live. And in this case, Havu certainly are doing it as live as it gets and as lively as it gets. 12-8. 4 rounds difference. Heet is now starting to get into that danger territory. Without map control, they will be doomed to fail as we go into the 21st. Retro, I'm not gonna lie, but this is looking very convincing from the Finnish team, as they seem just on point every step of the way. A little bit of a Step back here, obviously great shot from from Afro.
Say whenever you mention it, you just got to expect the worst. It's like genuinely starting to think the caster's curse exists.
Oh yeah,
well it does. But
I fully believe I'm a prophet of some sorts, because sometimes it just goes the way you call it, sometimes goes the other way. So you know, maybe a witch or a wizard.
All right, starting to like to see Heet actually being able to pick up some serious damage. You know, two kills for one here. Then removed. Boko and Afro a little bit tagged up. Not that it matters too much here. Legged by the AWP. I mean, not going to be ideal, is it, here for Heet? Sure, you're a man up, but the fact that you've now taken some substantial damage.
Oh, he sees the AK.
The gun barrel. Aerial, he pulls off the angle. He's got to be cautious. He knows that there's going to be more than one angle they can come from. But Exercise, as soon as he swings in close, Aerial's going to have him dead to right. 3v3. Afro comes out from Donut. There is an AWP towards CT. Spargo looks for his way back in, but X7 picks one up with the M4. He's going to join forces with his teammate. Afro sitting on top of the boxes in default sick adjustment. A second kill for Afro. Makes it 4 in the round. That's more like it for Heet. Heroics are needed, and Afro delivers.
They needed that individual show of force, and I was a little bit surprised how open that player in by Aerial was here towards long, right? That nobody was watching Donut or even considering that, but still at the end it's Afro's choice, and it's Afro's round as he gets not only 4 but pretty much gives a chance for Heet to try and throw a wrench in the works for Havu themselves. Economically speaking, certainly that has been the case. Money dwindles down to almost nothing, and Heet now need to apply more pressure. They need to put the pedal to the metal and make sure that Havu do not get the round back, because this was the issue that they were dealing with on Dust, right? Heet win a round and then lose straight after, which pretty much just shatters any illusion they might have had of making a comeback possible. Whilst here, this is still possible itself.
He's certainly not out of it here, Heet. Can fight back, as you said. Need some serious might and will. Minute left. Very slow round here over. Very, very slow round.
Yeah.
Havu playing passive. Heet making sure they don't make a single mistake. And if they do, they know that a trade is within an arm's reach.
Thing is, time is slowly ticking away, and I hope they will be cognizant of that. Spargo from Donut, he can lock this place down like no other. He does go a little bit wide. Afro on the off angle, or at least a little bit of an off angle, looking to be a bit better as Dodo finds Exercise. Things are looking a little bit worse for wear, but Heet with the replay. Afro again shows his force, shows his might, and look at the shots from Jax as well. The flank from Zen will not work. He's going to be way too late before he gets in position to do anything. They're already going to be on B and planting. And this is the opportunity that Heet needed. And of course, the round they needed to take as well. Havu lose it, and they go onto a full eco next. Perhaps a force buy even, since two players might be completely broken economically speaking. Alas, I think an eco would be the best choice. And already looking to save. Yeah, they realize, you know what? We've got the advantage. If we save up, there is a chance we can rebuy. Loss bonus is, if I believe, currently at 1.9, right? So for both Zen and Nick 7, whilst this might not mean they'll be able to rebuy a lot of utilities, they can drop 2 rifles, and then they can make do with a scout or an MP9 even. And to be fair, I wouldn't be opposed to a shotgun as well, used in that B cave leopard position.
It's so OP.
Yeah.
Like
those tight corners really make you worrisome as the T, right?
It hurts so damn much as well. You could get wrecked so quickly on that. Like, auto shotgun. I've seen SMGs. You know, I've seen CZ pull out with 3Ks. You know, it's like, it's one of those positions that you could genuinely jam for so much damage and do such an integral part to a round win for the CT side. I mean, this round is a bit of a weird one because, of course, you have an AWP and an AK. But at the same time, it makes the most sense to eco around it, and so you have rifles in the next. So that's exactly what they opt for here. Doto already trying to get stuck in with a 5-7 on mid here. Equal damage done by both parties. And there we go. In towards cave. Getting ready.
And still not to underestimate the fact that they've got 2 weapons they saved up, an AWP and an AK, which are potentially instrumental in still winning the round. And the Pistols, I mean, the 5-7 has recently seen a rise in usage due to its, well, very effective trading. But in this case, careful approach by Heet, clearing out Leopard, making sure things go as planned. That was almost a collateral. That could have been devastating. Oh boy, Heet really playing the chances here, playing the lottery themselves. X7 catches Jocko with a nade in hand, the timing off, and this proves to be the worst possible case scenario for the side of Heet themselves. X7, is he peeking this? Yes, he is. What in the world is happening?
And they're trying to pincer play.
What is this?
They're trying to pincer play. There's a smoke that might save Afro, but the AWP saves him as well. The problem is the bomb. Zen's got it in his pockets, but an AWP left in the clutch certainly isn't ideal. Both players going to molly off the angle to try and chase it down. And Zen wants nothing to do with the initial bomb position. Instead, he's going to try and wrap back around, have a look back in from elsewhere. He sits towards B. There's 25 seconds left on the clock. They know that Zen was positioned. You're right. If they leave this any later, they won't have time to double back towards A. If they pick it up, they've got to run now. But no, they opt for a B play. Zen, ready, AWP, angle, finds the first, repeats out, but Exercise has it covered. It's 11 on the board for Heet.
What a tight round. They're really playing the odds here, and luckily they're getting away with the bare minimum. But this might have almost cost them the game, I would feel like. And this push by X7, whilst it felt a little bit overextended, especially with Dodo being right behind him with a pistol, I would have preferred to see Dodo going first and the AK second. But the damage dealt is still quite severe, and Heet are able to limit the scope of Havu's success in this second half to a bare minimum. 1 round remaining for the difference. The odds by 1xbet still presented heavily in favor of Havu, which is perhaps a little bit wonky, but then again, look at this mid-presence. Meanwhile, Body taking a few shots to the smoke, not regarding the tracers as a giveaway for himself, and that shall be an entry for Havu. And look at this now, the challenge presented. Jax with a quick shot though, making sure that Heet do not get strayed off the path, and more specifically lulled into a false sense of security. The timing for Zen pulling out that smoke. Havu, they're just being unlucky right now, to be fair.
Caught in some misfortunate timings, but in scenarios that maybe they didn't need to be in. It was a man advantage at one point for Havu. They've earned it back to a 3v3 at least, so not the end of the world. They'll ask him for a lot though out of this Havu side to keep their lead. Doto knows the idea. Off angle. What a sick position from Doto. Aerial does fall to the hands of Jax. 2 versus 2. Spargo needs to be on high alert. Needs to be on high alert, and he does find the frag. How does he get away with murder? It's all on Jax. Already 2 in the round. Needs to make it 4. Tagged up a little bit. Doto with his back turned towards middle though. If he flanks towards B, Jax would have it, but his back's now turns to Doto. It's all a game of timing, and Havu know exactly where he is. What is this game?
Oh my god, this is just a game of chance at this point. Unrealistic timings, unreal frags at one point, and then we have these back and forth cat and mouse games that just somehow work in favor of Havu. And as I said, as much as they've been unlucky previously, they pull it off somehow. And this kill by Spargo made the world difference here for Havu. Without it, there's a good chance B falls and this round falls, but instead he runs away to B. In the end, again, false sense of security for Heet, and the flank succeeding as Havu take attack pause. I love it. After winning a round, giving some time for Heet to stew in their own demise. And I would just like to point everybody's attention to the economy of Heet. And they realized that themselves. They got to go for an eco. Like, yeah, a hero AK, sure enough, that's one thing. But the rest with pistols, 1 Kevlar and Deagle on body. This is 14, unless something goes horribly wrong for Havu. And we've seen so far they've been on point in dealing with ecos. Perhaps not every single time, but let's say the majority of the opportunities they've had to play anti-eco, they've done well.
What a crazy game this is. I think it all boils over to the final few rounds of the game that makes the biggest difference for Heet. Pistols here fall by, and the next it is the do or die to keep them alive in this tournament or to send them home back in. Great spot here from Doto, does eventually find the shot, drops the smoke to his right, gonna try and work around it as best as he can. A second one through smoke's appreciated, but Jax is able to pick up an AK, and this is where it gets scary, because if he continues to take damage, it isn't much of a threat, but certainly could do damage here if placed in the wrong hands. Spargo in towards Temple, trying to hold the push down. That's the bomb carrier that decides to take face. It's Aerial that finds the trade to Jocko. Body. I mean, I don't like how pressed he is with the bomb. I like the idea of the play, but it's the fact that he has the C4 in his pockets. It's the most worrying factor. 3 versus 2. Aerial starting to pinch him from Donut as well. As he guts out angles towards A. Doesn't want to overcommit with his life. Makes the most sense at least. Heet still yet to even plant the bomb. Body may just be thinking and telling Jax, what about a B play? What happens if we just try and pull the wrap around and pull the wool over the eyes here of the Havu side?
I very much like that Body's clearing out middle as well, looking to perhaps approach B at the very end, as you said, possibly getting away with it even. But look at Spargo, he's hearing that push, and Body, oh, he only barely checks that position. He's about to be taken care of. That's it, round gone. No time to do so, to try and get the bomb back on their backs. What a devastating blow in a round that actually a chance is given to Heet. But alas, as I mentioned, this is it. Money available for a buy. And now or never, the heat is on also for the Frenchman. And it might just go cold if Havu decide to bring some of that Finnish weather with them. As you guys might get some good weather with 1xBet, our partner here. Some good odds as well. Make sure to give him a look-see. CCT, the code for new signups. Make sure to give it a C. Ooh. Oh, Jocko spotted, right? Oh, did you see Aerial?
Oh, yeah, he did. Just about. I mean, he's got the kill anyway. Maybe he didn't, but who knows? Body, he'll find a second kill as well. This is looking better for Heet. Problem is, comes so late in the game, the conditions are a little harsher for them now. Then he'll find the first back in for Havu. Second frag short-lived here as Doto actually doubles up. 2v2. Equal HP, feels like in the post-block. 1 high health, 1 low health. This could be it, Jax. Swings at the right time, could find himself a frag, could swing at the wrong time and lose his life. And for Jax, fortunately, it's so much damage done to both players now. It looks entirely promising, but X7's able to catch out. Jocko clearly wasn't reloaded. He found himself in cave. There's your first kill for Jax. He knows where the second man is, and it's just about a smoke on top of the bomb, but Jax has them both. It's 12 on the board for Heet, and of course it's Jax that finds the clutch. 1v2.
And who else but Jax? Who else but the G2 player that's was in that team for 4 years, gathering experience and just being able to transfer all of that skill and knowledge now into this game and into this team to give them a flying chance for the playoffs finals, as in the end, beautifully finishing it off. The side of Havu having very little chance with the low HP they had, but also the fact that they were isolated in their duels, perhaps a little bit of a poor opportunity, like a poor chance, like poorly executed chance of going for that retake, right? 1 by 1 going in, not really going to work at the end. They knew where he was, yet still decided to play it a little bit more wonky. And this is going to force Havu onto an eco. Finally, we see Heet closing the gap even further. Should be 13-14 unless something goes, again, horribly wrong. And they fail to pick up a victory where it is almost certain.
(14-12). We thought the game was done, but maybe it's only just beginning here for Heet. Problem is, money-wise, both teams a little bit screwed. $7, $0, you know, everyone else sitting in and around the 3-digit mark. I think Spargo's the richest out of the lot, but same can be said for Heet, despite having the better weaponry. They are bent, busted, and broken financially if they lose. Over. You feel like round 27 might just be the most impactful one.
Absolutely. It will be. I mean, it's one of those where I have my doubts set for Heat as well, because you never know what their decision in the end could be, right? They could still doubt themselves and not go B, but actually try to finish A side. And this time, Body seems to have the right decision, going a little bit more aggressively, does get found by X7. In the end, I think Heat have enough proof that they go A now. Excuse me, B. My God, I'm still... Ancient's really messing me up with these A-B positions. Like, I swear, even after a year and a half, it's still giving me, like, nightmares. And, oh, no, Afro alone on middle? Perhaps a little bit overextended. And look at the flank. Look at the flank! Jack's down to 5 HP. My God, no. Heat, don't tell me you do this. In for yourself. 3v3.
Jocko tagged up as well. Gotta be careful. Gotta be careful of that flank. Jocko's able to penalise Doto. Aerial, sorry, not an MP9. It's an AK in his hands. Will eventually find one. Jax will get the trade. Spargo's Deagle in the clutch. It's very manageable here considering Jax is solo. Needs to hit the first shot. Not gonna happen. 13-14. Back in business here, Heat. But still on a knife's edge.
Heat really hanging on by a thread. Yet they're hanging on, and that's what matters in the end. The result is not going to matter. It's going to be the victory that does. And looking to be tied up potentially here. Havu have a bye coming in. And this bye will be a difficult one to beat. And it comes down again to being meticulous in their approach, because if Ariel checks that left corner, there's a good chance he gets the shot off and kills the player that is hiding with low HP. And that gives a final chance for Havu to close out towards 15th. Of course, for you guys, still an option for the giveaway with Hellcase, a partner of ours, a longtime partner of ours. Make sure to give them a look-see, as the description below the channel, below the Twitch channel, of course, gives you the link to the said giveaway. Meanwhile, Heat, let's hope they don't give away this round, shall we? And that's actually, it's a Nico, my bad. I completely miscalculated the economy of Havu.
That's all right. What is interesting, though, for Havu, right, is obviously there was two options. You take a force buy here and then you play for OT, or you take an eco here, you full buy in the next, right? And then if you lose, you're going to lose the map 16-14, because the last buy is going to be Deagles and armor, right? So either way, I think you raise a really good point in that Havu are opting now to play... Hold on. Okay. I was going to say this could be serious damage, but I think Havu are going to be second best, although... a second kill to come in. I mean, not bad damage done, but at the end of the day, it will indeed be another round here for Heat. I was going to reiterate my point real quick. Havu, round 29, it's a full buy. That means they're on M4s, what have you, armor, util. If they lose, it's 15-14, and then all they're going to have to work with here is USPs, or rather Deagles rather than USPs. It just isn't going to be ideal.
Exactly
Certainly the case here. Havu need this round more than ever.
And I'm hoping that Havu will focus their attention towards middle and speedway. I believe that those are going to be the two most instrumental parts of the map right now for them. They've got the up on Spargo, they've got a single defuse kit, they've got a little bit of a utility to work with, and let's see what their decision is right now. 2 players towards A, 2 towards B, and 1 towards middle. So they go for the 2-1-2 split classic default, where they look to control Cave, they look to control Leopard, but beyond that, looking very passive. And I kind of respect that from Havu, right? They don't want to leave it to chance. They want to leave it to skill. And right here, Ariel, oof, that was a very lucky spot for him. I believe he must have heard, or at least noticed, the player coming up. Oh no, Jax! Through the smoke! No, don't do me like that, Jax, please. Oh man. As
really
soon as the smoke pops, like why?
Yeah. Super overcommitting to that play. Thought he had timing. Sometimes you just feel like you have it in the moment. You just don't know then. 1-for-1 is perfectly fine for Havu.
Oh.
Especially when Ariel reverse engineers the wall bang. Puts Jocko down to 39 points of health. X7 will have his way out towards the A side of things. 2v3. Because Body's found Ariel. Low, low. Not exactly the worst scenario to be in here if you're Heat, but certainly one you've got to manage to work out. Fargo. Holding the angle, thought he had timing instead. Booked off. Rotate coming in. X7 arriving on scene, acting as the first man in. There's the AWP. Takes a single tick to the molly, but the AWP holds the angle. Body walks into it. Jocko, 1 versus 3. trying to pressure in on long, trying to get back into this round. Spargo's holding it down, though. If Jocko swings out any further, he's going to walk into it as well, but it doesn't matter anyways. It's a great flash, and the USP is drawn. It's 15-14. Havu have another, but a bomb plant might just bail Heat out of financial crisis.
It must. It must. There is no other option. It must save them at least some trouble, some headaches. There will be no AWP, at least that's a fact, but at the very least, they've got a chance to get those AKs out, a little bit of guerrilla power as well. And one thing that I will never forgive any team, really, and never really let pass, is the fact that you've got a 3v4 scenario or a 3v3 scenario, and one of your teammates decides to lurk on the other side of the map and die needlessly. And yes, I guess you can want to say that you catch rotations off, try to catch, free kills, but I feel like in this moment, at this stage of the map, at this stage of the game, the risks you take are far too great for the reward that you get for a single frag. And Havu, there's a reason why they were at an advantage of a 3v2, because they had that free kill on exercise on B, and now, as you said yourself, 2 Deagles, 3 AKs, limited utility. Oh, Zen. Oh, God, he's playing with the odds again. This is such a close call. And I love that Havu is playing once more 2-1-2. Very defaulty. Very safe, to be exact.
Let's see here. Havu. What an upset this would be. You can't not be excited for them. Flashes are in. Spargo on blinds. That's a brilliant first starting 7. Here to support exercises, making noise into main. It might not matter. Spargo wants to run it solo. It's a leg shot from the AWP. It's the 8 keep on going. And the pieces just fall into place for Havu. 16-14. And they are your series winners. They are your first grand finalists. And they're the team to defeat Heat.
An unrealistic performance for map 1, and they give us an even better showing here on map 2, cutting it very close, but yet at the end pulling the strings of Heat, and in the end cutting them as best they can, as that concludes the series 2-0. And as you said, the first finalist of the third North European tournament here, the second North European tournament series of the CCT series. I mean, Havu, they've just done the unthinkable given yesterday's performance from Heat, given that they've defeated Astralis. Everybody thought going into the series they might give us a show and a half, but instead it was Havu that gave us that.
I must admit, I am a big fan of Havu's work now. That is one hell of a series to be winning. To take it away in that sort of fashion as well. I mean, sure, that second map gets close. But again, you look at the top performers on the server. It's Zen that goes 24-16, I do believe. Like, he's had an unbelievable game, an unreal game. Obviously, he went plus 13 out on Dust 2 as well, so he had a real good series for them. Havu, brilliant job. You can't argue with it. They deserve that spot in the grand finals, and although disappointing for Heat, I think they can be happy with the performance, considering, again, you look at their run in this event, and they beat some pretty good teams to get where they are now.
Exactly, and this leaves Havu in contention for potentially being in the top 3 bracket, or in the top 3 position for the LAN finals. If they win the tournament, they will be, of course, surpassing both Tricked and One Win, I believe, that are currently second and third, is just behind Entropic, who's at 150 points for the whole tournament itself. So there are a lot of things to consider for Havu, depending who they get to tomorrow in the finals. Of course, the next series about to start in about, I believe, an hour's time, if I'm not mistaken, at 3 o'clock. Game Elysian versus Ence, another banger, and I feel like an even bigger one than what we had just here. But I gotta say, Retro, that was an enjoyable series. As you said, Havu, I've always, been happy to see them play, but this is the level that I always expected them to reach and perform at, and even be better than before.
Yes, we saw a few good runs for Havu through Elisa and definitely had moments of brilliance, but this is it. This is their chance now to really prove themselves. It's going to be a difficult grand final to see who faces up against them. It's the Ence Game Legion in about 45 minutes. We'll back then for our second best of 3. Until then, grab some food. It's the afternoon. Enjoy your meal, and we'll be back for our second best of 3 of today.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push, One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellcase website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellcase, your world of expensive skins.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we look to go live with our second semi-final here at the CCT Northern Europe. My name's Zerfer, and joining me, of course, will be my friend and co-caster, Ted. Ted, mate, we've already seen Havu jump up into the final. Now we get to see who is going to be facing off against them. How excited are you for this?
Well, a lot, to be fair. I didn't expect Havu to hold that game, especially after yesterday, after the game that we saw from Heet against the Strawlers. I think that a lot of us were thinking that we would see a bit of a closer matchup between those two, at least go to 3 miles. But no, the Finns are here. The Finns are not here to mess around. But I'd argue that we still have the more interesting semifinal. And by that, I mean that I'd see the winner of this matchup actually be the favorite in the grand final as well.
Oh, that's a big claim. That's a very, very big claim. Of course, we can have a look at the bracket and just see what way it kind of has shaped up. But of course, this semi-final is going to be between Ence and Gamer Legion. Both teams, of course, were at the major in Rio. Both teams were actually at the last LAN event over in Finland at the Elisa Masters. Both teams actually played each other over there. Ence getting the better of Gamer Legion that time around. So these guys, they've played each other, you know, just a little bit, not too much. 1BO1. This is the first time that they are going to meet in a BO3 format. Of course, you can see Ence, they took down Ago in their first game in a 2-0. A close game against Endpoint, but they managed to come out on top. And then Gamer Legion, they beat 9 2-1 and Dynamo Eklot 2-1 as well. So the Gamer Legion, they had to work for a lot of their games, you know, although they were best of threes and, you know, they went all 3 maps. Some of them weren't even close. Gamer Legion were smoking, and then sometimes they did get smoked. So it's a little bit hot and cold for them at the minute. Ence definitely the favourites for me going into this one. And then, of course, over the other side of the bracket, we've seen Havu's run to get here. They're in the final. And to be honest, Ted, I'd have Havu the way that they're playing at the minute. I think they've looked absolutely incredible, but we'll talk about them a little bit later on. And talk me through why you actually think Ence are a little bit the favourites going in here.
Well, you said that, to be fair. I think it's a fair matchup. I think I think it's a bit of a 50-50 because obviously both these teams are, I'd say, on shaky ground right now because obviously there was a lot of suspense, I guess, a lot of expectations towards that Ence lineup after it got assembled. Obviously, you have Sampayas and Valda coming to replace Hades and Spinks. There was a lot of question marks surrounding the fact that, you know, you gotta sell your big star, and obviously, speaking about Spinks, to Vitality. Are you going to be able to replace him? Are you going to be able to fill in the void with Valda, who is not necessarily the same type of player? Well, he's quite the opposite. In contrast to Spinks, who is hyper aggressive and, you know, creating so much space. Valda is a little bit more lean back and a bit more relaxed kind of a guy that likes doing other stuff, and he hasn't been in those star roles for a long time. You replaced the Oper as well. So I guess there was a lot of expectations towards Ence and a lot of expectations towards Gamer Legion after the sick run that they had at the RMR, you know, eliminating G2, making sure that people like Nico, like Monacy, like Hunter missed out on a major. But ever since, it's been a bit lackey. I feel like for Gamer Legion, maybe more so after that crumbled run over the Elisa Masters, obviously. They weren't far from making group stage. In fact, they were just 1-1 away, and they lost it in double or triple overtime, I believe, against Proud on Vertigo, which was a pretty unfortunate game for them. But for Ence, the group stage went quite well. They did a really good job. They looked like a really solid side. But then in the playoffs, they lost to a shaky Astralis, and they lost in a pretty inconvenient way, I'd say. Winning the map pick of your opponents, and then having a lead on your map pick and flopping that and losing the final map in double overtime. It surely hurt them.
Yeah, and they're looking to kind of right their wrongs here, right? I mean, you know, both teams, as you said, they're on a little bit of shaky ground. This is going to be quite a statement, whoever comes out on top in this one. We should have a quick look at the rosters and show you who is playing on either side. And we'll start off with Ence, of course. Snappy, Diha, Madden, Sampayas, and Valde. And you know, of course, Sampayas and Valde, the two new additions to Ence, or the two newest additions, so to speak. It's kind of taken a little bit of a while for them to kind of click together. I know a lot of people weren't expecting them to hit the ground running, but do you think it's kind of taken a little bit longer? And have we seen this Ence side at their full potential yet?
No, for sure we haven't seen the Ence side at their full potential. I mean, at this point, I'd say it's really positive that we're just seeing what we expect from Sampayas on the CT sides with the AWP. D sides, a little lucky. He's posted a 1.29 rating on his CT side since arriving on the team, but he's only on 0.98 on T side, which I think has a lot to do with, you know, the fact that he's had to transition from being that Oper that's opening up a lot of space, necessarily just going for the fights pretty much every single round, trying to be the first in the line, to now being the guy that's a little bit more supportive, setting up his teammates and setting up people like Madden and Snappy for success on the T side. I think that's played into his head a little bit. And for Valde, I guess his initial mindset joining in the team was, okay, I've been waiting for a long time to have a shot at those star roles, right? He wanted to have the freedom. He wanted to have the possibilities of Spinks, which he didn't have back in OG. But so far, he hasn't been able to put on the numbers for these roles.
And then I suppose we have the other side of it. We've got the side of Gamer Legion. Shui, Akor, Kios, Isaac, and Emma, and of course, Ash, the coach. And, you know, these guys, they've looked really good. It's kind of a surprising roster, I suppose, when it was announced. You know, a lot of people were kind of scratching their heads a little bit. Shui, of course, coming from Mouse NXT, coming from the Academy League. Now, IGLing this lineup. Akor coming back. A lot of people were asking questions about him. And to be honest, I think they've shocked absolutely everybody with the results that they've been getting. And a lot of people still forget this is quite a young team. This is still a very young team. They have been getting the results, but I suppose actually one of the stars for me, it wasn't either of those two that joined in. It was somebody that was already in the Gamer Legion lineup, and that's Imma.
Yeah, he's been the most consistent. Even if you look at, there's a really big difference between the performance, let's say, of Acor at the RMR. He was their best player, highest rated whatsoever. He shocked the world pretty much with what he had. Kios was the highest rated after that at the major. Both of them posting 0.94 respectively for Acor and 0.88 for Kios at the Elisa Masters. Highest rated player was Shui at that event, and Imma is the only one that doesn't have those massive amplitudes from game to game. And to put that into perspective, he is the most consistent when you look at his performance on the T side and then on the CT side. And he is the one that has had the least drops and ups since the forming of this lineup, which I think is really useful for the team. They need a person like that, but in the end of the day, you need Acor and Kills to be able to step it up as well.
Yeah, you definitely do. We might be able to jump into a head-to-head and see, the matchup that has been chosen, and it is Imma
no overs today.
Sampayas.
Well, we don't have the two offers.
We don't have the two offers. We've got one of them, so it's 50-50. I know you'd be bitterly disappointed if we didn't get at least one offer in there. But of course, Imma, a very high impact rating for his side. As I said, already in this event, he was top fragging against Nine. He was top fragging against Eklot in both of those best of threes. Sampayas, not so much. It's usually been Diha or Madden had an impressive game on Inferno against Ago to lock in that 2-0 victory. I believe he dropped 32 kills in the end. So it's really been, not the Opera's job, I would say, or it hasn't been Sampayas' event really, because he hasn't had to do, too much. His riflers have really hard carried him through this one so far. So I'm expecting a little bit more of the same. It's going to be an interesting matchup between Sampayas and Acor as we get a little bit later and down the line. We should be jumping into the veto though, and seeing what maps we are going to be facing off on. And straight away, to be honest, catching me by surprise is that Inferno has been left in there.
Yeah. I was actually thinking about it before the start of the game. I feel like in recent history, Ence have just tried to have a 7-map veto, or at least change up Inferno and Overpass. We know that Inferno used to be their permaban, right? They played it against AGO. They did manage to win the game, even though their T side was really lackluster. And obviously, there's a lot of things that need to get fixed there. But the CT side looked solid. Nuke is going to be thrown in there for the side of Ence. Obviously, it's a good map for them. Dust 2 is going to be the permaban for Gamer Legion. No surprises there. But Ence deciding to switch things up with their veto. It is interesting. I'm actually a big fan of it because I think that Overpass has been a map that they've
As you made a great point, it hasn't really gone their way as of late, so why really leave it in there? Why leave it up to chance? But enough about those maps. We're going to be jumping into Nuke, and we're going to be jumping into our second semi-final of the day.
Okay, welcome ladies and gents, second semi-final of the CCT North Europe playoffs. Gamer Legion taking on Ence. The map is new. Gamer Legion on the CT side. Jack, take us through this one.
Starting us off, Isaac in a little bit of trouble. He's seeing a lot of T bodies just piling over top main. And Acor and Shui, they rotate in time, but not to save their teammate. They now have the advantage. This has allowed a little bit of a space though to Gifaldi get out towards ramp and down towards B. Ence are going to be able to put the bomb down, but the CTs are here on hand. All of a sudden, Dia gets it back into a fair fight. It's 3 kills for him, and he goes looking for maybe a little bit more. Nice one tap onto Snappy, but Dia on for the ace now. Shuey with the kit. Flash goes in. Shuey's just sticking it, and Dia has absolutely no idea. Game Religion, they steal one away. Dia gets the ace, and already fireworks in this semi-final.
Wow, Dia stepping it up so massively, and he's one of the people that you're going to be looking forward to watching in a series like that and in a tournament like that as well, right? We spoke about the inconsistent form from Valde and Sampayas. Madden obviously doesn't have the best roles for the occasion on the T side. He's going to be having big impact because of his really good opening kill stats, but Dia has been kind of the one to pierce things up and be the hero in a lot of those tough games for Ence, and he's going to step it up from the get-go. Still, Game Legion are able to pick up the pistol round, and, well, I guess this is what matters in the end. Ence are still going to have a nice investment, though. You see the scout in the hands of Madden, a couple pistols, an AK for Dia, and a Galil for the IGO of Snappy. Bit of a similar buy on the other side, to be fair. 3 M4s, a Famous, and an MP9. Utility is going to be a little bit lucky for the T's, though. Same for the defense, so Ence got to work with the outside smokes now and go for the cross, but Acor is going to collect the first one through the smoke.
Flash does go over, completely blinds Madden with that scout, and Acor is able to claim the second kill for himself and his team. Ence now kind of forced to go exploring down towards the lower extremities. Isaac in the vent, he's going to peek out, finds Snappy, doesn't realise that there's another player very close. So Valde's going to take him out. Shuey above the site, though, surely is not going to be accounted for whatsoever. He's going to peek out. There's one, there's the second. Job done. Gamer Legion get a 2-0 lead, and they only lose 1 player in the process as well. Denying that bomb plant doesn't give that extra bit of money over to the T side. So it should be only a few upgraded pistols. Gamer Legion will be well on their way to maybe picking up a 3rd round, unless we see some pistol madness. Maybe some, I was going to say a little bit of a set play from them, but not the funds to go for that. So it looks like it will just be the Deagles looking for fights.
Yeah, it was a great round from Acor as well to kick things off with, right? I mean, getting that double kill from Heaven, slowing them down even more. Okay, there's their solo fights. I mean, why do you need utility if that works? You get a couple more 1-deeks, you could be in for a surprise. Acor wants to make sure that he's going to have the cross covered up, and he's not going to let them recover that rifle. Gets the first kill onto Madden. First Deagle dealt with. Obviously, Gamer Legion got to focus on not really dropping too many guns in a round like that. You have a hefty investment in terms of the rifles as well. You've been able to pick up an AK, you have a couple M4s, a Famous being the only non-premium rifle.
Still up to Gamer Legion not being afraid even. So the first kill didn't go in their favour. Not giving the pistols any space to work with towards outside. They take the fights and they win them. Only 1 casualty in that round as well. First gun round coming up, 5 AKs for the Ence side. Well, if you guys want to pick up maybe a nice skin for your AK, you can head over to Hellcase. Sign up using our code CCT. Of course, one of our fantastic partners here at the CCT. As right now, we see Shuey starting down lower. Isaac just waiting to see if anyone is going to creep their way outdoor. Valde deploys a smoke, doesn't go with it. But the majority of the Ence players are going to be making their way towards outside, and Shuey could be in a prime position to deal with this.
Yeah, he's got a nice off angle. There's a couple of players headed towards him, though. Did he clear him out? Nope, not sure where he was shooting from initially, and by the looks of it, he's going to be able to recover. That's a massive pickup by Shuey. Molotov to make sure that he's not going to go down. Snappy's found Acor elsewhere in the meantime. But now, once again, they've been pretty much tunnel vision to go for that play. And Gamer Legion, they've been so proactive. They've cleared out lobby. They've pushed towards T-spawn. They know exactly where Ents are. They know exactly what their options are. And, oh, yeah. Hello, Valda. Executed.
I had that kill locked in, and the CTs and Ts kind of just swapped places, really, midway through that round. Ents are going to go down the ramp towards B, and Gamer Legion are very hot on their heels. Isaac in the vent, going to creep his way forward, maybe to look for Snappy himself, and him are going to try and clear out this close corner. They do so without losing a player either. They will find a second now as well, and it's down to just a bomb planter. Dia using that smoke just to hide, but eventually it's going to clear, and Gamer Legion will indeed clear out B without losing a single player. That's a 4-0 start for them, looking very strong with the rifles. And although they do get a bomb plant, it is not looking good in the early stages of Nuke.
No, absolutely. It's been a really good CT side start for Gamer Legion. I love that first buy round. They've been really good at navigating Ents and, well, pretty much guiding them to go wherever they want to. It was a really good play. Once again, you have Shu in a good position to pick up the first kill. Massive work from him to even stay alive. And even though they lose Acor towards outside, it's still alright because they had that initial aggressive play towards lobby. So Imo was in a position to clear out pretty much the entire map. And even if you lose Acor, you know that they could go either heaven or round towards the B-bomb side. So it was pretty easy for them to have the read, rotate down. They knew that there was nobody holding for the rotations towards the vents. It was just clean path down the B-bomb side. Great stuff for the Gamer Legion. Boys on the map pick up their opponents.
Always good to get a good start on your opponent's map pick, especially when we kind of take into consideration that Gamer Legion in this event have not won their map pick. So, an interesting little statistic. That might change, of course, judging by the fact that they do have an Inferno that Ents aren't really overly comfortable on in officials. We see here, of course, Valde already down the vent. Now, Gamer Legion taking a little bit of a reaction. They're going to try and crunch lobby. Ramp and Hut. 1 kill. Refragged on both sides. And Ents not going to be forced into anything just yet, but they will creep their way out onto the site. Shui's going to find a double. Sampaya's drops Ima towards back lobby, but down the vent they go, and Ents, they should get a bomb plant out of this. The question is, will they be able to hold on? Acor is already here. He's heard.
He's heard it.
Knows where both players are. That's a lot of information to go off, but still, a nasty crossfire can be set up.
Needs to be careful. Valde's going to get up close and personal. Sampayas gets one in the meantime. It's a 1 versus 1, and Valde is going to be able to get the clutch. What an important round for Ents. Finally, they pick up their first. It is the Dane to handle it to them. Money is going to be alright for Gamer Legion after this one, but they're not going to be alright with knowing how close they were to converting. The lobby crunch mid-round was a great goal. Shui picking up a double kill from heaven. Completely shuts down the A attack, but the mid-round decision to go down the vent on the back of that Valde drop, that happened early on, right? He was the first one to make contact, the first one to drop down the vent, make a lot of noise, and he was their plan B being down there on the lower bomb side.
Look at this from Acor. Getting super aggressive. He needs to be careful. Looks the wrong way, but still manages to come away with a kill on Valde. Madden trades him back, but still that advantage now with Gamer Legion. Aggressive is going to be Sampayas as he walks close to Kios. He's going to be dropped out of the round. Madden. WP in his hand. Not ready for Shui in secret once again.
Nice refrags.
Yeah, and so although they are losing the fights, they are getting these 1-for-1s, but still, the advantage does lie with the CTs, and, well, the advantage lies with the CTs on the scoreboard as well. It's 5-1.
Yeah, they've been trying to play it really quickly on the T side, and I kind of get it. So far, it's been really tough for Ents to actually have their conditioning on the T side. Whenever you've tried to go a little bit slowly towards outside and make the smokes work, you've had Gamer Legion just push through towards lobby and clear it out. Last round, you were able to bait them in that push. It worked out for you in the end because of the B side clutch from Valde. But this time around, you tried to switch up the pace, catch them off guard. They were pretty much ready for a play like that. And when you're playing against an individually comfortable team as Gamer Legion, it's always going to be tough to catch them off guard with plays like that.
A bit of a ramp up here for the T's, but Kios stops the first, looking for the second, and he's going to find it. Madden trades one out, but bombs dropped and they have to go and rescue it. Shuey is going to try and hold the line and hold it down, but doesn't want to overextend into a fight that he doesn't necessarily need to take. Now, Ence have a small piece of the nuke puzzle. They have ramp, but Gamer Legion have had some really good adjustments, some really good reactions. And Acor through the wall finds Dia. It just goes from bad to worse for the Ence boys. And in a round like this, the bomb plant might be the height of what Ence come away with. Snappy is going to get it down, and Isaac is just going to wait for his teammates to rotate on in. Single door definitely been heard, so need to be careful going down this vent. Emma finds the first, he spots out the second player as well, but Snappy with the AK is not expecting Acor to be walking behind him so silently and so quickly. This should be a free kill every day of the week, and it's another round for Gamer Legion.
Yeah, they've been so good on the CT side. I just feel like they've been really well prepared. I actually did manage to have a word with Gamer Legion's analyst, Munster, before the start of this game. And what he told me, he gave me like, well, I wouldn't say a sneak peek, but what he was hoping for is that both teams would be able to play on their A game. And what he said to me was, if we both play to our A game, we could be able to win this, and we should be able to win this. And so far, they've looked really good. Look at that kill from Acor. This is just horrendous. Getting it done like that, and so far it's felt like every single time Ence tried to switch up the pace a little bit, Gamer Legion are just 1 or 2 steps ahead and they know exactly what's coming, and their protocols on the CT side have been really good. More than comfortable with playing those lower side retakes. Obviously the upper side a little bit tougher to retake with its extremities. But yeah, Gamer Legion just dominating the competition here. Shuey on 10-4, Acor on 8-4. The AWP obviously quite vital here on the rotation on a map like Nuke. You might be getting 1 or 2 kills per round, but those are going to be vital. Ence need to start working. They need to start winning rounds.
Yeah, they really, really do. It's really nice to see though Gamer Legion the way that they're playing, because you know, they've had a perfect read so far. You know, they always have somebody, at least one person in a position that Ence seem to go to. You know, every time they try and go down in secret, Shuey's nearly ready there, and he picks up 1 or 2 kills and stays alive. And you know, Ence, they're really, really struggling to find that opening pick. I actually don't even remember the last time that we've seen them get the advantage and kind of hold it for a long time, if they have at all. So problems for the NCT side that really need to be figured out very quickly. Acor was trying to be spotted out towards Secret. Now he's in a little bit of trouble and he doesn't really have any support whatsoever. He needs to get away to safety, but that HE will take him down. And there's the advantage that Ence may be looking for. Maybe that will spur them on. Oh, but there's a big dink onto Diha in return. Lucky to be alive, and Kias has heard it. Yeah, so now he's definitely heard the AWP picked up as well, so more bits of information.
Oh, that could work out perfectly. If they start going back towards the A-bomb side, Kills is going to have the cross. He's playing the off angle towards Garage. Surely after you catch the AWP in secret, you're not going to clear him out. They have him locked in. You go down secret, you're going to be walking into Shuey's AK. You try and go in mini. You're going to have Kills tear you apart from behind, and that's exactly what's going to happen to Snappy.
Ollie comes in towards CT vent, and Madden finds that kill. Takes a lot of health away from himself, though. Shuey in through main, up the vent, actually, and he's going to find a double. Nobody was holding for it. Valde takes a monster HE on the chin, and Diha is so far away right now. Can't really do all that much. Shuey gets a hat-trick of kills. And it's down to just Diha, who has been spotted out. Gamer Legion, they've locked in yet another round, and Diha, he tries to chuck the op away, and Kios won't get his hands on it. So it's a small victory, but the victories, they just keep on coming for Gamer Legion. Hence, they just cannot seem to stop them.
Yeah, that was absolutely great. That was just Gamer Legion realizing what they have to work with, and really well understanding on how the space was distributed over at that A-bomb side, right? Obviously, you get 1 kill onto Snappy. They know that D is still in towards secret, and they spot the 3 players going out of door, but they need to be wary of the back of the side. They need to be wary of heaven. They need to be wary even of main, because Skills could be going for an aggressive play. Diha was still in secret at the time of the play. So Shuey knows that he's got a limited time gap to work with, and he utilizes it absolutely perfectly. Great stuff from the young IGO of Gamer Legion.
Once again, a variation of the outside smokes going to be thrown. This time, Ence are going to try and cross into Garage. A-Core nearly caught by surprise by Snappy, but a really good adjustment now gives Gamer Legion a man advantage to play around with. And Ence, they're waiting. They're going to run boost a player on over. Failed it the first time. Oh, but A-Core, did he see the feet? That's the big question. He's repositioned anyway, so he shouldn't be caught off by this at all. And as Sampaius moves forward, now A-Core is holding, so head down. Sampaius gets across. This is dangerous now for A-Core, but is he expecting the opera to be there? That's the main question. Sampaius doesn't see all that much. Now goes for the adjustment. Now goes look in, and A-Core goes down. Back into a 4v4. Only 25 seconds, though. They have to really go A here. And, well, if the kills go in the favour of the CTs, that might be all she wrote, but Imma only finds one. Both players on A fall down, and it's down to just Shuey and Kia's. Bomb will be planted, and Ence, for the first time in a long time, get a post-plant situation.
Yeah, that was great from Sampaius towards outside, but Keels, he's up close. They can go for it. The HP is quite low on some of the Ence players. Keels, he's already up close. Instant headshot from Diha. Insane shot. And now it's just Shuya. 1 versus 3. Finds the first one. Knows that there was one more towards the back of the side, but Valde coming in from HUD is going to save them once again. It's Valde with the final blow to give Ence a round on the D side here. That's 2. Great stuff. Look at that from Sampaius. Catches the perfect timing onto A-Core. That's 2 times in a row, by the way. 2 rounds in a row in which A-Core gets caught off guard. Obviously, the previous round had nothing to do with this one, as he just missed the shot. But now he just got outmaneuvered. And even though they had the double setup towards the back of the side, it was just a little bit too much. The hand, though. A first tactical timeout for Gamer Legion. Ash is going to get in the team speak. Might have something to say about it, as the money of his teammates is actually dwindling. So this round is going to be quite crucial for them.
Yeah, but he definitely knows that, you know, with those 2 kills towards the end that Chewy managed to pick up, only 1 surviving for Ence, they're going to be in a pretty similar boat. I mean, reset potential is going to be there on the T side once again. So if Gamer Legion are able to steal away this round, of course, they're definitely not going to be the favourites going into it. Ence could be in the exact same situation that they were in when they won their first round, or rather the round after.
It could be heaven and hell, depending on which team picks that one up.
Of course, as you might have seen popping up there, 1xbet. If you guys want to get involved with that, sign up using code CCT. Make sure to gamble responsibly. Big risk being taken.
That's the bomb.
Gamble. That's the bomb going to be dropped there. Isaac through the smoke, and now this round is just completely gone up in the air. Do they realize that they have the bomb, though? That's the main question. And by the looks of it, they don't, because they're sending 2 players down towards B just to hold on, and nobody really has eyes on that door position where the bomb is currently located.
Yeah, that's really awkward. They dropped it, but I believe it's inside of the smoke, so they didn't really see it.
Let's see
the
it
thing
now.
is, Ence don't believe it. Yeah, now they've spotted it. And Ence didn't know that Gamer Legion had no clue. So they actually had a limited time window in which they could have picked it up, but now it's gone. It's a 4 versus 5. They did manage to drop 2 players down the vent, but to no avail. Valde, the bomb carrier, gets caught off guard. And now they need to find the kills. They need to find the peaks. Shuey on the other side, he's just trying to bait them in. They still have that 1 player on the boost. Oh.
Shuey very lucky to get out alive, but are they going to be ready for A-Core in this position? Too many targets on his screen at once, and he doesn't know who to shoot at. And all of a sudden, Ence have really rescued this round. But Imma and Isaac are now here. The 2 original Gamer Legion boys are going to try and lock it down, and that's exactly what they're going to do with 3 quick kills. And it's down to Diha one more time. He picks up the bomb. Down to B he goes. He is going to be able to get a bomb plant out of this situation. He's going to have enough time to get a decent reposition as well. Isaac might catch him in the nick of time, but Diha with a huge headshot, and this is still all to play for. Imma silent. No idea where the young Gamer Legion man is, but he has absolutely no idea where Diha has repositioned himself. The double doors wide open and Imma with no kit. So time is really of the essence. He's going to start clearing out these angles. He's going to tap the bomb. Diha now with that molly. That should seal it. Imma doesn't have enough time. He's going to have to just get off the site. Try and take a fight. If it presents itself, he will win it. But not the round. It ends with a third.
Oh, that was a great round for Gamer Legion. A really good attempt in the 2 versus 4, to be fair. I mean, Imma and Isaac, they picked up every single kill. That double kill from Imma towards the lobby was absolutely great. But Diha in the 1 versus 2 played it absolutely perfectly. I guess a point could be made about Isaac actually waiting for Imma to play it together with him. But in that scenario, I guess he didn't really want to let Diha walk out of the bomb site, and he had information that he'd been already tagged down low. So he was hoping to just get 1 or 2 bullets in the chest and maybe take him down straight away, knowing that he was probably towards back default. Really well played by Diha. Once again, we spoke about his star potential. Something that actually a lot of people didn't believe is, you know, initially that Ence team got formed up a long time ago now.
I overcame all the odds. I ain't been playing it safe now. I was just giving my all. I'm taking it there.
Do you know what Amazon wants from Kids in the Hall?
It's all a government conspiracy.
It's the one about the moon landing, right?
Oh my God.
Houston, we have a laugher.
Let's change the business.
All your faves and originals.
Dad wouldn't want us fighting.
All in one place.
Let's see where this goes. This could be good. Come on.
See where it takes you.
Hilarious.
Only on Prime Video.
Moi, j'ai un truc. Les jours de match, j'avance toutes les horloges de la maison d'1 heure. Comme ça, j'ai en masse le temps de me préparer avant le début de la game. On va manquer la game! On va pas manquer la game.
Quitting, it's not easy. So don't do it alone. With Nicorette in your willpower, you're twice as likely to quit smoking. Today's the day. Join the quitters. Nicorette, let's do something amazing.
Uber Eats hates late. In fact, 95% of orders are on time. But occasionally, something unpredictable happens. Like Aaron Donald is a total sweetheart. And a hasty commuter makes a rash decision. Before asking himself, is that Aaron Donald?
I'm sorry.
And if an abandoned sedan makes your eats late, we'll make it right. With 3 months of $0 delivery fee. How's that for a good deed?
Sur Poker Stars, Breton aime rester connecté aux tables.
Let's get into it.
Alors, quelle que soit votre façon de jouer, vous trouverez votre compte.
We got him.
Place au jeu.
Going to expose himself just yet. Him and Acor decide to take a little bit of space. They're going to push in towards lobby, realizing they could be wrapped upon. And heaven is open, so they're going to have to push on through, make sure that that part is clear. But this smoke on B and the bomb plant now is going to give it away. Rifles can be picked up, and that's exactly what Imma is going to get. As all Gamer Legion really need to do is play together, play for the information, try and find out where these two players reside. Diha and Sampaius trying to lock it in. No kits in play for the CTs. Still, the doors are going to open. Gamer Legion still going for this, but they are running out of time. They need to try and find these kills. Sampaius with 1, and Imma falls and is down to just Acor. He's underneath Diha. No idea where he is. He's going to find the headshot, but no kit, no time. And it's Ence with another round. They've been absolutely bailed out there.
That's so many rounds like this one. Gamer Legion just find all the kills, but they have no diffuse kit and they have no time to go for it. It's just the late retakes. They love taking it slow. Look at our replay. A phenomenal spray transfer. What a godlike sequence from Isaac. Nearly getting a chance on the port as well. That was the hero AK. And let's not forget, that was just a half buy for Gamer Legion. Would have loved to win it though, I'm sure. Still, you managed to keep the economy of Ence at bay. You pick up this one, you might be in for a 10-5 still.
Just as we say that, Gamer Legion started off very well indeed. 2 quick kills, unanswered, no refrags. Some Pius, a lovely shot onto Shuey with that Galil. Makes it look relatively easy. Anything but, I'm sure. But Ence, even though they go a few players down, they don't seem to panic at all. They settle themselves and they manage to find these refrags. That one, a little bit fortunate all the way through. Snappy seemed to realise that somebody could be towards T-Roof. Are some Pius and Snappy going to get away down secret before the player gets up on top of silo? The answer is no. Emma spots him out, knows the second player is here as well, and now Snappy is pretty much trapped. He has to hope that he gets a clear passage towards main, and he will do. He has to try and group up with Madden here. He's the man with the bomb. If he goes down, this round is completely over. It looks like he might get to his teammate safely.
Yeah, he's got a lot of space to work with. Once again, they can try and go down that B-bomb side, but there is already a player there. Although they're not going to be in clean sight. It's going to be Isaac towards Singodor and Madden. He's clearing this one out. Now they have to start making noise about it. They're going to make their presence known, and Isaac, he actually decides to just wide peek this. He's going to swing through the door. Doesn't manage to get a kill, but tags down Snappy, and now he's got a lot of information. He can just stay alive. He can try and delay. They haven't spotted Madden yet, and this is the surprise factor.
Above the site once again. I'm going to have to try and clear him out, but the job becomes very much easier with the HP of Snappy. The doors are going to swing open. Lots of util. This time they have lots of kits, but they haven't found a single kill. Kio's now alone. Finds the player on top of the site. Spots out Snappy getting away towards single. Bomb is going to be tapped. Snappy opens the door.
He's
Kios is just sticking it. And Kios has won it. The second time Gamer Legion have got the ninja off. Kios falls. Snappy survives. But Gamer Legion will lock in that first half victory. It's 8-5.
Yeah, gets the kill onto 1 HP as well, Snappy. There's been so many of these rounds where actually the team to get all the kills loses the round. And once again, it's just the stick. Ice cold kills. Doesn't think a second time about it. Snappy a little bit off with the timing there. Even though he gets the kill, it's an 8-5. Bomb plant is going to allow them to go for another reinvestment here. Deagle going to be the only one on the Deagle. Rifles for the rest. Galils for Valde and St. Pius. We actually haven't seen a lot of inner hits, to be fair. It's mostly been outside and around. Something that I've just realized. We haven't seen him really attempt and go for a lot of A plays on the T side.
Not really at all. I mean,
no, we've had a couple of end drops. I think 2 end drops, and that's been about it.
I think they've gone for it twice. One time they won the round, and then the other time Shuey mowed them down when he came up the vent. So, but it was more of a late round. We haven't seen any pops, as now Ence are going to try and make their way out ramp one more time. Now they don't see a ramp player. They're going to be worried about this red box surely. Shuey tries to take some of the heat away from Kios. He is going to be cleared out though. Kios comes away with 1 kill. Shuey needs to try and stay alive. That's an ego chal if I've ever seen one. Shuey feeling it right now on 28 HP. Just swings, finds the headshot, takes the fight. Hence, however, they're down towards B once again. Man advantage for Gamer Legion. Another retake.
Yeah, Isaac sub close. Once again, they don't have a defuse kit. They need to be really quick with this one. That's been their biggest problem. The timer beating them up to the round, and his position, oh, he's been spotted. He's got only the Deagle. He just needs to survive and be a threat, but it's just the AK and the Galil that need to do the majority of the damage here for Ence.
Out on the site, 2 kills found, and Valde the only nasty surprise left, and it's a little bit of a nasty surprise as he comes away with 2 kills, but no more. Gamer Legion, they will pick up yet another round. It's 9-5, and that 10-5 that you were talking about, definitely a possibility now, considering that Ence aren't going to have a whole lot, but we might get to see what you were after, Ted. We might get to see maybe a little bit of an inner hit, maybe something quick out from the Ence boys. They haven't done it yet, might catch Gamer Legion off. And if you look at the Ence side, it's been pretty much a team performance. I mean, look at the distribution of kills: 8, 9, and 10. Not very far apart at all, and not very far away from you guys. It is a massive giveaway going on from Hellcase. Over $400 worth of skins to be given away. Click the banner down below the stream. Of course, special thanks to our partners over at Hellcase as well.
Yeah, as you pointed out, Snappy is not... I'd say that Snappy is not the most Garrigan-esque IGL on Nuke, right? He's not the type of guy that's going to initiate a lot of inner plays. He's one that loves working with ramp, secret, outside, and all of those, let's say, external parts of the map. And it's not going to be any different in this one. Outside smokes, everybody crosses down secret. Look at that setup from Gamer Legion. They have it planned in already.
Massive read here from Gamer Legion. Stewie has a HG, but he's waiting for the contact to be taken. He's going to peek up. He only finds 2. That's a little bit of a problem. As now down towards B, out on the site, missed shot, missed opportunity for Acor to get it into a 3v1 situation. And he needs to be careful that he's not going to be walked on. The molly is down, but Val is super close. And Ence have to play for a kill here. The bomb not with them for the moment. Down into a 2v2. It goes to Valde. That's absolutely huge. How has he found all 3? I'd love to see a replay of that. But Ence somehow, some way, gets 6.
Oh, Valdemar Vangsa, what a spray down, what a 4K from Valde. That's 3 rounds, by the way, out of the 6 that Ence happened that have been closed out by Valde. Insane stuff. As you pointed out, the secret crunch, or rather the secret crossfire, working out wonders for Gamer Legion, but Valde stepping it up in the end. Didn't even need the support of Sanpeas. He was already thinking about leaving Valde and going over through the vent towards that A bomb side, but no, Valde gets all the kills. 6 rounds on the T side for Ence. Looks quite decent, to be fair. I think this is the first half that both teams can be quite happy about. Dewey obviously having a phenomenal game so far. Acor doing a good job, as you pointed out. Kill distribution has been quite fair for Ence. And I guess this is exactly what you want on the T side, which, as we pointed out, Emma has been the only one that's been able to perform as well on the T side as he is on the CT side, and maybe Madden to be put in that, but all of D, Snappy, and Valde being able to put on a good performance here.
Gamer Legion, I don't think you're going to be overly pleased with the way that rest of that half transpired, but they've got the chance to pick up a pistol now with a few quick kills. But Valde still breathes a little bit of life back into the round as he finds a double Kios. Now spots both players out towards heaven as he is now left alone. It's a 1 versus 2. Looking for a few more kills to add to his tally. Panic sets in and he cannot settle himself on the heads of any enemies. It's Ence taking that CT pistol, and it's Ence now within 2 of Gamer Legion. This was looking very desperate in the early stages of that first half. Ence managed to bring it back, and now they have a chance. They take the conversion rounds to get onto level terms.
Yeah, we've seen a massive sequence of rounds from Valde. I guess this is what you need from a man like that, right? He's not going to be the one to put on a 30 bomb performance in the end of the map, but he's going to be the one to, step it up in those important rounds and deliver multi-kills time and time again. Kind of what they need, consistency. Has been one of the main problems for Ence. Not having their identity maybe necessarily as a team, but Valde's been giving them a lot of identity in this round, or rather on this map so far. Some crucial multi-kills from the man. The ex-OG player. OG, a team that got eliminated from Havu. The other finalist, the first finalist of the CCT North Europe playoffs. Let's see which one of those 2 teams is going to join in. We just have the Eco coming up for Gamer Legion in this round, so it should be pretty straightforward. Maybe they're having a bit of a Frenchie right now, talk things over. Try and get a couple peaks, a couple cheeky 1-peaks. Keep the economy low. Not really going to happen, but hey, at least you tried.
quite the opposite of keeping the economy low, as the SMGs get 4 out of 5 of those kills. Moneymakers put to good use indeed.
Yeah. By the way, this game is going really similar to the matchup that those two played against each other in the Elisa Masters Espo, right? Obviously, this is online. It's a different environment. Both these teams being, I'd say, LAN teams, if that makes any sense. Obviously, for two teams that haven't been together for such a long time, both of them haven't done a really good job at LAN, but it was pretty much the same. A really competitive first half. Gamer Legion losing a couple close rounds, and then Ence were able to turn things around in the second half. Obviously, they did play Vertigo, not Nuke, back then, and it was a 16-10 victory for Ence. The big difference back then being the performance of the two Opers. Nothing like it so far, to be fair. Santeas hasn't been shining so much.
He was able to find that opening kill. Failed flash, Valde on the boost, and oh, are they going to clear him out? Now, Valde doesn't realise somebody has crossed. Now he does. There's one. Dewey gets that refrag. Very important. They keep the man advantage intact as Gamer Legion. They look to kind of play as a pack here. Can't really blame them. They know if they just trade out efficiently, this will be their round. Now, the other side of the coin, it is pretty much a bonus round for Ence. They're going to have a decent bit of money to fall back on, but not what they're after. They want to tie things up here and now. Rotated 2 players down on B. That's what they think is the best course of action, and they will be correct.
Yeah, Madden. He's going to be able to pick up one. There's a big gap in the smoke, and Madden's actually doubled up with the MP9. Finally, Isaac's going to take him down. But it's still a clutch, and Diha will get the first one. Acor, a 1 versus 2 required. Tabs the bomb the first time. He's trying to bait them out in a fight and does manage to bait out the first one. Not a lot of ammo in the AK, and he's low on HP. Diha makes his presence known. The spam through the smoke, not going to connect. Acor takes the plant. He's going to try and walk out. 1 bullet needed, and it's going to be the headshot. Diha doesn't miss that one. A crucial clutch converted for Ence, and we're going to be leveled up at 9-0.
Oh, Madden, what a round he's had there with the MP9. Had to try and get clever with it, and Gamer Legion just not realising that there was going to be a massive gap in that smoke that Madden was exploiting to his advantage. Now, 9-9, Ence looking to take the lead. Gamer Legion want to heavily invest, but it looks like it's going to be a little bit of a set piece and a set play out from the Gamer Legion side. The half buy is always interesting, especially when you see the Tech 9s being bought. Maybe a little bit of a later pop. They are going to throw some outside the smokes.
Yeah. To be fair, I wouldn't believe if in the start of this game you told me that I'd have to wait until round number 19 to see an A-side pop.
Yeah. I don't think anyone would believe you, but you've got your wish. And it's coming very shortly. Smoke goes down, though. Molly towards top hut. Valde's in a whole lot of trouble. Can't see what's going on. But eventually sees everybody making their way out. Hut. Shuey gets out safely, but he's lost a lot of teammates in the process. Snappy now rotates up in the heavens. Shuey with a big kill. They're going to try and get a bomb plant down. They're going to try and pick up all the kills, and they found them. Now down to B. They go. No, they don't. Acor, he's already down lower. Has to flash up and try and get that bomb. Gets up the vent safely. Some pious crosses, and he's got eyes on the bomb. This is a very unwinnable situation from Acor. No idea that some pious is already out, and he saves the day, to be honest, because that one was getting away from them very quickly.
Oh, that was so crazy. What a round from Shuey once again on the Tech 9. How does he pick up those kills? It felt like Madden and Valde did enough. They have 3 kills combined, but look at Shuey just turning around, headshotting people. Acor picking up that headshot through the smoke as well. Absolutely crazy, but it's Sanpea's the hero to shut them down. There's going to be another buy, though. That was just the half buy coming in for Gamer Legion. Now they have the money to go for it once again, which is absolutely crazy. They've been able to do the economical damage. 1 round right now for Gamer Legion would put Ence in a really uncomfortable position. But straight away, Sanpea's going to start making his way down towards Secret. Acor not going to be challenged towards middle whatsoever. They're just playing this one quite defensively. Diha just holding the off angle towards Garage. Wants to make sure he doesn't let anybody cross in towards his teammates, but The more time they take, the more Senpeus is going to be given time to get himself into a good position, and he's already posted himself down in secret. Now the question is, do they really want to go down there? Doesn't look like it.
I'm gonna try and cross here. Dia spotted towards back garage. He doesn't have any support at all, as the heavy focus has been down towards secret, and Kiaz is going to be able to get into a position to catch him. Valde trapped towards the left side of main, and Kiaz is going to come back looking for him, but not looking the right way. Great adjustment, great reaction. As spins round and instantly headshots the Ence man.
That was crazy. What a shot. Opens up a lot of space for them as well. Now you have one player that's pretty much trapped towards the back of CT vent. And Senpeus, he hasn't moved from secret though. He's going to collect Ima. And that could change things up. And knowing that Senpeus straight away, he's going to rotate back towards the A-bomb side to support Snappy.
He's given this up completely though. Kiaz now walks out towards heaven. He's going to be found out. And Ence realizing their mistake that they have left that B-bomb site completely alone. Acor now goes into the vent to hold, but here's absolutely nothing. Senpeus with one. It's down to just the offer. Acor now has another 1v1. Hits the no-scope, and now it's down the up. The first time we've seen this all game. Senpeus gonna stick it. He's gonna get on it. Now off it. Acor's holding a 1 versus 3. Acor makes it look easy. 10-10. We're level once again. Man, oh man, I want to see that. I really want to see another replay.
Goodness gracious, Acor. That was a godlike clutch to pull off in such an important moment as well. It's another money-breaking round for Gamer Legion. 9-10. Ence are going to be 2 ahead if they win this one. And it's going to give them a kickstart here on their CT side, but no, he denies them. What a phenomenal clutch. That second shot, it felt like he didn't have to hit it. He shouldn't have. But he still manages to get it on the known scope. And he knows, he absolutely realizes Senpeus is not going to hold that one. He knows he's got no chance if he just pulls off the pistol or the AWP and runs at him. So he taps the door, opens it up, holds the line, and hopes that Senpeus is going to walk in him. And that's exactly what happens. Straight into the line of the AWP. 10-10. Leveled up once again. No money on the side of Ence, but still they have to go for the force buy. They have no loss bonus whatsoever. It's 1,900 apiece. They're going to try and catch Gamer Legion off guard here. They know the GAO money is not great either. But it's a really risky decision. It's 2 upgraded pistols, a FAMAS for Valde, a Scout for Diha, and, actually, a 3rd upgraded pistol for Senpeus as well. They have only 2 guns different from pistols in this round.
Back 10s are getting ready to pop out towards A again. A little bit of a risk being taken. There's 3 players defending towards this A site, and 2 of them are in the heavens as of right now. Senpeus getting the information towards outside, calling to his teammates, get ready for something on A. It might just happen. Flash goes out. Kiaz manages to take the first player off top hut, and the Mac 10s continue to find the
He's
kills.
got the bomb. No way.
Do we realise it? Oh, he's holding for it. He's just too clever. You won't catch the Gamer Legion IGL sleeping. Not like that, anyway. Down to 2 once again. Gamer Legion realise that Ence have gone for a force here. So they're going to slow it down and see if they can continue to take the money away. Playing it together. Safety in the numbers that they have. They are, at the moment, going towards the free bomb site.
Yep, that's safe. Coming up for Ence. As straight up as that. Snappy should be able to... I'm not sure if there was even another gun. I think the MAC-10 was about it. So he's going to have to hold on to the MAC-10. Diha will have to be just happy with having the scout and the defuse kit. He's already in CT spawn. I don't think he's going to move from there. Snappy now is going to hear the bomb going down. They just got to hold on. Oh, okay. You're going to find yourself a cheeky FAMAS. That's all right. A bit of an upgrade. Money is not going to be your best friend in the next round, but if you're able to get away, you can still do some damage. But that was a really well played round by Gamer Legion. You molly off top hut. You hear the tackle onto Valde. Simply pre-firing him with the flashes. And as Kills gets the first kill, they just had to refract Madden, and that was pretty much round over. They could have just held. They realized that outside was a possibility. Managed to take down some players, and from that point on, just group up, play it together. Even if you walk into a stacked bomb site, you should be able to refrag your way into success.
And they know as well, they know that Ence have no money in this round. So it is the FAMAS and the Scout, and that is it. And Gamer Legion are going to be very aware of this. That's why you're not seeing Shuey and Isaac upgrading from those Mac 10s. They're going to put them to good use, farm up the cash, put their economy in a decent position if they do win.
Yeah, that force buy is gonna hurt now for Ence.
It's
so a big risk that you take, and now you're gonna eat the fruit of it. Well, not quite the fruit, but you're gonna get punished for your decision.
Taste of sour apples.
Yeah. It could just be a bad fruit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Although it depends, you know. If it's a bad banana or a bad apple, it's not that bad. Actually, you can get away with it.
Yeah, looking to get away with his life here, but he has been spotted out, and well,
Kobe.
That is a monster HE from him. Valde has a deagle in hand. This has been quite a simple round for Gamer Legion so far. Acor not wanting to lose the AWP, which is, of course, understandable.
Yeah, I want to highlight Acor's impact so far this game, by the way, because he had a good performance the first half, but he actually has been able to pick up some massive kills in the second half as well, and that's not normally how things work with Acor. Obviously, we pointed out that himself, he is a highly supportive T-side oper, right? It's pretty much the same way that Ence used Hades back in the day. He's just the guy that's setting up the rifles of Shuey, of Ima, of Chaos for success, and obviously Isaac's just lurking on his lonesome most of the time. But Acor, he's been actually putting on some nice numbers here on the T side. I guess this could be Nuke as well, and just the way that you get a lot more chances here, maybe to go for those plays that Acor is, but he's not going for those usually. Here though, apparently he's feeling it, and he's collecting opening kill after opening kill. That's a massive opener onto Senpeus.
Acor. Here's the M4 bullets whizzing by his head. Diha unable to refrag his fallen teammate.
Yeah. If we want to emphasize on the big difference between his T side and CT side, all I'm going to tell you is he's on a 1.3 rating on his CT side since joining Gamer Legion. He's on 0.85 on the T. And he's throwing approximately 1.09 flashes per round on the T side, which is a lot. Some supportive players don't have that much.
Quite a discrepancy though in terms of rating.
Yeah. It's a big difference.
Right now, making it look very, very simple indeed. Oh, the timing, that's so cruel from Valde, and just like that, the round's completely over, unless Diha has something to say about it.
No way.
Surely not. Diha looking for more than just 3, but the HE will stop him. I mean,
yeah, that was hairy.
Oh, man. On the back of the site like a turret. Manages to take down 3 Gamer Legion players, but not going to be enough in the end. It's 13-10. Now Gamer Legion are only 3 away from taking the map pick of their opponents. And I mean, Ted, in terms of this best of 3, in terms of this semi-final, the second map is Inferno, a map that we've seen Ence play only once, against Ago. Like, they haven't played it very much at all.
No, it was their permaban before they decided to change it up with Overpass, and they even removed it in one of their series. Here in this tournament, I think they removed it against Endpoint, right? It was their instaban because they know that Endpoint they're quite comfortable with Infernos, so it's still like a 50-50. They removed Mirage against HEO, they removed Inferno against Endpoint. Here they remove Overpass, so yeah, it's been pretty much all over the place. The only thing that they might have going on for them is the fact that we pointed out Gamer Legion are actually yet to win their map pick in a series here in the playoffs of the CCT. which is kind of a funny thing, you know. I guess maybe like a year ago we had something similar with Skate, if you remember, where they would always lose the first map of a series but still win. Gamer Legion has something like that. They always win the first map, which is the map against their opponents, and then lose their map.
This round, once again, going in Gamer Legion's favor. Snappy has recovered an AK, but he's not going to get a chance to save it at all. Not really going to matter too much. It would have been nice to bring an AK forward, of course, but Ence were saving for this buy, and you have to feel this is going to be their last chance to get something done. As we're looking at a 14-10 scoreline, 15-10 if they lose, and definitely a long way back if they're not able to get what they're after here once again. AWP in the hands of Sampaius, though, maybe that's going to be a little bit of the difference maker. Maybe he can stop Gamer Legion. And Diha just making sure nobody makes their way out towards the door. Massive damage done to Shui and Imma. Imma gets down secret, but it costs him a lot of his HP. And Dia's rotated down. He's already there through the smoke, finds Shui. And Imma now not healthy whatsoever.
Yeah, that was really risky. They wanted to get ahead of the Molotov, maybe ahead of the timing of the rotation, they would hope so. But Diho's already down there. One step ahead. Nice opening from the Polish tank of Ence. Around that they absolutely need. They've invested pretty much everything they've got. Opening kill. Imma's low on HP. You have to convert, but look at that. They're going to try and open up some space for Imma, and this could actually work out well. They've put him in a really good position. Now they can just pause. They can just pause and see how much space they've been able to give him. What does he get out of this? There's one.
There's one, but now it's known to the CTs what's going on. Ence are very aware that they could be wrapped upon. 35 seconds. They're expecting A here, and they're just going to look towards the lobby here. Valde turns away, and if that's going to cost him his life, but at least he comes away with that one kill. Diha, here's the player making his way out onto the site, and Isaac is going to get the bomb down. Acor holding with that AWP. That's a massive headshot to find. Diha jump spotting, but Isaac takes his head clean off. Acor close by with Sampaius creeping in with the AWP, clearing the angles very, very slowly. And that's why, because he gets the better of the Gamer Legion Opper. Now into a 1v1. Isaac walks clear. Doesn't see Sampaius just yet. Spots him eventually. But a great reaction from the Spanish Opper. Sampaius keeps Ence alive on Nuke.
What a crazy clutch. Replay the first peak. That was lightning quick from Gamer League, or rather from Sampaius. I don't think I've ever seen anything like it. What a way to clear out the angle. He didn't give him a chance to shoot there. Okay, it's right shoulder peak. Fine. Okay, you can, I guess you can make a point about this one, but this is extremely fast. Look at it again. That was a perfect round, especially after this shot from Isaac. This is perfect. Look at that from Sampaius. That is so quick. We didn't see the first one, but absolutely godlike stuff from the Spanish Oper. That's why you brought him in the team for rounds like this one. He knows how to be the star, knows how to step it up, and you can safely say he's just saved Ence.
The refrag from Isaac to find through that smoke. Snappy does find the opener. Still, a little bit of a scary buy for the CTs, right? I mean, Madden with an MP9, Valde with a FAMAS. Have to make the necessary sacrifices to make sure that they have the utility if it was going to be a quick play. Look at Sampaius though. He's looking for the information. Oh, and Shui's not ready for it. Isaac doesn't move. But Sampaius is happy enough with that man advantage just to back away to safety, and why wouldn't he be?
Yeah, massive couple kills from Sampaius. Closing things out in the last round, picking up the opening kill now. In a 3 versus 4, they're going to start making their way around the smoke towards Ram. They know that they have a time gap to work with, but the AWP on the other side might cause problems, and it will. Acor once again just gets beaten up. That's 2 1v1s in a row. Sampaius wins. And Imma, he's trying to catch the timing, but Sampaius is everywhere. He's just picking up kills left, right, and center. they can't catch a break from him.
You think you have a little bit of space. You think you have a little bit of a breathing room, but Sampaias, nah, he's there. He's got 3 in this round, and I don't think he's going to get any more, but he doesn't need to. Isaac hangs on to his AK and his full utility belt as Ence continue to hang on in their map pick. It's 14-12. It's Gamer Legion stagnating a little bit on this T side. Ence have figured out quite the strong defense. And difficult job ahead for young Shuey
Ooh.
to try and figure out what's going on. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, it's
That's
tough for
unfortunate.
Acor's end, right? Because that's 2 rounds in a row. You're just holding for an angle. Some pass peeks into you and completely demoralizes you. And Acor's had a phenomenal game so far. He's on 25 and 15, right? He's top of the server. But again, we spoke about the Spanish Open. Last time around when those 2 teams faced off against each other at the Elisa Masters Espo, Sampaias dropped 25 and 10. And his stat on the CT side, may I add, was 15 and 2. His CT side opening is out of this world. And the fact that he's able to win fights like that is not only going to be good for him and, getting the round and all of that, but the fact that he's actually not going into an advantageous angle where it's not like he's catching Acor on a timing, right? He's just straight up peeking into him as Acor is holding the line, and he still beats him. That's going to be massive in terms of ruining Acor's confidence. Sometimes when you're the Oper in a fight like that and you've had such a good game, you lose 2 fights like that, you start doubting yourself. And you're going to see Acor probably go a bit more defensive now. He's not going to go for those aggressive peaks.
That's what needed to happen, though. On the side of Ence, they needed to stop that because that was really what was causing them all the issues and all the problems. So, Acor forced to respect his opposite number. Gamer Legion. Let's see what the play call is going to be after that second tactical timeout. Outside smoke's going to be thrown here. Looks like a secret walk. Dewey taking a little bit of damage. The information not being heard, but of course the necessary rotation has come in. Diha already above the site. A little bit too far away just yet for Dia to hear the steps, so the information isn't there. Might have heard that one. Dia needs to get ready.
Yeah, he's going to get tested. Ima just closing out the gap, and Dia's not alone though. Sampaias once again has arrived at the scene with the AWP.
Dia above the site comes away with only 1. He does fall. Bomb dropped in the middle of the site. Hopper peaks. Kios with a double. It's down to Madden and Valde. Madden's in the vent. The molly stops him from peeking out, and the bomb is just going to be put down. Madden reveals himself. Kios holding towards double. Has to try and dodge that flash, but won't be able to dodge that headshot. Ridiculously quick. And Madden goes looking for more, but Ima eventually gets up and stops him. Valde, still the unknown entity of the round, but a 1 versus 2, the odds definitely against him. A time is now ticking. He creeps forward. Ima holding for it. Now walks down the stairs. Ima in this angle. Valde not going to be ready. Not going to be able to react whatsoever. It's 15 for Gamer Legion. They struggle to get onto it, but eventually they do. Could that be enough to close this one out?
Headshot galore. What a phenomenal triple kill from Kios. Stepping up massively. We said that he was the person to do the best at the major from out of everyone, individually at least on the side of Gamer Legion. Now he's been able to step it up and deliver. What a massive round from himself and Emma. Again, the rifles keep Gamer Legion in the game, and that's why it's been so hard to beat Gamer Legion on Nuke today, right? I mean, kills just had a round like that. He's the bottom fragger with 18 kills. Top frag is Acor with 25. Everyone is in between 7 kills for the T side. Just impossible. How do you build momentum on the side of Ence when there's just 5 people on the other side that are capable of breaking through it? And now they're just playing for overtime. They need 3 in a row, and it's going to be Ram to get tested first.
Nappy needs to hold strong here, and he's done so with 2 kills, eventually refragged out, but the Ram player has done his job and now just has to rely on his teammates, and well, his teammate will step up towards the vent, not favoured in that fight. MP9 versus AK, but output of those SMG bullets will get it done. Acor, here's a single door swing wide open. Valde will get punished. Acor can get the numbers into that bomb in the nick of time. Now Acor turns his attention once again. Doesn't know really where to play. He's waiting for the peek. Now Acor with a beautiful first shot. Misses the second. But Isaac is going to be able to get it into a 1v1. And now can he be able to get it on to Inferno? The opera's been spotted. The bomb is going to be tapped here. Sampayas tries to get up over the top of the smoke, but Isaac, he jumps on down. Sampayas jumps over to try and see him, and that's what's going to cost him the 1v2 clutch. Isaac comes out on top, and Gamer Legion have a map advantage going over onto their pick.
What a phenomenal map played by Gamer Legion. That was absolutely crazy. And Isaac closing it out with the clutch. We pointed out, we spoke about everybody. We spoke about Acor's gaming excellence with the AWP. We spoke about Chu and his impact on the T side, on the CT side, being the IGL, delivering time and time again. They just had him pinched in. They had him right where they wanted them. Gamer Legion absolutely outstrutted Ence on this map. And even though Ence's individuals were able to deliver, let's not forget those crazy clutches from people like Valde, multi-kills, Sunpei stepping up massively on the CT side. With all of that, and with Diha's multi-kills every now and then, Ence should be able to win their map pick. But no, Gamer Legion just played a phenomenal nuke jack, and now they're just one step closer to being our second grand finalist. But let's not forget, Gamer Legion, as good they've been, they're yet to win their map pick in the playoffs. They've played 2 playoff games. In both of them, they've won 2-1 after winning their opponent's map pick and losing their own. So we're going to be heading into a short little break, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be right back in just about 10 minutes to see if Gamer Legion are going to be able to live the curse and take the W in a 2-0 fashion.
very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault. And the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
Welcome back, everybody, as we are nearly ready to jump into our second map of our second semi-final. It's going to be Gamer Legion's pick of Inferno. Usually it is Ence's permaban, so it was a little bit intriguing to see it being left in here. But Ted, as you stated already, they have decided, to maybe try their luck on it because Overpass hasn't been as great as of late.
Yeah, absolutely. There's been a lot of things actually, moving around for Ence and being moved around in the past weeks, which I like in terms of the veto. I'm still trying to figure out whether they want to play every single map in the pool or they just want to remove Overpass and kind of replace it with Inferno and have it in, as Overpass originally was a really good map for the Ence boys a couple months ago, back in the day when they still had Hades and Sphinx in. But with this iteration of the lineup, it hasn't felt as stellar. I'd call it stale maybe at times. It hasn't been convincing at best, and I feel like Inferno could be a good one for them. But to test it against the Gamer Legion side, especially after such a strong nuke, and I think that Ence's confidence is not going to be on an all-time high, considering that Gamer Legion pretty much had anti-stratted them hard before that first map, and we saw that as nuke was going through. There was a lot of individually heroic plays, but those weren't enough for Ence to convert a map that apparently Gamer Legion were more ready for.
Yeah, I mean, that's maybe why they're kind of going for this map, though. No, I mean, I know Gamer Legion have picked into it, but surely they don't have a lot to really anti-strat Ence or to go off, because they've only played one game. Now, it was in this event, it was against Ago. It was a 16-14, so it was a pretty close affair. But Gamer Legion, they're definitely going to be feeling like the favorites going into this. Already a map up, and we'll jump into map 2 right about now.
Okay, Inferno, the favorite map of every single person that likes watching CSGO. Or was that Mirage? No, it's Inferno.
No, it's definitely Inferno.
It's definitely Inferno, yeah. People like playing Mirage, but Inferno is the goated maps of the goated maps.
I actually don't like watching Mirage. Usually.
Yeah, but you like playing Mirage.
No, not really.
Yeah, but that's because you can't aim.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
But
Well,
it's
this is round number 1. Game of Legion T side and CT side. A hefty investment in utility. You have the CT and Rune Smoke potentially and 2 flashes. You might try and bait it out though, as you still have 2 players that are starting to just now make their way into the apartment. So we might see a bit of an app spot. But look at that middle push from Ence. They're going to get caught completely off guard. Sempez gets the kill. Kills gets another one. We don't get to see any of this action, unfortunately. But they get a quick 1-for-1 towards down middle, and Diha is going to drop Isaac finally.
Balda is going to be holding. Now Acor is going to be trying his best to maybe pick up a few kills. Diha waiting for him to walk into the site. Acor does have the bomb on his back.
Yeah, we had a no violation round. No, we're not showing people go down.
Yeah. Too graphic for the young audience's eyes.
Yeah.
The graphic might display one Ence round if Snappy is able to connect on this head.
Please.
But Acor has a chance. Upgrades to a pistol with more bullets in it. Makes his way towards this B site. There's 13 seconds, doesn't spot player on the cross. Madden tries to walk closer, but Acor, he's so ready for it. He's just so clever. Has to put the bomb down now. Diha is not going to get close enough, though, in the nick of time, but Acor is now going to be spotted out, and he's pretty much trapped. Diha, eyes set firmly on him, taps away, and Diha with another massive pistol round. He's going to get 3, topples Acor, and will give Ence their first.
Yeah, he aced the first pistol round on Nuke, didn't he? On the CT side once again, but didn't have the time for the defuse. Now gets a triple kill. It's a great start for Diha. As we pointed out, the Polish beast of Ence. We might start calling him that way. In the beginning, when he was brought into the lineup, he wasn't regarded as a big star player. And even though a lot of people don't look at him like that, even nowadays, I feel like he's just proven to be a rock-solid asset in a lot of those rounds. On Nuke as well, he was one of the best performers. In terms of consistency, he's surely been one of the best riflers in the team, one of the best players overall. Game of Legion still get away with the bomb plan. It's still quite nice from Acor. You know, 1 versus 3, you get away with 2 kills. Bomb down, money's going to be all right. You can actually muster up a pretty decent B execute if you want to. And for now, you're just letting Ence run out of utility and take all the control that they would want. And you're going to get later on to fight for Banana. Madden picks up the first one, kills with a nice refrac. He's low on HP though, so has to wait for the flash and his teammates.
Smoke goes down though. That's going to discourage them. Nappy sprays a whole mag, but it's the perfect bait into Sempez, who has the M4 ready and waiting. He'll find the double. He has to admit defeat and concede, making his way into that B site. So Shuey just being a little bit cautious. There could be CTs all over second mid. Teammate, however, Imet, has made his way in towards library. Hasn't been spotted yet either. Imet, he's playing for the rotator. Might just get some Pius, who's going to be completely blindsided by the Galil.
Yeah, that was a great bait. Throwing some flashes over towards the A-bomb side. Ima holding a really unorthodox off angle, and now they know that the second player is probably towards Pit, but they're still trying to find the rest of the squad. And are they thinking about going CT towards B? I think they are. Ence have completely left that B-bomb side. Now Valde is going to realize it. He's going to start making his way back, but with 15 seconds, they might be a little bit off with clearing out a lot of these angles.
Dewey is going to get across safely. Ima gets dinked up, however, and that spells out trouble, but still manages to come away with that kill. Yeah, and Shuey gets aggressive towards Banana. Snappy's going to be taken down, and it's down to just Diha. Now, the one bullet headshot potential from Shuey could be absolutely massive. He takes a little bit of damage, needs to get out of there, though. Diha trying to spam him on the retreat, but Shuey, with that smoke, is just going to stay right behind it. And Diha, he backed away, tried to fake out the steps. Doesn't have a kit. There is one just in front of him, but I don't think he's going to go for this whatsoever. Gamer Legion, a massive recovery in that round. It's absolutely huge. And Ence just going into fights that were pretty much unfavored, you know, just taking 1v1 aim fights, giving Gamer Legion a chance to get back into it.
Yeah, Val doesn't need that fight there. It's completely on him. He knows that they're low on HP. He knows that he's got a 1 versus 1 because the other player is going to be planting the bomb. If he gets that kill, they probably win the round. No questions asked, right? But if he goes down, he's given them a chance. So I'd actually like to see him just hold the line, wait for his teammates to arrive. He knows that one of his mates is low on HP as well. So him going down is going to be a massive problem right here. He doesn't have to. He doesn't have to go for it. He doesn't need it. He can just wait. Great round for Gamer Legion to pick up early on, and it was really important for Ence to get a good start, right? I mean, it's a map that they are normally not that comfortable with. It's a map that they haven't played that much. You get the pistol round, a phenomenal triple kill from Diha, and then from the second round, you get into a really favorable position that you absolutely flop away. And this could come back to haunt you and bite you in the ass later on. You just have one rifle in this round, and then a couple of upgraded pistols. Yeah, okay, some utility, but no defuse kit once again. Gamer Legion can just play the slow game and then execute later on onto the B-bomb side. A retake is going to be really hard. You need to hope that Madden and Snappy would be able to hold on. At least they have the smoke in the HEs.
Yeah, you really need to start well on this map, especially on that CT side. Now, Gamer Legion still considering just straight up executing towards B, and it might just come in a little bit later on. They're trying to bait out all the CTs util. There's still a little bit left, but the majority of it, in terms of the smoke, is over towards that A site. So going to be very little resistance here as Gamer Legion make their way in. Kios completely blinded by the flash. The bomb is going back, however. It's a lovely fake. Isaac is just going to continue to try and sell it and pray that there is going to be the rotation. Oh. There's the M4 that was boosted up.
Wow.
He's going to be taken out of the round. One more player to find on this site. That's going to be Valde. Surprises him out, but will not catch Acor off guard whatsoever. 10 seconds left on the clock. The bomb is going to go down. Madden and Sampaius are pretty split for the moment. Regardless, I don't think it's going to be attempted.
Yeah, absolutely not. You just have the 2 pistols, no defuse kit either. You get a fall back and save. That's a really impressive peek from Imma, by the way. I'm not sure. Did they spot Diha beforehand on top of the boost? I'm not sure. I don't think they did. He just walks out and clears him out. That's some great awareness.
So. I don't think so.
I think he just has an understanding on, you know, the fact that they have one hero rifle, so a position like that would be a possibility. You know, Diha would try and put himself into a good spot. And Isaac's actually going to give away an AK here. Oh, it's just a Galil, but it's still all right. You're still going to have one rifle to work with. That means that you can drop over the Deagle, and Sampaius has been able to pick up a Mag-10. So there's going to be four players on the side of Ence with actual... Well, two of them with actual guns, one of them with rifle, the other one with a Mag-10, and then 2 with Deagles in the next round. But it's still a great recovery from Gamer Legion going into the game. Started off badly with the pistol round going in favor of Ence, but if you want everything to start well for you, you can make sure to head over to Hellcase. Click the banner below the stream, use our code CCT. It's going to give you 70 cents for free and a deposit bonus. You try your luck.
Might be able to win some decent skins in those cases. Oh, look at that flash. Madden completely blind.
Yeah, she was completely blind as well, but it doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter because he's got Kios with him. Now, Snappy does recover the Galil, so they still do have the rifle in play. Oh, the Deagles are in play as well. And Diha not playing around. Snappy won't get a double. Eventually, the B-bomb site will fall. But Diha has recovered that AK. There's that Mag-10 on Sampaius. And Ence look like they want to go for this. They're very, very quick up banana.
Oh, timing. Acor. He's going to get off the angle, but they're going to set up a bait. And this could work out perfectly. They have no Molotov to clear this one out. Acor can just hide. Isaac is going to go for the fight. He's going to get taken down, but now they can just hold the crossfire. They have no idea that Acor is towards dark. He's going to peek for the first, kills with the second. And now it's just Diha. First Diga was absolutely insane, but time is running low, and Kills is just going to take him down with his 6th kill of the game. 3-1 Gamer Legion. This one's looking nasty. on Inferno. Hard times for Ence.
Very, very difficult right now.
One thing that I want to highlight, by the way, it's the spacing of Gamer Legion has been really picture perfect. I've been focused on that for the first couple of T-side rounds. Every single time, the spacing is absolutely great. It's just the perfect balance between not being able to give them more skill potential and having the refrag. That's a nice switch of pace. And again, they're ready for it.
They lose one player initially, but the refrags are going to be there. Now, Dia trying to get into an advantageous position to put this XM to good use. Might be caught on a timing, and he will be. Imma finds another kill, and Gamer Legion will find an empty bomb site. Hence, too far away, really, to do anything again. And even if they wanted to, this should be the save one more time. It's going to be a 4-1 Gamer Legion scoreline. And already, it's very early on, but these gun rounds, they just haven't been close. That's 2 of them that we've seen. Hence, really need to hope that they can get a little bit fortunate maybe on this next, maybe pistol buy. I don't think they're going to force behind this at all, but the upgraded pistols, hope that the rifles can do the damage, because if not, we could maybe already kiss goodbye to Inferno.
Yeah, it's been a really one-sided showing so far. Just Gamer Legion galore here on Inferno. And even if you remember the previous game that Ence played on Inferno against AGO, that they did manage to win in a 16-14 fashion, they had a 12-3 CT side, something that is not going to be given to them from that point on. They've already lost 4 rounds, and it looks like they might lose even more. The D side was really problematic against AGO, so you got to feel like it's going to be even harder taking on a side like Gamer Legion. And it's not looking great. You hold on only to the 1 M4 in the hands of Snappy, Sampayas, Madden, Valde, Diha, all of them are going to be on the upgraded pistols at best. It's Kojak. Winter's coming. And it's coming closer and closer for Ence. Finish organization. They've been forged in ice, but it might be a little bit too icy for them here.
Been a little bit of a cold start for Ence, all right. Things begin to heat up a little bit with the Eagle, but Isaac lays him to rest.
Yeah, you know what? Digo has actually been crisp. I think that's the 3rd time we've seen him just pick up a 1D to start things off, but he's been immediately refragged every single time.
These upgraded pistols, though, can still cause a lot of problems. This one, if Gamer Legion play into the stack, will go very, very wrong indeed. Now, Snappy's been left completely on his lonesome over towards B. That is the only rifle in play. But the high HP members are going to be here. Bias close up with this EZ. Madden's going to be the first line, but dealt with expertly. Lots of damage taken. No lives given away. Snappy tries to go for the spam on true as Valde has to tuck himself away in the apartments. He's going to come away with 1 kill. That's Shuey down, but Isaac has to retreat. And Valde is going to fall. Snappy has to get out of there. It's 5 for Gamer Legion. They get over that little bit of a speed bump without too many problems.
Yep, great stuff from Isaac. Acre and Shuey helping him out. Snappy at least going to be able to hold on to his M4 in that scenario, but that's a 5-1 start for Gamer Legion. And if we spoke about, the previous results from Ence, the previous result from Ence, as they've played the map only once. When you look on the Gamer Legion side, it's a lot brighter on Inferno. This is actually statistically their best map, even though it's not their most played map. They've played it 4 times. They did lose their previous one. It was at the Major in the Challenger stage. They did lose 16-11 to Furia, which, fair enough. You lose to a team that made it pretty much all the way to the semifinals. But before that, they had some victories against 9Z, against Saw, against G2. All of you remember that legendary map. But I say legendary. It's been one of the more, or rather, the most significant maybe map that Gamer Legion in its history as an organization has ever played, eliminating G2 from the RMR. And causing a massive upset. First tactical timeout coming in for Ence. A lot of things to talk about right now for the Ence boys. As we pointed out, they went into this matchup as maybe the bookmakers' favorites. And a lot of people actually consider them as favorites. And, you can see why. They've been a team that nearly made it into the playoffs of the major. They were really close to doing that, going out of the main stage 2 and 3, making it into the playoffs of the Elisa Masters. Even though it's been a bumpy ride, a shaky start at EPL, which was their first tournament with this lineup, they've been able to get a little bit better ever since. So I guess after, even though it's been a couple of close games that they've played so far in the playoffs, especially that one against Endpoint was really close, especially in terms of the first map. But I guess that a lot of people thought that they would have this tournament set sail, especially after Astralis got eliminated by Heat yesterday. But yeah, they've been struggling massively, and Gamer Legion have made them struggle massively. That's so fast. Oh my.
Kios able to find that entry. And
Oh
the second
my
as
God.
well. That's perfect from Kios, and that's the round pretty much over already. We can already put a pin in that one.
That's so ballsy.
Done. 2 kills. That's all they needed.
Yeah.
And this is, I'm getting flashbacks of the Gamer Legion game versus 9Z, their first game at the major. On this map, they started out on the T side, and I believe it was like a 14-1 scoreline at that stage. Of course, I'd hold Ence in a little bit of a higher regard than 9Z, but Gamer Legion just haven't looked bothered at all by what Ence have to put up on the defense, and you can see that Gamer Legion are quite comfortable, whereas Ence, you can still see they're a little bit, I suppose, janky would be the word that I would describe them.
Yeah. And it's a lot of it has to do with the individual performance of kills, right? Because normally Shui is the one that's responsible for going for the first contact plays in the entries and all of that. But on Inferno, you'd really regularly see kills go for those solo plays towards Banana. Well, I call them solo plays. He's going to be well ahead of the pack. Let's put it that way. And again, he's just really successful in these solo endeavors, right? I mean, when you look back into that 9Z game that you gave as an example, the 14-1 T side that they had, kills ended that T half on 14-9, which for a person that's initiating the first contact most of the time is absolutely phenomenal. And it can give you the entire idea and tell you the story of why Gamer Legion were so successful on their offense back then. And so far, it's looked pretty similar to that game. You're there, right?
And still with plenty of opportunities, of course, to turn it around. But right now, been night and day, the difference between the two sides, and quite a bit of daylight being put in between Gamer Legion and Ence now as well. Smoke, Madden, surely he's heard Kios being tagged, doesn't shoot a bullet, doesn't want to give it away, and Banana control is going to be taken. But elsewhere, Isaac, I believe he just walked right through that smoke with a flash, and Valde completely blind. He is going to fall. Now, the danger is the B players could be wrapped upon, so Snappy has to go back and look for that, and Madden looks down at his feet. He looks down at his feet, and that's what costs him. Tries to see where the Molotov is. As soon as he peeks up, Kios says hello.
Yeah, that's another massive round from Kios, and Emma's going to drop Snappy. It's such a scrappy CT side from Ence, right? I mean, they look a little bit disjointed, to be fair. This is normally, those are the signs that you see from a team that hasn't had the time to play that much. And I guess you made a point about Gamer Legion not really having a lot of video material to go off on in a game like that, right? Because Ence have played Inferno only once, but apparently that one game has been more than enough for them to kind of see where the void is and be able to punish those mistakes. And now they're going to try and punish those mistakes. They're going for the hunt. They're pretty much executing Gabe onside right now, just sending every single player. Money's looking fantastic for the T side. Just one kill is going to justify it, and they might get all twos. Tobias, he's not getting out of this one alive. One player even went for the knife there.
Yes.
Yeah, he's feeling it right now.
Yeah, why not? I mean, I know. You're talking about they don't have a lot of video evidence, and yeah, I did make that point, but it's a super standard way that Ence are playing right now, and Gamer Legion, they're just they're literally just walking up banana. They're getting the entry. Ence, they're trying to fight for it. But even, when they're not trying to fight for it, when they're playing safe, it seems like Kios is getting a double entry. They've gone 3 players towards B this time, so maybe they're just going to try and take it heavily. But last time, it didn't work out so well. Not at all. The flash goes in, Matt is completely blind, and there it is once again, the entry. Kios is an absolute nightmare towards banana, and he's just putting on a clinic right now.
Yeah, he's going to find another. No, it's actually going to be Shui. Keels is alive by whatever miracle, but it's a really good point that you make. For Keels, when you've played Banana for such a long period of time, because it's not only on Gamer Legion he's played Banana, right? And I think in his previous teams, he's always been the Banana player. And that's always going to play a big part. Obviously, he was a part of Falcons before that. And I guess even with the Frenchman, he was always that banana player. So he's got those many like individual plays, like this flash. He's got his mini patterns in the way that he likes approaching that T side on banana, right? That's why they're letting him make first contact so many times, but because he's really comfortable. And for him, it's absolute heaven to be playing against a team that's not as experienced on this map. He knows how to abuse them.
They keep hitting this bomb site, and why not? They just keep being successful over and over again. Pius,
that's
unsuccessful, but missing that shot. You can't stop them. He's smoked off. They have to save. The money's in the bin again. It's a 8-1 scoreline. This is so dominant, and let's not forget, this is a semi-final. This is, if Gamer Legion take this map, they're going to the final. They're playing against Havu later on today, and it's looking more and more likely. To be honest, the way that this one has gone, I'm even considering that 14-1 scoreline. Dare I say it? Dare I already give it the caster's curse? But the way that Gamer Legion are playing and the way that Ence are playing, am I wrong?
No, I guess.
Would you blame me?
I guess at this point it's really hard not to overlook Ence's chances to get back into the game a little bit. It's just by the fact that Gamer Legion haven't really been tested all that much to show us their depth on the T side either, right? They've been pretty much implementing the same thing and just hard abusing Banana for the biggest part of this game so far. It's looked really impressive from the Gamer Legion boys. And once again, it shows that Ence is in a moment of transitioning, maybe, replacing Inferno with Overpass. You want to switch up the veto a little bit, but it's always harder when you got to test it against a team that's arguably as skilled on Inferno as they are on Overpass. Because if you, at this point, you don't remove Inferno, the Gamer Legion are going to pick into it. You remove Inferno, they're going to punish you with probably with an Overpass. And it's really unfortunate for you going into the veto. You're always going to be playing one map that's not going to be as good for you. Maybe they were hoping to get away with a Vertigo, an Ancient as a decider as well. But yeah, a Vertigo would have been a good option for Ence. But again, it's just Gamer Legion picking up that nuke that throws the spanner into the works, makes it a lot more tough. And now suddenly you need to play a map that you're not too used to and win it 100% or you're out of the tournament.
Once again, losing the opening duel. This time, Gamer Legion are going to explore towards A. They've had a lot of success towards B. This time, they go to the opposite bomb site, but they just keep having success. They just keep slowing it down, and the CTs just keep peeking into them, taken out of the round little by little, piece by piece, and there's only one piece left. That's Madden. 5 alive still for Gamer Legion. And it's almost like the Gamer Legion boys just aren't breaking a sweat, really. They're not being forced into, situations that they have to think. And maybe our observer can bring up the scoreboard after this round as well, just to see exactly how many rounds that they've survived with, I want to say, more than, 3 players. Because let's not forget, Ence have won one round. It was the pistol that came down to a 1v1. And every other round, I would say, Gamer Legion have had at least 2 players survive.
Yep. Ence combined have 21 kills. All 5 of them. And that's 10 rounds into the game. Which is, 21 kills, 10 rounds into the game. I mean, you can do the math. It's, wow. Pretty much 2 kills per round on average. which obviously is not going to be enough in a game where you need 5 to win it. And you look on the other side, Kios plus Acor, they have 20. It's how dominant it's been, right? But those rounds haven't been close whatsoever. I guess the reason behind, Gamer Legion not actually having somebody on 20 kills or whatever is the amount of saves that Ence have been going for. But to be fair, you can't blame them. They've been just locked out of so many of these rounds. Completely annihilated. We go again, 9-1. Still not unsalvageable, but they need something to change. They need somebody to step it up. It's the time for someone to put on the cape and be the hero.
Or else you're out. Simple as that. Or else you are going home from this event. And Gamer Legion are going to be the invited team into the final. They will take on Havu, of course, making it through the main playoffs. Look at that from Shuey. Himself and Kios, they go through. Shuey has his teammates back, has his teammates trade. Double entry towards B. And now Ence are left scrambling to try and get over towards that B site. They will only rotate one player, though. And they have decided to keep the majority of the men posted on A. And probably the correct call, because right now, Gamer Legion have the 4 players here ready and waiting. Now, the flash goes in, Val is completely blind. Isaac's ready for it. Over the top of the smoke, though, Sampaius might have just saved the day. You said they needed a hero. Sampaius might just put on his cape and try and get the job done, realizing that somebody might be walking behind him, goes looking for Acor, but in the smoke, it makes it so difficult, and it's down to Diha once again.
Yeah, they still have no idea on where Diha is, to be fair. They're considering the pit, but soon enough they're going to realize he's still towards the B-bomb side, and he hasn't moved the muscle. He's not trying to rotate over. He's still hoping that they get over towards the B-bomb side. Is he saving already? I think he is, yeah.
I mean, you don't really have a chance, do you? To be honest.
At this point, to be fair, I understand it. At this point, I think you should be going for 1v2s like that. I mean, yeah, okay, money's not there. You're not going to have a buy. You're down 1 in 10, though. At some point, you got to throw the percentage play out of the window and just go YOLO. You've got the defuse kit. You've got the Molotov and the flash. You've got full HP. I can understand why he doesn't want to go for it. And I respect that because he's following the plan, right? This is how he would act no matter what the score is. He would play it like that in that scenario. And if they try to, quickly rotate over towards the B-bomb side, he probably wins the round. But in that scenario, he's just like, okay, I've made my decision. I'm far away. They can be pretty much everywhere. I don't want to risk it. You're still down 1 in 10, though. And it's just harsh. It's just the harsh reality of how things are right now on Inferno for Ence. The fact that they have to swallow those pills of, saving in scenarios like that, even though they might want to go for it. And they might want to start winning rounds. But what they realize right now is that if they start desperately hunting for those rounds, they will probably just get absolutely stomped 1 in 14. They might still get stomped 1 in 14. Don't misunderstand me. But at least they're trying to give themselves a chance, which, it's respectful.
An article posted on HLTV just over an hour ago, how important is winning your map pick, and in terms of this game, you're getting the perfect example. It's very important that you win your map pick on the side of Ence. But
that was better.
They still have a chance in this. 2 quick kills to start things off, and they finally stop Kios and Shuey towards Banana. So much success from Gamer Legion has been towards this part of the map. Madden needs to be a little bit cautious. Acor tries to drop the op away, and Madden is going to catch him by surprise. That MP9 going to tear him to shreds, and Emma and Isaac have to band together. Once again, this deadly duo, the original duo of Gamer Legion. Diha in a little bit of trouble, gets the Molotov down. Isaac's going to swing on through on the back, and there's the bomb drop. Emma looking for the refrag. Diha will just about survive. It was a little bit scary, but there is the first gun round that Ence have picked up. They can still save this first half, but you feel that they need all 5 rounds that they can get. But that is a good place to start.
Yeah, it's a good start of the round. A lot of utility damage done over towards Banana. Acor still finds 1 refrag, but you managed to put him to sleep. It's the first time that they were actually able to, confirm Banana control and push Gamer Legion away. And again, it comes down to Diha just collecting both kills, or at least winning that first fight and holding on to his position and winning enough time for the rotations. But you got to start somewhere. It's a lot better. And Gamer Legion now are going to start investing a lot more people towards Banana, knowing that Ence will try and fight it. But it's again Shuey just shutting down Madden straight away.
And they just continue to fight. Gamer Legion, that's what they're ready for in this round. They realized, all right, that's where the success was for them. They might try and do it again, but look at the toll that it's taken on the HP. Oh, D-Hell walks right into Isaac, looking directly up at the balcony. That's going to be a free kill in the bedroom. He's put to sleep. Hence, now have decided to go for another little bit of a percentage play. They're expecting B here, and they could get their wish. So Gamer Legion usually have a great read on these rounds. They have called a stormer so far, but this time they're going to play into the hands of Ence. So still all the opportunity. Posted up on the angle. AWP first, and Pius needs to connect on this one. The jiggle comes in, and he is going to be able to stop that first man.
Oh, they can run it back. That's a good call. They're just going to run back. They've spotted the AWP. They're suspecting this one to be a stack, and they'd be right to assume so. That's a great call from Shuey. It's a really ballsy one as well, right? You're just running into the A bomb site. If Valdo was somewhere here with the M4, with two players being low on HP, they're completely mobbed down, but it's another great call. And with 10 seconds, they got to save again. They're out of the round. Once again, Ence, they made the gamble. Sampayas gets the first kill. They just run it back towards the A-bomb side. It's 11-2 in favor of Gamer Legion. This one just goes from bad to worse for Ence right now. It's rock bottom. And you know, I'm not sure. Do Ence have more tournaments until the end of this year? This could be one of their last tournaments, you know.
A great question. I think as of right now, I think that's one of their last tournaments.
Yeah, I don't think they've been confirmed for another tournament. They're not playing the Blast Finals for sure. And, you know, if this is your last tournament of the season, you wouldn't want it to end like that, right? You'd want it to end on a higher note. Even if you lose a game like that, you wouldn't really want to get absolutely stomped. And this would be a little bit disappointing here for Ence. But to be fair, Gamer Legion have just played perfectly so far. It's been a great game from Gamer Legion. Exactly what you would expect from a team that wanted revenge so hard. And you know how hungry those players are, right? When we go into all the storylines, obviously we have Acor that got benched in Mouse. A lot of people called him washed up. He was so angered. He was so angry and eager to prove himself. Kills as well, proving that he could be an asset to a team outside of, you know, the French-speaking environment. And play at a higher level once again, as a couple of years ago with when he was still playing with the CAS boys. Isaac obviously being an overlooked one, being a part of Gamer Legion for a long time and not being given a lot of credit. Him and Shuey as well. Shuey coming in as a really young IGL. It's just been great from them.
Absolutely superb. Now Ence though have still a chance to change the script of this one, making their way through onto the site, and the B bomb site is going to hold. Madden with that triple kill, and Acor and Isaac, look at the HP on them. That HE is going to chip away even further. Gamer Legion have been stopped. They have been bested in this round. They might just have to admit defeat and finally get a little bit of a footholding in around. This one is going to be the most convincing that we have seen from the Ence boys. But is it going to be too little too late? Only time will tell. It's an 11-3 scoreline. Last round is going to be coming up very shortly. Gamer Legion, of course, they're going to have everything and more in this round in terms of a buy, in terms of a utility. But so will Ence. 11-4. Still a very doable scoreline, but difficult to say the least.
Yeah. You got to win the fourth round, and even if you get the fourth, I'm not sure if we can give you the benefit of the doubt. I think that at this point, this could be well out of their control. What is not out of your control, though, ladies and gents, is clicking over the Hellcase banner below the stream and using our code CCT. What could be out of Ence's control, though, is realizing that Gamer Legion are going for an apartment spot. Those rotations need to be lightning quick. Valde and Sampayas, they need to get in quickly, and Diha needs to deploy that smoke to delay them even further, and he will.
little bit of a cancel call just yet. Just to wait. As the molly goes in, Acor burns a lot as he tries to throw that flash, but Dia gets close, and Valde now in the graveyard will pick up one. But a few of the Gamer Legion members down in the graveyard as well. Shuey and Acor both stand on very low HP. Shuey not standing for very much longer at all, and this first half won't be going on for very much longer at all. Acor gonna back all the way away. Might try and reposition, but surely he's got no chance in a round like this. Ence are set up nicely for that one, but it's an around the world play from Acor to try and get something done. With only 30 seconds though, surely he will be heard as he reaches Snappy.
Yeah, it's just Acor, a 1 versus 3, going around the world, but with 15 seconds, he's gonna go. Snappy's already heard him, and he's gonna confirm that kill. 4 rounds for Ence in the end of that first half, ladies and gents. They managed to pick up 3 out of the last 4 rounds, at least to give themselves a bit of a chance there, because of Dia and Valde trying their best, but might not be enough. Second half about to start straight away. Ence need the pistol round and the conversions to bounce back in this one. Obviously, for those of you that are just joining in, we are 1 map in the series. Map number 1 was Nuke, the map pick of the Ence boys. It went in favor of Gamer Legion. It was a 16-12 over at the nuclear generator. But now we're on Inferno, and Gamer Legion are just 5 away from booking their places in the grand finals later on today against Havu. A fun fact for you, by the way, Gamer Legion have made finals in every single online tournament they played with this lineup. That's because they played only one before that. They played the RMR qualifiers, the open qualifiers, which they won. And then they played DLE's Invitational Fall 2022, and they made it into the finals where they lost to Saw.
Wow. 1 fact for Ted. Dewey needs to hit some of these bullets. Oh, it's so awkward. Isaac's now here, tapping with the USP, comes away with a double. Means that his teammates still have a chance in this one. But Gamer Legion, especially Shuey, he's going to be kicking himself after that one. He knows he had a perfect opportunity. The flash was good, but the Julies do have some kick to them, so difficult to control. And now down to Immer and Acor to get this round under control. No kit on the 2 just yet. Immer making no secrets about this whatsoever. Loud and proud, but Madden will find that headshot to take him down. And Acor, by the looks of things, going to try and keep these T's penned in, but he will have to concede it. He will have to give it up. It's the T pistol. It's a good start for Ence, but need to show a whole lot more if they're to bring this back and were to even consider the comeback on a 3rd map.
Yeah, you know it's a tall order right now to speak about a potential comeback, but this is the first step that needs to be taken. Getting the pistol, potentially get the conversions. You might even see an eco coming in from Gamer Legion. They didn't find a whole lot of kills. As you pointed out, Shuey maybe had to do more in that position for sure with the Julies, but you know the Julies are a bit of an off and on with a button turn on. You know, apparently the switch was just not on in this round for Shuey, and he couldn't connect. You either get all the kills or you get nothing done. That's pretty much the story for those. Force buy coming in for Gamer Legion. Acor the only one that's going to save up some money to have the AWP in the first buy round. They're going to run a bit of a B bomb side stack, but the bomb is already making its way towards A, where Acor resides, all alone with a 5-7 in the smoke in hand.
Snappy is going to open things up with that SMG. I'd be intrigued to see what the T side is all about for Ence. Should we see a lot of it play out? 3 pistols are going to be here. Oh, Snappy completely blind, and it's a lovely find from Shuey. But elsewhere, Ence are creeping up towards long with the bomb. Acor really needs to be careful. He's screaming for the rotations, and this is a little bit of an issue here because Gamer Legion are going very quick. Ence really need to speed this up, but Acor has been dealt with. Now, Gamer Legion can't push past the library whatsoever. So they might just try and hang on to these upgraded pistols, give themselves at least a chance in the following round. But nice call there from Ence.
Yeah, it was good with the timing as well, right? Because you can see that Acor was getting comfortable for a short play, and he was thinking that his teammates would cover long for him, but then Ence do manage to, get ahead of them a little bit there. There's going to be 6 on the board. Oh, nice shot from Isaac. Get that Mac 10 in, buddy. The radio. I told you that yesterday, didn't I? The first time I heard that, people calling the Mac 10 a radio. And of course it was Nicky from 500. He is the only one capable of figuring out something like that. You know how he calls the bomb, the C4?
What?
A pile of cheese.
Sounds like you're just playing with lunatics. Sounds like,
I mean, he beat Astralis 16-1 on LAN.
Lunatic.
He can call the bomb however he wants.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
But yeah, the cheese. Sounds good, doesn't it? You just imagine you're just carrying 3 kilograms of cheese.
Everybody I play face with is definitely lactose intolerant because it's dropped in spawn every single round. But
oh yeah, people don't like cheese on Face It.
No, not at all. Not at
but
all.
they like the radio.
Definitely farm a little bit of cheddar with this Mac 10. Isaac is going to be trying to do so. Boost that CT economy. Hence now, perfect opportunity to get to within 4 of their enemies. Gamer Legion. They have to hope for a bit of success in their first gun round, or else things do become a little bit scary. Because we were writing Ence off after the opening 10-11 rounds of the first half. Now, the comeback has to be at least in the back of your mind. Now, wrapping around towards long, they're going to try and clear out this site. Acor sat in the graveyard and tries to find the kill onto the site. He will be able to do so, but Acor falls without getting a single kill. And Gamer Legion sadly have to give up that site. They will save once again. At least we are going to see rifles next time. That's what we're most intrigued to see. And it's going to be a good buy as well. So they'll have a lot of utility to fight for Banana if they want to. And I wonder, are Gamer Legion going to take that approach? Because that's how they were getting a lot of success, was on the T side. They were going up towards Banana. They were fighting for it very, very heavily. Maybe that's the countermeasure that they're going to take in this first gun round.
Yeah, I guess it's up to Chaos, right? If he wants to get aggressive, Shui, obviously going to be his partner in crime there, but yeah, I guess we're just going to figure it out. Just got to wait, see what happens. Might decide to play a bit of a default for the first buy round, just let Ence play into you, because Ence realize how important of a round that is. And Gamer Legion still have a pretty comfortable position. Obviously, Acor is going to pull off the AWP straight away. Mac 10 for Isaac. He might be the crazy biscuit running down if he wants to. He's got to spawn for middle, by the way. I'm not sure he's going to go there, but just putting that out there. Okay, start 3 towards B. We're going to have the AWP. Supported, obviously, by Chaos and the IGO of Shui. And the T's are going to be a little bit more passive with this one. Not really fighting for banana control early on. You want to wait and see what Gamer Legion have up their sleeve. You're going to try and trade it for brackets control. Speaking about trading. Well, you can't trade on Hellcase, but you can open cases. And use our code CCT.
Flashes come in. The late banana take from the CTs. We're back into a fair fight. We're back into a 4v4. Hence, not really with too much map control. They've got a little bit of banana yet to hold control of top banana, and they're actually going to give it up.
'Fleet lead.
They'll go back towards brackets. 'Fleet lead. They'll go back towards brackets. 'Fleet lead. They'll go back towards brackets. 'Fleet lead. They'll go back towards brackets. 'Fleet lead. They'll go back towards brackets. 'Fleet lead. They'll go back towards brackets. 'Fleet lead. They'll go back towards brackets. 'Fleet lead. They'll go back towards brackets. 'Fleet lead. They'll go back towards brackets. 'Fleet lead. They'll go back towards brackets. 'Fleet lead. They'll go back towards brackets. 'Fleet lead. They'll go back towards brackets. 'Fleet lead. They'll go back towards brackets. 'Fleet lead. They'll go back towards brackets. 'Fleet lead. They'll go back towards brackets. 'Fleet lead. Th Flash in towards the apartments. Isaac doesn't see a thing. Valde is here in all of this.
Yeah,
So.
Question is, what do you do with that information? In Gamer Legion, they're going to regress. The smokes are just going to confirm it. They're going to have 3 people here, but they need to run back towards the bomb site to support Isaac, who's already dropped down in pit.
Back 10 from pit, not the weapon of choice, I'm sure, but he has to make something work with it, especially because Ima is down now. Shuey pushes past that smoke right to Dia's crosshair, and the Galil takes him out. Now the smoke dropped in pit. They know that Isaac is here with this Mac 10. They just have to wait him out, and well, he's not going to get any support whatsoever from his teammate. Acor is saving that AWP. You can understand why, and it was a good decision in the end because Isaac comes away with absolutely nothing. It's 8 rounds. That's the first one, the most significant one that we've seen so far in this second half from Ence, because the gun round goes very heavily in their favor.
Can I just put it out there? Do we still believe in Zonic's law? Even for a game like that?
I mean,
I know it's been only 1 buy round. It worked out well for them. I know that Isaac had only the SMG, but do we think that there is a chance?
Maybe, just maybe. I mean, well, I don't know, because Gamer Legion might buy into this next round, to be honest. They're only going to have 1 person on an MP9. Acor can drop over an M4. And yeah, they are going to buy into it, so...
Yeah. Well, you have enough money. AWP saved up. Acor, as you pointed out, dropped over an M4. They had a couple more guys that had the money, and Kios is going to be rocking that MP9, probably just storming his way down Banana, fighting for the control. But yeah, the previous round goes in favor of Ence. Now that's 4 in a row. T-side's starting to look more solid and more solid with time. Even individually, they've started picking up the slack, but look at that peak from Acor. He was anticipating the fast peak towards middle from Sampayas, and that's just set Ima for success. He's going to be a little bit off with the spray, and Dean is going to confirm the kill.
They're going to try and send it up short here. Isaac has stopped the bomb in its tracks and drops on down for another fight, but it's one that he loses. Madden able to get a refrag, and the A site completely under the control of Ence. It's a little bit scary though, because there's smokes absolutely everywhere, and 2 more smokes are going to go out here towards Moto just to keep the CTs at bay. It's a 3 versus 3 retake, and they're going to try and retake it before the bomb is even planted, surely. Now, Kios only has an MP9 from apartments. That's the real issue, and they kind of have to wait out this smoke as well. Heet could take Dia out of the round.
Ooh.
Does a decent amount of damage, down to 20 HP, but Kios gets out safely, needs to win this fight. However, Dia not going to give him anything. 2 players on the site yet to be found. There's one of them, and a second as well. Dia's the last, and Kios should have him. Yes, he will. The retake is perfect in Gamer Legion. They were dead right to go for the force as they come out on top. That's 12. Their lead extended to 4, and 4 is the magic number, because that's as many rounds as they need to book a place in the final versus Havu.
Yeah, that was still great for Ence though, right? Even though they lose the opening fight to Acor, who's peeking down middle, he gets the 1 versus 1 against Sampayas, really important for him. Dia manages to find a crucial refrag. Isaac gets refrag 1 for 1, which is absolutely huge once again, and they didn't let Acor pick up another one. But then the mid-round repositioning for the, I think it was the 3rd player, I'm not sure who it was, might have been Shuey, must have been Shuey, to make the decision to go over towards short. They had 3 people coming in from different directions, all of them striking at unison, making it really tough for Ence to realize which fight they wanted to pick up first and second. Makes it a really awkward round, almost as awkward as this one. Madden gonna take down Kios, burning half HP through the smoke, but Acor is going to get in his position. He's going to be up close. The flash is great. Acor still manages to get a kill, and there's no refrag. Sampayas is still afraid to go for the swing. He was anticipating there to be a second player. Lets Acor off the leash, but he's going to go back for more. He's a lunatic.
Yeah, a little bit risky there from Acor to go for that repeat. Oh, he's going to be taken down. Dia, an absolute monster so far, to be fair for Ence. He's kept them in the game at the best of times. Sampayas misses that first opportunity to take down Shuey. Lovely adjustment from the Gamer Legion IGL. Just adjust the levels, and Sampayas unable to deal with him. Bombs planted, however. Shuey might just try and get away with that AWP as he creeps down the ramp, but Shuey peeks out, and now he might be enticed to go for this. He'll get the reload off. He'll walk slowly towards this bomb site. He does have a kit, but do Ence expect him to go for this? Well, D has doubling back. Valde was going all the way over towards B, now realizing, okay, maybe I need to. But the bomb isn't planted for Valde here.
No way. Surely Cheetah's going to be in there, right? Yeah, he's going to be on time. Round's going to go in favor of Ence. Chewy makes it really close, and Diha might fall, and he will. Money doesn't really allow Gamer Legion to go for another investment, though, so maybe saving up the AWP would have been the difference maker in that endeavor. Still a pretty crazy round, all things considered. It was just fights happening all over the place. Gamer Legion trying to close it out with sheer and brute force. But Ence able to crow it back a little bit, as we said. Would have been really disappointing for them to just get run over and eliminated from one of their last, if not their last tournament for the season. And they've been able to fight back so far. Bring it a little bit closer, get a couple rounds on the board, fight for your dignity, and why not even give yourselves a chance to bounce back into this game? Why not at this point? You've won so many rounds. Yeah, Snappy is struggling. He's 4-14, but everybody else has delivered, especially on that T side, which is pretty unorthodox, considering that we spoke about, you know, Ence's problems and the big difference between the individuals' performances on the CT side and then the way that they drop on the T side. But, you know, people like Madden, like Sanpeas, like Diha, they've been performing really well, even after the switch.
Been a game of T-sides, really. Not a lot of CT rounds for either side. 5 in total, 4 for Ence. Of course, 1 for Gamer Legion. But the defenses, massive problems in both.
Yeah. I thought we were Tuesday. I was about to make the joke about, you know, a T-side Tuesday, but it's Wednesday, actually, so kind of ruined the pun.
Madden has just crept his way through that CT smoke. There's nobody there. But he doesn't realize that he's past Kios in the smoke, but of course Kios does go down. And another round without any real issues whatsoever.
Yeah, it's been a really, really slow and steady T side for Ence. Even if they want to go quick in the buy rounds, they do it. Anti-ecos haven't had any troubles whatsoever. Feels like they're finally finding comfort. They win this round with all 5 surviving. Money's going to be absolutely fantastic for them as well. Finally starting to look a bit more solid here on the offense of Inferno. Even going for those, you know, eco kills in the end. Clearing everything out. Exiting all together. Fully focused on not giving away anything here to the Gamer Legion boys. It's going to be double digits for Ence. Something that a lot of you might have not believed that you'd hear here on Inferno. But they're still in the game, Jack. They're not giving it up. Ladies and gents, just a quick reminder, loser of this one goes home. And by this one, I mean the game. But if Ence lose the map, they're going to be going home. So right now, they're trying to fight with Tube and Neo here for their place in the CCT North Europe playoffs. Potentially their last tournament of the year. Same for Gamer Legion. Both these teams would love to end it on a high note. Obviously, Havu's already waiting for the finalist. For the other finalist, the winner of this matchup in the grand final later today. Make sure you don't miss that one out either. But we might be far from done here. Might be far from gone for Ence. They were a long way back. It was a 14, or rather an 11-4 half in favor of Gamer Legion. It's now a 12-10. Gamer Legion boys go for another buy round. AVP for Acor. Hasn't had a lot of action, to be fair, on the CT side yet. But, I mean, he had that crazy round where he picked up the kill on Banana and went for more. Kind of maybe overstepped the mark a little bit. But now we're gonna be able to see him play it in a more default-ish way, probably. I say that he's gonna get boosted on top of Flowers with Yo.
See if he's going to be tested here. Looks like Ence are going to try their luck. Acor hits that first shot. Snappy, however, does get out and does get past. Shuey needs to be ready for him. There's the steps, and Shuey can't set himself. Acor has dropped the bomb, and Madden now as well. Steps being made towards the apartments. Valde walks past in the smoke. Isaac doesn't see him. It's now down to 2 on either side. Acor, though, with a massive reposition, still has the bomb under control. And the double peak is going to come in here shortly. Too slow. And Valde falls because of it. Nappy and smoke and get this bomb. Statistically, the worst player on Ence so far. Massive 1v2. If he's able to pull it off. Has been spotted by Kios though, and well, the CTs are going to double up. Kios deploys a molly. Snappy doesn't have room at all. The molly burns him out. Acor is going to take him down, and that is going to be a 13th round now for Gamer Legion. They do not let Ence get much closer. 13-10 scoreline. It's still very doable for both sides, but Gamer Legion are going to just be happy that they managed to pick up one, because they've been few and far between these CT rounds. Now 3 away from booking a place in the final, eliminating Ence. Of course, they won't go home empty-handed at all, picking up 5,000 in prize money, and also, arguably more importantly, 50 points for the Central European ranking system. Of course, the teams with the highest points will be, I believe it is the top 3 across the regions, will be invited to a LAN that will be taking place sometime in the next year.
Yeah, a big round for Acor though. He stepped it up massively. We spoke about the absence of the AWP in the previous round, or rather before the start of the previous round, but Acor with a huge quad K to make it a little bit easier for Gamer Legion. Mentally a big round as well. 12-10, you've lost so many in a row. I think it was 5 in a row before that round, and or rather 4, before that round, and you finally managed to reset them once again. You don't let them get in touching distance. But again, that's a great opening. What a boost for Madden. Nice opening kill. Shuey gonna be left all alone towards B, and they look like they want to commit on the back of that opening kill, but this smoke from Shuey is gonna delay them just a little bit longer. He's got a bit of a one-way to work with as well. Pius on the other side, holding for the gap, but Madden is not going to be ready for the peak. That's a great find from Shuey. He's not calling for rotation still. He believes that he can hold on his own, but this is a massive risk he's running right now.
Risk doesn't pay off. Caught in the reload, caught in the retreat. Some Pius takes him down and takes B along with it. Gamer Legion haven't moved a muscle. The save, 13-11.
Yeah. I'd say it's a pretty brave call from Shuey, this one. I respect it in a way. It's really hard for an IGL to make a call like that. You know, he just trusts himself, finds the first kill, and he thinks this is going to be enough for them to kind of change the direction of their attack and maybe bait them out to go over towards long. He maybe hopes that they're going to think that long is going to be left vacant, or at least there's going to be at least only 2 people rather, towards that alpha bomb side. Baited from the earlier loss of kills towards Banana, but no, Ence don't buy it. They don't think that's the case, and they were right to assume it. Catching Shuey, hands down, getting the kill, 11 rounds. This one is still going.
Back and forth we go. Which team will come out on top? Ence, they want to force an Ancient. Our deciding map in this series. They need to force an Ancient.
Yeah.
Look forward to round 25. By pretty solid on both sides. Something that I've noticed is Gamer Legion, they've all their riflers on the A force, so nobody playing the A1S anymore. Deciding that the nerf was the last straw.
Yeah. Money situation is a bit tougher like that, but,
yeah,
you know, I guess everyone has their choices. There are still some teams that prioritize the A1S. Type 1 in chat, guys, if you switched to the M4A4. Type 2 if you're still sticking to the silencer. It's actually an interesting poll. Another round, though. One of the most crucial rounds so far. Money reset on the cards for Gamer Legion. As Ence going for a bit of a default here. Acor just showing some presence. He's going to fall back a little bit. Going to be in a better position to support his teammates towards the back of the side. Im is holding a great angle. but they need to be wary of that long wrap coming in from Madden.
Nappy trying to make his way forward. There's the bomb drop by Acor.
Oh!
There's a second as well.
Massive
Out,
shot.
out. Acor with 3. That's absolutely huge, and that stopped Ence right in their tracks. Madden, however, he's prepped behind the AWP, but Acor, his spidey sense tingling, turns around. It's a 4K from him, and it's an absolutely huge round once again from the Gamer Legion offer. He's had a stellar series 10, and he's just shown what he can do. When his team need him to do the business, he steps up, and he's the man.
Absolute abomination from Acor. Steps it up once again. The two full buy versus full buy rounds that they've won, he's pulled off 4Ks. He's killed 8 people in the last 2 rounds that Gamer Legion has won. That is great from Acor. We're not speaking about impact. We're not speaking about anything. We're not speaking about the kills. He single-handedly won the round. He's the reason they're up on 14. He is scary. 23-9. What a performance from Acor. A man that was shining bright like a starlight during the RMRs. Dropped his performance a little bit for the major, even more so for the Elisa Masters, but now he's back to his roots. Now he's back to rocking the numbers and being Mr. Multi-kill with the AWP towards the A-bomb side. The hero that they needed, arguably. 14-11. This time the money of Ence is in severe danger. They need to be careful about it. Isaac gonna hear Valde and confirm that position, but they need to be careful with Acor, who's already rotated towards Lonkin. He hasn't been missing a whole lot.
Pius is so close, and Acor knows it. Oh, can't set himself on the second. And just too quick with the trade. 2 players now left towards this A site. The hit's gonna come in, but Isaac still has this smoke to use, but not a teammate to help him out, and he only comes away with 1 kill. Gamer Legion fall on A once again, and Gamer Legion B players will fall back to their bomb site because they do not want to attempt a retake at all. It's 14-12 and continue to go back and forth. And it's worrying signs, though, for Gamer Legion. You know, you're highlighting Acor having that massive impact. But if he doesn't have the massive impact, if he doesn't get those multi-kills, Gamer Legion are not winning rounds. He needs a teammate to step up and help him. He needs somebody, just one person, to have a round where they get 3, shut down Ence completely, and they'll be able to close this one out 2-0. If not, if Acor is unable to do it himself, Ence surely will take this one, or at least force an overtime.
Yeah, that's when you normally expect Anima to step it up, right? I mean, he's been the most solid rock in the lines of Gamer Legion. And with him, we're not even speaking CT side, T side. He's been delivering time and time again, but Heet and Madden, they have something to say about that. Great refrags over towards the A-bomb side, as you pointed out. It feels like Acor is the only one with the multi-kill potential. You'd expect somebody else to be able to step it up and help him out. Shui's on 13, him on 12, Isaac on 12, Kills on 14. And then you have Acor on 24, being the skyscraper for the side of Gamer Legion, well above anyone else. Oh, big HE. Both Acor and Kills. You can see their death cam almost in front of their eyes. Still gonna live to tell the tale.
Left B completely. Which is crazy. To try and force Ence back towards A, hoping that they make their way on over. Acor was thinking about rotating back, but Ence, they made the correct call, they made the right decision. Now, the issue is they haven't smoked CT just yet.
He has a molly
get it down. Yeah, the molly can go down, but they're still going to get across. And Madden's
oh my goodness,
go right through the smoke. What a risk taken, but a risk that pays off once again. And that's the op dropped out of the round as well. They're saving an MP9 on Isaac, 2 M4s, but the money just isn't going to be there in that next round for Gamer Legion. That is absolutely massive from Ence, but a huge risk taken there and called by the young Gamer Legion IGL.
I think that was not decisive enough from Gamer Legion. That was them not really wanting to stack the A-bomb side, but not necessarily sure on what they wanted to do there, right? I mean, you saw them midway through towards CT. They were thinking about stacking A, and then they hear the steps on the B-bomb side. They just start panic rotating towards the B-bomb side. And this was the genius play from Madden, by the way. He hears that Molotov, or rather sees that Molotov, missed timing, coming in from CT, deep from CT as well, because he doesn't hear the pin, and he realizes they've outmaneuvered him, right? He realizes they found the timing. He's like, okay, there's not going to be anybody towards the side. There might be one guy just hiding or towards wrist, but this Molotov was thrown from deep in CT. There's no one nearby. I think we've caught them with their pants down. I think they're going to be setting up with nades and trying to figure out a way to get back into the round. So maybe I will be able to have that limited time window to go through the smoke and catch them off guard. That was a really intelligent play from Madden. Looks wild. It's actually really well calculated. Or the other side of the coin is he just had a feeling, you know?
What I would like to see here in a round like this is buy up some decent utility and just go balls to the wall, really, down banana, just try and get super aggressive, because Ence have been able to take it, you know, a lot of the time, and Gamer Legion have been forced really to respect it. But I think they need to get aggressive, get in the faces of Ence in a round like this, and try and take away a few of the rifles, because for the most part, Madden has had the success, you know, that Kios and Shuey have had. And once again, of course, you don't want to be throwing away your life for nothing, but you don't want to be giving up that part of the map for free. And well, Isaac has taken a lot of space pushing through. That's the risk that they're going to take. It's not towards that B site. Instead, it's towards A. And Emma could come away with a massive kill here. Valde turns and checks him. Oh, Dia with a big refrag, though. Isaac in the bedroom spots him out, causing a little bit of panic. And the MP9 tears him to shreds.
Yeah, now they need to rotate someone back towards the B-bomb side. Kills needs support. He's going to molly him off. HE is going to do a lot of damage. He's delayed him. He's going to swing through the smoke, though. Doesn't find a kill. Now it's just Shuey. Close up 5-7. Doesn't find anything on the spam. Needs to be careful, Madden. He's going to go aggressive. Once again, ahead of the smoke. Madden is an absolute devil towards the B-bomb side. And once again, he's going to take another one down. Isaac, he's been hurt. He's burning the Molotov. Tries to find one, but doesn't. Acor finally shuts down some payers, but now it's a 1 versus 2 and an all to do for this man. He's been as tall as a skyscraper so far, but it's Madden once again on 25. He's going to level himself up with Acor as the best individual performer in the server so far. 14 apiece and no chance for Gamer Legion in this previous round. And they're looking to turn the tables.
They really need to stop Madden towards B. They really, really do. He's getting so much free space.
Yeah.
And once again, he's got the spawn for it. Once again, he's going to go aggressive, get in towards logs.
Those T sites just depend on Madden, right? It's been the case for Ence for so many times and in so many games. If he has a good game on the T side, he can open up so much space and just be a nightmare.
Flash doesn't blind him. He's diced away from it. Shuey unable to find the kill. He's completely blind once again. He's run out of bullets. Luckily, Madden decides to retreat with the man advantage that they've just picked up. But once again, Ence causing problems. And the CTs on both sides have been struggling to hold banana. That's where the entries have come time and time again for the T sides. But it's not towards B that they go. It's this time back towards A. Gamer Legion love to make these kind of gamble plays, these gamble stacks, and by the looks of this, it might just pay off. Now, you can see that Acor was thinking about rotating there, but the shot from the AK might just entice him to stay, and it's the correct decision. Sapias catches him, though, as he tries to tuck himself away towards Moro. Him on the side, needs to stand tall, needs to get more than just one. Isaac is now completely alone. He's mollied, has to smoke it, but surely he doesn't survive here. Surely they're going to clear him out. His rotation has been dealt with, and now Isaac surely goes down. Molly reigns in. Snappy taps him down with the Glock. It's 15-14 to Ence. And now they're on map point. Now they have a chance to force it towards an Ancient, something that we didn't think was possible.
Absolutely no. That's been a crazy comeback coming in from Ence. They were down so badly. That was a great start for Gamer Legion. At some point, we were even considering a 14-1 T side for Gamer Legion. This is how bad it was. It was a 9-1. It was an 8-1 at some point for Gamer Legion, but Ence managed to turn it around on a map that they haven't played, a map that they've played only once. They had a 12-3 CT side against AGO and barely won the game 16-14. Their T side was anything but good, anything but structured in that AGO game. But they showed themselves in different light today. just a completely different team, a completely different Madden. 27-18. He's single-handedly carrying his team through this one so far. It's been absolutely great, absolutely phenomenal. This previous round, Acor doesn't get a chance. He slowed down massively. The past 3-4 rounds, maybe he hasn't been able to pick up a kill. And we mentioned that he's been the hero for them in the few rounds that they've won recently. But unless he gets 3 or a 4K, they're not able to even be competitive in a lot of those. And now it's 15-14. Map point ends.
Acor dealt with. Is ever going to be overlooked? There's a nice double from him, and now Isaac is going to take his turn and take his time to shine. But 1 kill is all, and then we're into a 2v2. This is to keep Gamer Legion on Inferno. This is keep them in their map pick. They haven't won their map pick all tournament, and it looks like this one could be no different. MP9 in the hands of Shuey, long range fight, does a lot of damage that discourages Madden from over peaking and over committing into that angle. Def and Kios are going to walk into the site though. Molly goes in, forces Valde wide. Madden with an off angle, it's going to be perfect. Shuey now walks onto the site, doesn't have a kit, doesn't have time, doesn't have a chance. 16-14, we are going to a decider, all thanks to a massive Ence comeback spearheaded by Madden.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. We spoke about it before the start of this game. This is maybe the last tournament that Ence are going to play this year. And after a disappointing loss against Astralis in the playoffs of the Elisa Masters, after a disappointing miss on the playoffs at the Major, they need something to be happy about. And in a one-sided loss today to Gamer Legion wouldn't have been it. It would have been really disappointing for the Ence boys, but they managed to keep it strong. A map that wasn't even in the map rotation for them just a couple weeks ago, right? It was their permaban. They played it against AGO. They still managed to win it, but it was a little bit bleak. They barely managed to close it out after a 12-3 CT side. But now it is the comeback against Gamer Legion. A Gamer Legion that looked really solid, but unfortunately it was Acor or nothing. It was Acor or no one on the CT side. And ladies and gents, we're going to get into a quick little break, and we're going to be right back in just about 10 minutes with the third and final map to see which one of those two teams is going to face off against Havu in the grand finals.
very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One expect.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we look to get underway with our deciding map of our final semi-final here at the CCT Northern European Series 2. And Ted, it's going to be an ancient. I am very excited about this one because it's a stellar map for both of these teams. What are you expecting going into this?
Well, it's a long ride today, Jack, right? We're getting through both semifinals. We have the grand final taking place after this one, and 3 maps would be the only right way to send this one into a grand final, in my opinion. Especially after the way that things started in a pretty good way for Gamer Legion. It was a brilliant anti-strat on Nuke taking on Ence on their map pick, closing it out 16-12, then starting off with an 8-1 lead on their map pick of Inferno. We thought it was absolutely over. Obviously, Ence haven't really played Inferno that much. They played it only once. It used to be their permaban. This is something that we emphasized on a little bit more on map number 2. But as it was going on, we actually started noticing some gaps in the playstyle of Gamer Legion, right? I mean, it was pretty much Acor just stepping it up on the CT side. Myself and yourself, we kind of had a chat about it after the end of the game. The fact that we didn't really see Gamer Legion take a lot of map control as well, take a lot of initiative. There was a lot of gamble plays, a lot of indecisiveness as well in some of the CT side calls, and Ence capitalized on it quite massively. And when I'm saying Ence, I mean Madden. He was an absolute beast on that T side, running over, opening up the B bomb side, even in a more impressive way than Kills did in the first half on his T side. And Madden, I think we can safely say that he is the one responsible for this third map that we're going to be watching now. And conveniently enough, it is his favorite map. It is Ancient. Individually, he is the best Ence player on this map, and he has been for a long period of time, even back from the FPX days. We still remember that Madden's always been in love with Ancient. So yeah, I'm actually quite optimistic for Ence for that comeback, but I really hope that we see Gamer Legion play up to a high standard and kind of shake off the dust after that Inferno.
I mean, I think we will. We've already seen Gamer Legion, play this map twice. They've won it both times that they played it, so it's only right that we get to see it again. And it's the decider. It usually is the decider in a Gamer Legion best of 3. Mm-hmm. So they're used to going all 3 maps They're used to taking Ancient, but this one might be a little bit more challenging, a little bit more difficult. Ence, I would say they definitely do have the momentum behind them going into this map. You know, the way that Madden was playing, as you said, highest rated player on Ancient, you'd expect him to really hit the ground running, but it kind of does depend as well what side that you know, that each side start on. You know, who gets that CT side. You would favor them in the first half to see, you know, because we know how difficult the T side can be. It can get away from them. It could be you know, a pretty similar story to what we have seen in the past, which is, you know, teams getting onto that deciding map. All right, we're here, and then all of a sudden they have a really flat T side. You know, they give away 10, 11, 12 rounds, and then they struggle. They lose the pistol. They don't get into the game at all, which would be an absolute disaster. So I'm hoping we don't see that. I'm hoping we see a little bit more of a fair fight, but just a little bit of food for thought before we jump into it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's going to matter a lot. I feel like for both these teams, obviously, it's pretty much the same stats, so it's really intriguing. It's actually the best decider that we can wish for. Both these teams have played 8 maps on Ancient past 3 months, both of them with a 50% win rate, so it's pretty much the same for both sides, and both of them have a 100% win rate so far in this tournament, right? You pointed out that Gamer Legion have played it twice. This is because they haven't been able to convert their own map picks, which actually gets us to another really interesting stat about Gamer Legion and their performance in the CCT so far. They've won their opponent's map pick every single time, but they've lost their own map pick every single time as well in all of their series, including this one. And oh, okay, we have a bit of a 1v1. Emma taking on Valde. Who you betting on? I say Valde. Okay, too late. Okay, so we are gonna have Ence starting on the CT side. So with that in mind, do you think that they're gonna have the upper hand?
Yeah, I think they definitely do have the upper hand. We're going to be jumping into Ancient right about now.
Well, pistol round starting off, as we saw Valde did turn out to be the hero in the knife round. Quite skilled with the sword. Well, mini sword. The machete. A 4-man stack towards the B-bomb site for Ence and Snappy. He's going to be the first line of contact.
Pius and Snappy combined for a kill apiece. Snappy still in a little bit of trouble, but not very much trouble at all. Snappy snaps the heads of 3 Gamer Legion players, upgrades to a P250 as well. And he's got Madden to help him out. And although Snappy does fall, he was definitely the hero of that pistol. Ence take yet another one. Only lost 1 pistol so far in the series. The pretty high conversion rate. But these rounds, these second rounds, have usually been a problem. This one, however, with only Glocks, should be relatively straightforward.
Yeah, it should be going just in favor of Ence. It's a nice start for Snappy. Obviously, you see a lot of teams post their IGLs to play in towards Cave. It gives you that possibility of, you know, micromanaging thing in a way, or things in a way. Gets you that centric view of the map on the CT side of Ancient. One of the reasons we like that, obviously, on a tier 2 level, a really good example of somebody that loves taking liberties towards Cave would be a Bird from Sky, let's say. Obviously, we're a bit higher here in terms of the level of what's going on, but it's always nice when you have that crazy IGL just running around in Cave that's ready to, you know, go guns blazing at the T's and be a threat, just take people through walls, through smokes. And somehow it turns out to be a Danish IGL most of the time as well. I don't know if that's connected. Danes are just crazy biscuits.
Counter-Strike just really in their veins.
Yeah. You think about a person like BlameF as well. He loves playing there. Not an IGL anymore, but yeah. Kind of playing it the same way.
Crazy to think that, you know, CS is, you know, taught in some schools as well. It's...
Oh, yeah. And a fun fact for you guys, the person that actually started that initiative was Mifar, who's right now the coach of Apex Rebels. And he used to be the coach of Mouse, used to be the coach of North before that. He was actually the one to, be one of the main people in the start of this project, you know, having CS and esports being taught in schools in Denmark. So props to him.
This continues to add to the talent pool that is already absolutely massive, belonging to the Danes. Massive entry from Shuey in the first gun round. He uses his AK towards Cheetah and might have to use it once again. He does. Another headshot maddens out of the round. And Gamer Legion have this B site locked down. There's a little bit of a late lurk that could come in from Imma. So the two mid players need to be a little bit cautious. But Ence are not going for this at all. The round is already done. 2 kills is all that Gamer Legion have needed to pick up their first round.
Yeah, it's a great peak from Shuey, a phenomenal double entry. This is something that you got to be careful about throughout the entire game, right? Shuey is one of those really proactive IGLs. He gets the spawn, he's going to go for a peek. It doesn't matter where we're speaking about. We're speaking about middle, we're speaking about the A-bomb, side cave, we're speaking about ramp. He's constantly going to be looking for those early opening kills if he has the chance to. And that's something that Ence need to emphasize on. They need to think about it. Obviously, Snappy wanted to go for that fight, but Shuey was more than ready for it. Still, though, it was still the bonus round. Just the bonus round for Ence. A couple MP9s, they save up the guns. They're going to be able to rebuy once again, this time with rifles as well. Snappy might have a FAMAS dropped over by Valde, who's going to upgrade himself onto an M4A4. As we go again, no AWP spotted just yet on Enshin, but a Hellcase offer has been spotted, and the promo got CCT as well, so you can use that. Click the banner below the stream as we're getting ready to head into the next round here of action. Not before the first tactical timeout for Ence, though, realizing that this is do or die once again for them. At least mentally, they should have a bit of an advantage, right? They've been in that scenario already on the previous map. They were able to dig themselves out of the hole, but still, you're playing on the most CT-sided map in the pool right now, and you don't want to be letting Gamer Legion get onto a good start here on the T side. We know it was just Shuey picking up the kills. Heels, Isaac, and Emma haven't really registered their first frags on the board yet, but you still don't want to give the initiative in the hands of the Gamer Legion boys, especially not to such a young team and such a momentum-driven team as well.
But we'll see if Gamer Legion can pick up that momentum and move their way onto a second round and tie this one up. Snappy burning a little bit in that Molotov. So he does have to concede this Cheetah position. Well, he wanted to fight for it, but he will go down. Sampaya's thinking about creeping his way behind with that smoke, but Shuey once again finds the double entry. Oh, it's awkward from Sampayas. Eventually, he does go down from A-core. Valde finds that kill towards middle, but Gamer Legion find themselves a bomb plant towards B one more time. And Diha and Valde think about it for a second, but it is the same decision as the last round. It's a save once more, and it's Gamer Legion on level terms.
Yeah, you're just 1v1ing, well, 2v1ing Shuey towards cave at this point, and you've lost it both times if you're Ence. That's a crazy start to that game for Shuey. He's just shown us that he wants to play a final. That's great from the young man. Last round, all right, it was Snappy being a little bit over-aggressive, maybe jumping through the smoke, looking for the element of surprise. This time around, though, they were just playing a default, right? They were just holding. Madden tried to double up and get the refrag. No, both times Shuey gets the frag. He's even going to stay alive here. We're leveled up after 4 rounds, and Shuey is 5 kills. Emma, Isaac kills. Yet to register 1. They've been just going down and looking at Shuey, picking up the rounds for them. As a true leader should. What a start for the young man. Ence still have the money to go for another reinvestment, even though it's going to be a little bit scrappier on some of the members. We're going to have 2 MP9s in the mix.
Of course, that offer from 1xBet, if you guys want to get involved with that, sign up using code CCT and get up to €130 on your first deposit. Make sure you are gambling responsibly, of course, with money that you can afford to lose. And Pius making a little bit of money himself with that MP9. Shuey's down. Isaac trades it right back. Valde tries to get a refrag himself, but through the smoke, it made things very difficult. So he retreats towards Donut. But Isaac, hungry, might want to go for a little bit of a snack here. Oh, but the flash peek is so good. Valde finds 2, and Ence now in a very winnable position to retain the lead.
Yeah, phenomenal flash from Diha from the A-bomb side. That was great from Valde. Gamer Legion trying to switch up the approach a little bit in this round. But look at Kios. He's already towards the B-bomb side. I'm not sure if they realize that. Surely Snappy knows that it is a possibility. The only problem is that Acor would have to find at least one kill to cross. And even after the first one, it might not be enough. Timing is going to be everything for him. He realizes he's getting held for it. He's just giving some time to Kios to play, but he's actually found a timing. They don't realize he's been able to snag himself towards Red Room. But this timing onto Diha is going to be everything. If he finds that kill, that's going to change a whole lot, but Diha's ready for it.
Acor scoped in, walks into the B site, but surely not going to be able to find anything at all. There's one kill. Did he spot Snappy? Well, he's heard the step now. Now he knows he's close by. He's off the bomb. Acor's going to walk in. Oh, connects onto Valde. Snappy eventually gets the refrag, but a little bit of damage done to the CT economy is always going to be a good thing. The bad news is Ence do have a third round, and money is a little bit sparse on the side of Gamer Legion as well. However, there was an AK dropped over. Looks like the investment is going to come in from the T side. But definitely around the Gamer Legion are going to be made work for.
Yeah, for sure. At last, we're going to see the O being rocked by Senpais as well. An Oper that likes Ancient, to be fair. T side of Ancient is one of the T sides that he prefers. We spoke about his problems on the offense on a lot of the maps. That's not such a scary prospect here. Snappy once again trying to be as proactive as possible towards Cave. That is thinking about going for a peek, but the flash from Kios is actually going to catch him off guard. And Shui will take him down. Snappy gets the first kill. Shui, though, might try to hunt him through the smoke, and that's exactly what he will go for. Snappy, does he realize that Shui's going to be so quick behind him?
Well, he's going to be realizing this is a possibility a little bit later on, but he gets out of harm's way for the moment. The issue is, Senpais is going to go pick it up. Oh, spots the gun barrel, but can't react in time. Kios with a refrag. A Snappy finds only one kill, and this is a save from Dia once again. We go round for round, and usually, Ted, that means that the CT money isn't going to be all that great. Usually, when you keep going back and forth, it is the CT economy to suffer more than the T side. That is what we are going to be seeing in the following round. So Diha really has to hope that he hangs on to the AK, but Gamer Legion not intrigued at all to go hunting.
Yeah, it's been such a boring game for Diha so far, by the way. I've just noticed he hasn't went down. Yeah, he's been straight up saving every single time. He's got he had a pistol round where he got a couple kills, and the previous round that they won, he was the reason that they got the double kill towards middle because of the flash, right? But out of that, he hasn't been getting any action whatsoever towards the A-bomb side. It's been such an awkward game for him. And, that's the thing. He hasn't really been put into positions where he could even consider going for the clutch, right? It's always a 1 versus 3, 1 versus 4 save, and he's just left in those really unfortunate circumstances, which could be getting on the nerves of any anchor, to be fair. You just don't see any action for 5, 6, 7 rounds. Then finally they run into you, they insta headshot you, or you just get a one and done, and you just start getting a little bit upset about it. And we're going to see them actually leave the A-bomb side initially, and normally so. There hasn't been any action towards that side of the map so far from the T side's perspective.
Bias burns in that Molotov. Emmett is just going to be a little bit cautious about how he approaches middle in this round. Now, nobody towards A. It's a heavy B and mid setup because Gamer Legion are yet to go to this bomb site, and yet to go to this part of the map.
It's your only rifle as well in Diha.
The perfect call from Gamer Legion. They'll walk their way out silently, Ence realizing B is clear. We haven't seen anything towards mid. Now the penny beginning to drop. Drops Isaac.
Yeah, that's a drop penny. Kios is going to find a refrag. Valde going to get dismantled by Ima, and he's spotted another one towards middle. This round is probably going to go in favor of Gamer Legion. Ima picking up his first kills here. Well, his second and third kill of the map, to be precise and specific. but it's just Snappy and Diha. And that's so devastating for Diha. He's having one of those face-it moments where you're just playing on a bomb side and you don't see anybody. You rotate to the other one, you gamble, and then they go to your bomb side. But obviously, he was the only rifle in the occasion. They wanted to set him up in the middle of action, just give him a chance to actually get involved. And he's getting involved with a couple kills towards middle, but unfortunately for him, they're not really going to make that big of a difference other than just trying to keep the economy of Gamer Legion at bay. Snappy going to find one more. And Acre is actually going to be the only surviving member here of the side of Gamer Legion. So some nice damage done by Ence, but unfortunately for them, this was the full investment. And now it's just an eco coming up with the Lonely Hero AK saved up by Snappy. It's a hard start considering it's a CT side of Ancient.
Yeah, it's very tough for Ence, but they've battled back in this game, in this series. They battled back on Inferno. We thought it was looking very tough when they swapped over onto the T side, but they made it work. Somehow, some way, brought it back 16-14, didn't even need to do it in overtime. Got it done in regulation, but Gamer Legion realize, they kind of let that second map slip. They could have been looking forward to an hour or so break before the final. Now they're battling for a place even in the final. So looking to right the wrong here. Out towards A they go once again. Oh, through the smoke, Snappy takes a big risk. Luckily, Shuey had his gun up because it seemed like nobody else on the Gamer Legion side did. Monster HE onto Balde and Madden. And Gamer Legion just begin to clean up this A site. Many pesky CTs lurking through smokes. It's just Valde to maybe get his hands on a weapon, but not looking too promising whatsoever. However, Gamer Legion's T side, round by round, keeps looking better.
Yeah, it's been a pretty default game plan once again. Really well executed by the Gamer Legion boys, right? I mean, it resembles Nuke more than it does Inferno because it's not one-way traffic whatsoever. But it's been some really good calls and really good ideas, right? Whenever they have a buy versus buy round, they're trying to utilize Shui's spawn, as we said in the beginning of the game. This is going to be something really pivotal for the success on the side of Gamer Legion, trying to use his explosiveness and abilities to create space for his teammates in the early stages of the rounds. And whenever it's just the pistols on the other side, they're just prioritizing the A bomb side, realizing that there's going to be no rifles and more so no AWP to potentially punish that. And another positive aspect, they haven't actually let Ence build up the cash for an AWP a second time. Sampaio just had it once, and he didn't really find too much with it.
Oh, that HE hurt. Isaac down to 29. The Gamer Legion, they're looking for a late take towards middle, which might work out, but Balde does have a little bit of support here. Not very much presence shown at all. Mid's going to be smoked off once again. Gamer Legion have to maybe alter the plan a little bit, but this time Ence have the A base covered. Still searching for an opening, still searching for maybe a CT to overstep the mark. Kios is going to go for a fight, but he gets blindsided by Snappy. Advantage given away. And Ence look for their fourth round, and it's going very, very swimmingly as of right now. It's down to just Shuey, but he will fall as well. It's a clean one to get Ence really back to winning ways. Maybe a shift of momentum after that one. Gamer Legion just about have one more buy in the tank.
Didn't give them anything to work with, as simple as that, right? They wanted to go for the late take on middle, but then there's the re-smoke, and you need to find another way back into the round. You send Kios over towards B in hopes that he manages to find one kill or at least take the attention away so you can walk out of mid and potentially walk out of the A-bomb side as well. But then you get completely shut down by Valde. Kios going down enables the second player towards Kate to turn around and support Valde on middle. And yeah, the two A players were pretty much done and dusted. Down for wear. On the Alpha bomb side, it was a really good CT side round from Ence, and now they continue putting a lot of pressure. That's going to be the formula for success, apparently. Just don't let Gamer Legion have any map control whatsoever, but that's not the way to deny that from happening. This is, however, Valde. Mole's down 3. Madden is going to help him out with another. This is a lot more like it from Ence's CT side.
Yeah, they needed to find a little bit of form, didn't they? And, well, Valde steps up massively in this one. Gamer Legion don't get a chance at all.
Yeah, great stuff. Oh, gonna miss that shot here. Acre in a 1 versus 3. He's got some space to work with, to be fair. Full HP as well, a lot of time. Might try and go for the kill into the Oper. If Sunpayas misses that shot, this could be a chance, but Acre is just gonna smoke him off. Wants to make it a bit more comfortable for the Oper on the other side, as he's realized what he's up against. Does he just try and run through? Yes, he will, but the flash is not really gonna catch Sunpayas, and he's gonna be aimed just a little bit. Oh, don't put holes in the AK. It's actually a nice skin. No need to ruin it. We're leveled up though, 5-5. And they've started finding their momentum here on the CT side, as we're gonna get a bit of a disconnect there. I believe it was Isaac that just disappeared in thin air. It's a nice Magico trick, but they'd want him back as soon as possible.
Hopefully they get him back soon. We haven't had any technical issues so far, so it would be a shame to stall this game from reaching its conclusion with such an issue. 5-5, completely level. Gamer Legion, though, will be feeling slightly better considering what side they're on. But there's definitely been that kind of switch in the last few rounds. Ence have really begun to turn it on. I've figured out what the young IGL has been calling. Figured out the game plan for Gamer Legion. So this technical pause, of course, not allowed to discuss anything. Not allowed to talk about your game plan. But time to reflect. Time to understand what went wrong. Not the most ideal round, I suppose. You don't have too much money in the bank to go for some kind of out-of-pocket play.
Yeah.
So I'd be expecting just maybe a deagle or two in this round. Go for a few aim duels if you can.
Yeah, at least they get some time to, rest now. It's still a relatively good T side, I'd say. 5 rounds is good enough already. You can work with it, considering that you might be able to get a little bit more. Obviously, in your last couple of games, you've been pretty fortunate. Well, not fortunate, but you've been successful, to be fair, even though it's a 50% win rate. You've won your last 2 games, and they were both in the playoffs here. As you pointed out, they did play Eclot. It was an extremely close game. Same against 9, but they won both of them. The Eclot one, it was a 16-11. The 9 one was a 16-14. Before that, they did lose their previous 3 games in a row, 2 of them being a DLE's Invitational, and obviously one of them at the LAN, one of them in the online stage of it in the grand final against Seoul, and they lost once again Bad News Seagulls as well at the I Am Rio Major. It was a 9-16 against the B&E boys. We know one of the really solid ancient sides, to be fair. We'll see if they're going to be able to pull it off once again. I believe for Gamer Legion, this is one of their last tournaments as well. Obviously, we touched upon the fact that Ence, we don't think you're going to play any more tournaments. Obviously, there's enough time. There's like 2 weeks, maybe a week and a half until the player break. I'd say a week and a half, maybe 1 week, something like that, until the player break. So maybe there's going to be one more tournament maximum for Gamer Legion. Ence, I don't believe, but yeah, quite important to see how things are going to round up here for both these teams. And as we were saying that, ladies and gents, unfortunately, we get some information that Isaac has lost his electricity. So unfortunately, we'll have to go into a little bit of a technical break right now. And I advise you to stay tuned. You can check over our site in the meantime. You can head over to the CCT and, check the leaderboard, check what tournaments are coming up, and, the schedule for next year as well. We have some nice studio and LAN events coming up as well. those teams are fighting for their points to qualify for those. But yeah, we're going to be going into a short little break, and we're going to be right back in just a couple of moments as Isaac's Electricity comes back. I'm gonna take a sin. Welcome back, ladies and gents. After quite a prolonged technical pause, we are back here on Ence between Ence and Gamer Legion, map number 3 of this second semi-final of the CCT North Europe playoffs. Obviously, Isaac had some technical difficulties with his electricity going off, but thankfully he is back. There was a couple of chaotic moments. You know, there was even the possibility of Gamer Legion playing this game in a 4 versus 5, but thankfully it's not going to happen like that. It's all going to be fair and square, and they're going to have every single one of their players in the server for this one.
Yeah, it would be very unfortunate if we did see, you know, them have to play even, you know, with Ash standing in, the coach.
Yeah.
We want to see, because it's been a good game so far. It's been a very competitive game, and you know, so far on Ancient, we have been treated to pretty much the same thing over and over again. And now they did begin to build up a little bit of momentum. I'm trying to kind of jog my memory and kind of remember what was happening before we went into that tech pause, because it was quite a while ago, you know. So it was really Ence to pick up the last 1 or 2 rounds. Now, of course, Gamer Legion don't have the funds to go for the investment, so it is only the pistols. Could be now. Tobias tested out towards middle. Valdi is there to help out. Could be no problems. Emma comes away with 1 kill at least. A little bit of economic damage done to the Ence boys, but it is Ence coming out on top nevertheless. Gamer Legion will have enough funds to buy back this time, but no AWP for Acor.
Yeah, for those of you that have missed maybe the last couple rounds before the really long technical timeout that we did have, it was Shuey in the start of the game that had a couple really impressive rounds with the multi-kills on the entry, especially over towards that B-bomb side towards Cave. I think 2 rounds in a row he did manage to take down both Snappy and Madden there, as now he's got the AK once again, but a lot slower this time around. Once again, he's going to be the solo player towards that ramp area. All alone, though, and not quite tested so much by Ence, but Valde not going to be diligent enough in that scenario. Snappy, thankfully, does manage to get the refrag there through the wall onto Isaac. It's a quick 1-for-1 to start us off around number 12, but it's still the advantage in favor of Gamer Legion. D is going to swing for the kill. He's not going to like what he sees.
Not at all. Emma with another as well, so adding up, racking up the kills. Now I need to be careful. Snappy is in towards Cheetah here. That could be a little bit of a problem for Gamer Legion. Bomb was dropped and that's been heard. That's a massive piece of info for Snappy. The boys of smoke to create a little bit of space on the site, but it's a little bit of a fake execute that has gone in, and Ence have heavily rotated over towards B.
Look at him.
Look at the space out towards that A site. Emma, he's already out and he's clearing these angles. Kios walks through. He's going to spot Snappy, but once that kill goes down, it's Gamer Legion getting their running shoes on. They're heading over to A.
Yeah, you got to sprint. Emma's in a really good position. I like the fact he doesn't overextend here. He's just going to be holding the line. They might not be ready for it. The flash is absolutely perfect. It's execution, but Madden is there for the refrag. It's a 2 versus 2. Bomb goes down. Snappy needs to get closer. Shuey goes for a peek, doesn't see anything, but needs to be careful. Acor is really low on HP. Shuey can't afford to go down for nothing.
He's holding now. Knows that Madden is probably coming from this angle. It doesn't matter though. Madden's just too quick. Acor is low HP, and Madden finds his head regardless. 7-5. Ence really picking up the pace in the last few rounds. Triple kill from the man that got really Ence onto this third and deciding map. Spectacular Inferno if you did miss it from Madden, especially his T side. His entries towards Banana and that B-bomb site were absolutely stellar. And it's nice to see him now picking up his form on the CT side of Ancient. As you pointed out, that his favourite map.
Yeah, he's always been famous for it. I mean, whenever you, even if you turn up to a Loba stream and you see him watch Ence and Madden play Ancient, he's always hyped up and always up in the air. D is going to be the one hyped up in this round, combining with Valde for 3 quick kills to shut down this half by obviously just a couple of upgraded pistols and some utility behind him, so nothing too much to be sorry about for Gamer Legion. You get away with a couple of kills, you're going to be happy, and a couple is going to be right. Just the two, Snappy and Valde, going down. Just the Danes. Maybe there's some sense behind that. Just take out the Danes, boys. That's the goal.
Just deal with the Danes.
Yeah. Something that people haven't been able to do in CS for a long time.
A very long time.
Yeah, it's Astralis' fault. Everybody hates them.
Very, very true, of course.
How can you win 3 majors in a row when you want people to like you? Jeez.
Too much. Too much to ask. Snappy waiting for the aggressive play. Look at the nades raining on in, and Snappy is going to come away with that kill onto Kios. Lots of damage done, and Shuey actually burned to a crisp because of the Molotov and the HE that were placed on top of him from the CT side, who have definitely began to step it up, and it's been all them since that tech pause has finished. And they're looking like a solid outfit as of right now. Him in a little bit of trouble. Snappy looking for his head, and he will snap it right off. Acor has his AWP, but doesn't have very many opportunities to find the kill, and D is going to spot him as that smoke does disappear. 9-5, possibly even a 10-5, as this has been a very, very fast first half in terms of since we've come back.
Yeah. I mean, it feels like it's benefited Ence more than anything, right? I mean, Snappy looks absolutely fantastic. He's on 14-7, and he's found his rooting, his form in recent history. Obviously, the first couple buy rounds were really tough for him, just getting straight up demoralized by Shuey. But now he's been able to find the freedom, and you can see how proactive he likes being on those angles and those fights. Just continuously picking up the pace towards lane. Doesn't really like giving a lot of freedom to the T side, and it's been working out. 10 rounds potentially on the CT side here, but Imma's been able to sneak his way out of the smoke. I'm not sure if Valde actually realizes that. Imma might have caught a bit of a nice timing, especially with Snappy holding the cross towards K. Valde has no clue. That's a free kill for Imma. Might even be the double.
Imma only finds one. Snappy and Dia, a kill apiece for them. And Gamer Legion on the back foot, and yet another T round after we were singing their praises at the early stages of this first half, saying, you know, all right, they're going to be pretty happy with 5 rounds. I didn't really mean that they should stop at 5 rounds, but
yeah, it's really unfortunate though, right? In a game like that, myself and yourself, we had like 40 minutes to discuss that, but even thinking about the prospect of them finishing the game with a man down or with Ash playing instead of Isaac, we would always touch upon the fact that it's always so devastating. You're playing a semi-final third map and you get such a prolonged technical problem that's not really forced by anything. It's just your electricity going down. It's just unfortunate. Gets you out of working rate, out of tempo.
He does manage to find Snappy, who is lurking behind him. The flash is going to be good enough to blind Madden, but Isaac not good enough to take him down just yet. Kia is taking a little bit of damage, still yet to find Madden, and he does come away with 1 kill. Dia now towards Dona. He's the next player that they have to kind of be cautious of and deal with, but as Dia takes the attention away, Sampayas can play 10-5, and look at that. 7 unanswered rounds from Ence means that they have a 5-round lead going over onto this T side of this decided map.
Yeah, if they get the pistol round and the conversions, they could be in for a great start. As we pointed out, the the first couple rounds were absolutely great for Gamer Legion. Shu was doing so much towards the lane part of the map. He was constantly opening up space, constantly going for those early openers towards middle, towards the B-bomb side, using the first spawn advantage to its full potential. But ever since the pause, it's just been Ence. They've been speed running this. Look at the 1x bet odds. They're heavily in favor of Ence. And if they win the pistol round in the conversions right now, it's going to put them in a phenomenal position to fight for that final spot. Smoke towards middle, going to be blocked over, and that's going to create a lot of vision for the USP, but it doesn't matter if they lose the fights.
Not at all, and Gamer Legion actually mowed him down out towards middle. Now, the bomb is still in play. That's on the back of Snappy. Himself and Sampaius are going to try and get up onto this B site. It's going to be relatively uncontested as Gamer Legion are playing from a little bit further back in CT, and all 4 players are going to be retaken from CT. Kios is the man with all the util. He's the man with the kit as well, but Isaac and Shuey are the men with the bullets. Through the brains of Ence they go, and maybe Gamer Legion's way back into this game has been found.
Yeah, it's still CT side. I mean, yeah, okay, Ence did manage to pick up the slack. They got 7 in a row. If they get the pistol here on the T side, there is a reason to be worried if you're Gamer Legion, but now everything looks all right. You just get it under a lock and key. You want to make sure that you get the next round as well. I mean, bomb got planted, so we're probably going to see a force buy coming in for the T side. Well, it's going to be something in the middle of it. Yeah, it is a force buy. No rifles, though. Sampaius is going to have some money in the tank. Valde as well, Diha as well. They're going to go for a quicker play towards the B-bomb side. Maybe a bit of an execute. With the smokes, flashes, and mollies, you can get up close and personal quite quick and try and catch the Gamer Legion boys by surprise. That's what they're going to be opting for. Shuey and Im on the other side to defend, though. Oh, pardon, it's Kios.
Kios hasn't had the best of games so far, only 4 kills, and Snappy is going to get past him, but Kios is now going to take the lives of at least 1 player on the T side. Dia trades back through the smoke. Very important he does so. Acor unable to stop that bomb plant. Not going to happen. So Ence do get a little bit of a money injection, and they might get much more, especially with Dia on that M4. He is stuck on default, however, and he doesn't have much support from his teammates, so he's going to have to do it alone. The flash goes high, completely blind, and Acor eventually spots him to take him down. 2 players left to find. Acor has the kit. Ima does have a smoke. Bomb is going to be tapped, and Sampaius is going to try and line up the spam. Acor not close at all. They think he's off it. Sampaius can't do anything. Valde falls. Gamer Legion pick up another round.
Yeah, at least you get away with a bomb plant. That was a really close round for a second there for Gamer Legion. Even though it started well, Madden once again doing wonders towards that B-bomb side on the entry. He's been so vital for the T side success events, and I feel like at this point, especially with, you know, Spinks not being in the team and them not really having that star rifle anymore. Obviously, Valde is trying to pick up the slack a little bit, but feels like he still needs the time. Madden's been the closest one to just being that flashy guy that's going to be really impactful. Deeg is really consistent, but Madden is the one to just run into a bomb side and annihilate everybody. And now that's going to kickstart the CT side of Gamer Legion even more. First buy round, and Ence have already lost both Madden and Snappy.
And they need to fight their way up onto this B site, and well, they will do so. It's a nice kill to find. Kios was close by with that SMG, and it definitely could have put the hurt on the T side, but another post-plant situation for Ence. Not favourable for them, though. They do have a lot of smokes down. And, well, Gamer Legion, they have to wait it out, but plenty of utility in the ranks of the CTs. The flashes go in. First kill goes their way, and the second as well. Sampaius trapped on default. He's getting spammed up. He's been tagged. He's been heard. And surely he is going to be found. No chance whatsoever. 4 survive for Gamer Legion, and they begin their way back even. Round by round, keep coming. And it looks like they're not going to stop for anyone.
Yeah, that's 3 in a row now on the CT side, looking fantastic. Bomb gonna get planted as well. Gonna give some kind of a chance here for Ence. They can go for another reinvestment, but Middle hasn't been given whatsoever to Ence. I think this is something that they might want to work on. So far, they've been able to make their way onto the B-bomb side most of the time because of the nice entries to both Madden and Diha, but holding on to the B-bomb side, especially because they haven't really been able to kind of secure their control over deep CTD or cave, it's always going to be a tall order, and they got completely shut down towards middle last time around. They go for another reinvestment, lost bonus. almost at its finest, but because of the bomb plant, they can get away the Kapukalils and AKs. Utility is going to be a problem, though. They need to contact them.
He is in a whole lot of trouble. 1 kill is all that he will muster. He has to rely on his teammates on B to put up a defense, and Shui's going to try and do exactly that. Most 2 down and tucks himself away to safety. Bomb dropped on the site. Ence are going to have to try and get their hands on it, but they're losing their grip on this round. They will pull it back a little bit by a few kills, but Diha now finds himself in a 1v3 situation. Acor takes a massive amount of damage there, and he decides to go back, double up with his teammate. Safety in numbers, as they will play together. Maybe not to line up, not the best of ideas, but Diha, you can see, proactively searching for these players. No idea, they nearly do line up for him in the end, but Isaac will hold his nerve. He will hit the headshot. Comes down to that 1v1, but it's not going to be the clutch up for Ence. Instead, it's Gamer Legion picking up their 4th consecutive round.
They need to be feeling lucky that he didn't insta-headshot the player that was full on HP, right? Because Acor was just 1 bullet away from death. That was a nice attempt from Diha. Didn't realize that he was tagging down Acor here. Might have been able to finish him off. But a really important kill by Isaac. Keep them in the lead here. Well, I say in the lead. They're not in the lead just yet, but keep them in the lead in the second half. They picked up 4 unanswered rounds. And that was a really good streak for Ence before we went for the switch, right? It was, how much? It was 7 in a row for Ence. And now they've struggled to mark their first one on the T side. A second tactical timeout in the game. I believe the first one, they used maybe 3 or 4 rounds in the first half. So pretty much the same story here. Again, a tough start. Another half bite coming in. Maybe it's the time to see a nice set piece workout. Sometimes this is what you need to get you started, right? I mean, buy rounds haven't been working out. You've been shut down. You've been able to get the bomb down towards the B bomb side most of the time, but a lot of those clutches just haven't been going your way. So maybe you just need that mental barrier to be lifted up by a nice quicker round with the pistols and the Mac 10s, and you can start working your way out of there.
Mollies go in. Ence do pop over. They actually managed to find 1 kill. They try and take a lot of space up on the side.
Oh!
The Tech 9s, especially Valdez, is singing a nice tune. Smoke down in front of Acor, so he can't push past it. Doesn't want to risk it. That set play, that set piece, Ted, that you were looking for, works wonders. Ence really enjoy exploiting this B bomb site. They've gotten the bomb plant nearly every single time, bar just 1 time that they have made their way on over here. Yeah, it is going to be the save, because although Gamer Legion have been winning rounds, they haven't been piling up the cash. They have not been clean.
Yeah. I think they've got a really good understanding of what they needed to make this round successful. Obviously, this is absolutely huge from Valde, right? Exploding with that triple kill on the Tech 9, but they knew that they needed to push in towards CT and get some information, just push them away. So far, they've been always able to get the bomb down, but haven't had any post-plan information or, well, not information rather, but space to work with. And you can see, once again, they had Cave in this round. I'm not sure who that was, but they had a player that was later on in Cave. I think that was Madden. And then they had Valde just charging towards CT to try and fight for lane control as well. But even if he goes down there, they're still going to have Madden. And Valde winning that fight is absolutely massive. As you pointed out, those B takes have been fairly successful for Ence. You know, even though they've been losing the rounds, most of the time they've been able to get a bomb plan out of it, get onto the bomb side. This is surely something that Gamer Legion need to think about. How do you stop Ence early on and don't really let them exploit that B bomb side that much? And the thing is, they haven't really been rushing in straight away. So it's not like fix your early round utility. It's how to be careful and have nice positions, because I think there was this one round, they even lost the initial fights towards middle. Diha was still able to get the opening kill on the contact play, and they still got away with a bomb plant, and nearly Diha had a chance to win the round in the end as well. So right now, it's just B overall has been a problem for Gamer Legion on that defense.
Head towards middle. Valde tries to have a little bit of success. It's instantly stopped by Emma. A good opening pick to find. Lots of damage done to either side there between that duel, Nappy and Kios. Huey. Here's that Molotov. Here's that presence. Decides to deploy the smoke. Pius Let's get a little bit fortunate with the spam. Now Shuey has a friend to help him out, but Ence have a lot of numbers towards Cheetah, waiting to look on in, but Madden decides to peek alone. Shuey takes his head off with that MP9, another kill found on the retreat. Maybe unlucky not to connect a few more bullets. Ence are down to just 2. Need to find a way back into this round.
A great lockdown. Just Pace and Snappy, 2 warriors. Left all alone in this one. Just gonna walk in, hope for the best. To be fair, Shuey and Kills are low on HP. If Snappy clears out Kills and Shuey peeks in, Pace might get away with a kill, and that's exactly what's gonna happen. AWP is gonna miss the shot. No way. That's a 2 versus 5. You can't be losing that round, Gamer Legion. That's gonna be horrifying. Bomb is gonna be planted. Isaac's low on it.
The Torre. In that case, I'll take some time for myself now. Squall Fury. You dare to gaze upon me?
Too late, bird, rat.
You know what Amazon wants from Kids in the Hall?
It's all a government conspiracy.
It's the one about the moon landing, right?
Oh my god.
Houston, we have a laugher.
Let's change the business.
All your faves and originals,
Dad wouldn't want us fighting.
all in one place.
Let's see where this goes. This could be good. Come on.
See where it takes you.
Hilarious.
Only on Prime Video.
In a backwards world, what if you could move forward? Rewrite the code. Armani Code, the new refillable parfum, Giorgio Armani.
Quitting. It's not easy. So don't do it alone. With Nicorette in your willpower, you're twice as likely to quit smoking. Today's the day. Join the quitters. Nicorette, let's do something amazing.
95% of Uber Eats orders are on time. But occasionally, something unpredictable happens. And if your Eats ever gets stuck,
Hello.
we'll make it right with 3 months of $0 delivery fee.
What style is the bomb, the dang, diggy, diggy.
Mets de la musique.
What style is the bomb, the dang, diggy, diggy.
Sur PokerStars, Manuel peut accéder au spin and go où qu'il soit. Car nos jeux sont prêts quand vous l'êtes. Place au jeu.
Series.
Yeah.
They had it. They had it in their hands.
That would be written down as one of the biggest chokes so far of the playoffs for sure. Around that could surely be really painful. They still have another bye though. It's still CT side advantage, and Chewy up close and personal towards Cheetah does manage to collect both Pace and Madden. It's a lot more like it. A nice double kill to open things up. You need a bye round to go convincingly in your way at this point.
Chewy looking for a little bit more, but Snappy through the smoke. Going to be able to maybe open up B once again, and Kios playing from very far back. He's given a lot of respect to Ence here. Doesn't want to play aggressive, wants to play for the retake scenario, but won't even get to play out that retake. Teammates might, as Acor gives another chance to Gamer Legion. Usually they've been very successful taking back this bomb site. 3 players coming from CCT, 2 smokes as well. They can smoke off ramp. They can smoke off cave as well. So this makes it difficult. Snappy just going to get into position to try and line up the spam. The smokes do go down. Gamer Legion make their way on. There is no kit in play, and Snappy's already found the first kill. Tries to line up another. Oh, but Imma's sticking it this time. Snappy tries to line it up. He's just a whisker away. Isaac's going to peek in from Imma. Does he have enough time? I think he's got it. Just about. Gamer Legion, they will take that one out of the hands of Ence. It was looking very likely that Ence were going to get 14 there, but Gamer Legion say no.
Yeah, that was about to be a 3 versus 5, by the way. After the 2v5 that they lost a couple rounds ago, you can't afford to lose another one like that. Look at that from D Hill. Once again, just picking into kills, winning the fight. Great flashes as well from the D side. Snappy was picture perfect with spam on the first one. Lineup on the second, though, wasn't accurate enough. Double digits Gamer Legion, 1x bet odds still in favor of the Ence boys. Gamer Legion might have just done what they needed. Get one round, force Ence to switch things up, and switch things up they will. Bomb this time around heading over towards the A bomb side. Haven't seen a lot of those A hits. You still have Snappy and Madden though lurking a little bit towards B, playing a bit of a default. You know that the economy of Gamer Legion is not going to be great, so you want to let them run out of utility for now. Maybe wait for them to initiate first contact, and that's exactly what they will go for. Shuey gonna go for the peek, and Madden's holding for it. Great shot. Rocks his world.
Yeah, though, causing problems out towards A, and he's picked up 2 kills. Keogh's answers back with just 1, but it's not going to be enough. Yeah, they have to. Too far away to do anything. Dia pretty much single-handedly opened up A by himself. And Ence will get themselves onto 14 rounds. They want to book their place in the final. Of course, Finnish Org taking on the Finnish side of Havu. Storylines pretty much write themselves.
Oh yeah, it's another rematch that we had over at the Elise as well, right? Those 3 teams were in the same group.
Yep.
Yeah, it was a sick line of events. Obviously, Ence beating both of them. So, you know, in the end of the day, anything could happen under those circumstances. We've seen that. It's been a fairly crazy game. I mean, when you think about it, for Ence, this could be, as much as it would be disappointing for Gamer Legion to lose the series if they do, it would be really impressive for Ence mentally. Obviously, we know that they can in the long term produce better gameplay on both Nuke and maybe here on Ancient, but so far this Ancient has actually looked quite solid, you know, even though it wasn't the most convincing of CT sides, at least in the start, the first 10 rounds. Later on it was good. They were down badly on Inferno as well. After losing their map pick on Nuke, they were down 1-8, I believe, on Inferno. And they were still able to come back, which, you know, it's crazy. And they came back on the T side as well. The storyline for Ence could be absolutely immaculate. And this map looks almost over. Gamer Legion, they're going to have one more buy left to fight for it. It's just the eco. Acre going to try and do as much damage as possible, but it's 15 Ence, 5 consecutive match series and semi-final points for Ence. 1 away from the grand final.
They've nearly done it.
As you like saying, just a whisker away.
Just a whisker away. Perfect counter-strike needed from Gamer Legion over these next 5 rounds. Need to take it one at a time. Well, starting it off, aggressive from Valde out towards middle, uncontested, and he's going to get very close to mid-house, but it's out towards A that they go. Nobody from Gamer Legion is going to be here just yet. Imma eventually rotates in, but is it too little too late? Needs to win that fight. Takes down Snappy at least, but there's a second player there. I don't think he's going to be expecting him. 2 kills, 3 kills go in the way of Ence, and now it's a 3 versus 2. It's down to Acor. It's down to Isaac. Valde falls, and now Isaac has to wait for his teammate. Really can't give up his life for free. The bomb dropped on the site, needs to be recovered, and that's exactly what Dia is going to do. Isaac's here in the plant, realizing that he's going to stick it. No idea where Madden is, but Isaac waits to confirm that kill and does. Down to Madden. the man that got them here, the man that top fragged Inferno, looking for a 1v2 clutch to get them into the final, and he's already found the first. Isaac has to go for the reload. He doesn't have a kit. Madden looking for the head, and he finds it. A 1 versus 2, and Ence are your second finalists.
Oh, of course it had to be Madden, the person that dragged him through that Inferno, the person that is the reason that we even got here in the first place. But what a comeback in this series for Ence. Absolutely phenomenal. Look at that once again from Madden. Picks up the first kill, manages to get in, tuck in, doesn't allow Isaac to be the one holding, doesn't realize that Isaac was already tagged down as well, but it didn't really matter in the end. Insta headshot to close it out, 2-1. Ence are your second grand finalists here at the CCT North Europe Series after being down 8-1 on map number 2 on Inferno, a map that they've played only once in the past 3 months, a map that used to be their permaban, losing their map pick on Nuke. But there was so many disappointing things for Gamer Legion throughout this series. When we go through it, Jack, I mean, Nuke was absolutely perfect. The preparation was on point. Individually, everybody was playing on a really high level. Inferno started great once again. They were just running over them. But then we switch onto the CT side, and things just started looking bleak. It was Acor or nobody. They lose Inferno, and here on Ancient, it was all going really well until that 5 versus 2 round that they did lose in the second half.
Yeah, I think, you know, on that CT side, both sides really need to look at how they defend Banana, because it was just too free, whether it was Kios or whether it was Madden. You know, Shuey was chiming in with Kios on the Gamer Legion side when they were just attacking up. It just seemed too comfortable for the T's. You know, they weren't reining in the util on them. They weren't punishing them for getting over aggressive from time to time. And in the end, we just seen a very, very heavily T favored Inferno, something that you do see from time to time, but you know, I think both teams are going to be bitterly disappointed with the way that their CT sides did end. However, Gamer Legion, they are sadly out, and Ence do move forward. Gamer Legion, they don't leave empty-handed though. Of course, they'll be picking up $5,000, and they'll be picking up some CCT points as well to go towards the rankings, to go towards maybe qualifying for some of the studio lands later on in the next year. But Ence, they have another opportunity now to go even further, to take that top cash prize, to take the final, and to win their last event of the year. But for now, Ted, we are going to have to send it to a short little break. We'll be back in around 15 minutes time with the action for our final game of the CCT North European Series 2.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One expert.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellgates website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellgates, your world of expensive skins.
a very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the CCT Northern European Series 2 final. We're about to get underway. It's been a long road, but we are finally here and we will get to crown a new champion. It's either Ence or Havu that are going to take it home, and it's a true Northern European Series, Ted.
Yeah, absolutely is the Finnish derby, even though obviously Ence's lineup isn't Finnish anymore. It's one of the most emblematic Finnish organizations, right? It's been out there for more than 10 years, and I'm pretty sure that there's going to be a lot of Finnish fans that are not sure who to support, even though we have the Finnish powerhouse of Havu on the other side of the server, Jack. But we're going to go through a little bit of a resume of how both teams got up there to start things off. And, it's been a wild ride, especially for Havu, man. I mean, a lot of people anticipated, as we saw the invitees, a lot of people anticipated that we might see an Astralis at the finals, a Heet maybe, an OG, an Ence, a Gamer Legion, a Sprout, a Sol. Those were the favorites, but no, it's Havu all the way. They beat up OG in the first round. It was a 2-0 victory that shocked pretty much everybody. It wasn't even close. Then they ended up beating Forza 2-1. It was a really intriguing game. Myself and yourself had the chance of watching this one. It was crazy as hell. And then they managed to take down Heet 2-0 earlier today, as they're on a 7 BO3 winning streak right now after that last game, which is, I think, the most that they've had in years, to be fair, for this organization, especially with such notable names amongst the list of teams. But on the other side of things, we have an Ence squad that's looking like the favorite in this final.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Ence looked quite good, even though that was a 2-1 against Gamer Legion that we just seen. I thought Ence were very, very strong, especially to come back with how well Gamer Legion were playing on the second map of Inferno, to turn it around in that second half, to bring it to a comeback. Of course, we were halted a little bit by a massive tech pause, but when they came back, it seemed like it was exactly what they needed, just a little bit of a break to get their heads right, and then they absolutely flew through, only dropping 5 more rounds after that and ending up taking it home, getting into the final and setting up this matchup versus Havu. Of course, a rematch. These guys have played against each other a few times, most recently at the Elisa Masters, and Ence managed to be victorious in that one, a 16-12 on Nuke. Of course, best of one format. This one has to be a best of 3. And well, we'll take you guys through the roster of both sides and show you who is exactly going to be facing off against each other in the server. Might start it off with Ence, of course. I hope it's unchanged. The tech issue wasn't on their side. So Snappy, Diha, Madden, Sampayas, and Valdi. And man, there was just too many names to really kind of hone in. But one of them that we have to kind of highlight, I suppose, was Madden. He was absolutely incredible in that last series.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been their highest rated player so far this tournament as well, right? I mean, he's been an absolute monster in the server, and he's actually the only player I believe that we have out of this entire matchup that is amongst the highest rated players in the tournament so far. Obviously, there's going to be people like Blame F, even though Astralis did lose. He is the highest rated one. Device is number 2, but Madden on his 1.28 rating is actually the fifth. No, he's the 6th highest rated player in the tournament so far. And even though we've had some good performances from people like Senpei's, Valde had a couple crucial clutches, especially the Nuke, even though they lost that map. Diha has been really consistent. It's just been Madden to be the showstopper on the side of Ence, something that we haven't really seen since the departure of Spinks, but it feels like he's been able to fill in the shoes of Spinks, even though, he's not playing the same roles, not whatsoever. He's the guy to run in first on the bomb side, but he's been hella good at doing so. And, the guys on the other side will have to try and counteract that, as we're going to take a quick look through the roster of Havu as well. The Finnish powerhouse, obviously, there's been a lot of changes. Aerial and X7 are going to be the most well-known names out of the lineup. Obviously, they've been a part of it for over a year now. Well, over a year since Aerial joined whatsoever. X7 has been here for over 2 years now, but they have the newest additions of Spargo, who came in from Kova. Zen, obviously, from FPX, but Zen's been a part of numerous teams. And then we have Dodo actually fighting his ex-team. He was previously a part of or rather events, of course, pardon. That's gonna be the third time he plays against his ex-teammates. Obviously, the first time they did manage to win it, it was a 16-13 on Nuke in the Nordic Masters qualifier. They took them down. Then, as you pointed out, the game in the Elisa Masters, those Havu guys were able to weren't able actually to replicate their success, and Ence got their victory. But Havu right now are looking quite solid, right? They went through the playoffs, beating some really solid names, even throughout the main Swiss, because they are a main Swiss team, right? They started it from the group stage, beating down AGO, Anonymous, X-Finest, losing only to 9. And another really interesting thing to actually touch upon, those guys, out of the 7 games in a row that they've won, they've lost only 2 maps amongst those series.
Very, very impressive form that they've been in. And, well, I suppose we've talked about, the maps that they've already played. We'll have a look at the Veto now and see what maps we are going to be facing off on against for this final. So, started off with Inferno and Vertigo ban. Ancient and Dust 2, the first 2 picks respectively. Not too many surprises there for a lot of people, to be honest. I'm not really in shock. What I would be a little bit surprised about is that they've left Nuke all the way, but Havu have decided to ban it. So maybe fancying their chances on Mirage a bit more, even though they've won one and lost one on Nuke. So I'm a little bit kind of disappointed that we don't get to see that in this best of 3, but I'm sure Mirage is going to have fireworks if we get there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was always going to be interesting. I think that even though Ence showed that they're thinking about floating that Inferno a little bit more, going for the insta overpass removal, I don't think they believe that Hav was going to be too comfortable with their overpass yet. Obviously, their Dust 2 look quite solid. Even earlier today against Heat, they managed to take it away, and we saw how solid Heat could be on that map yesterday when they took down Astralis on it with that insane 8-14 comeback that they did manage to bring back. But Inferno getting removed, I like that. I think that even though you wanted to be back in the map pool, maybe you don't feel as comfortable for it, especially not in the grand final, especially after seeing how close it was against Gamer Legion, and that you're not going to be getting away with, Madden just running on double entries towards Banana every single time, especially not after Havu have had the chance to watch that previous game, right? And I like the Ancient. I think it was solid. It was a good T side, CT side as well. D side was actually better than we anticipated. They were able to close it out, even though they didn't pick up as many rounds on the CT side as they might have been hoping for. But If we get to a decider, I guess it's going to be a bit of a 50-50 for me. Ancient looks all right. Dusty looks all right. Even though Ence are the favorites, though, on paper, when you look at the people on the team and the name of the team, I think that letting Havu start on the CT side of Ancient and then having Dusty as a second map might actually have its risks for Ence.
I would be usually, agreeing with you, but I think they actually looked quite good on that T side, especially exploiting up towards B. Of course, you made a good point that Havu would have had the chance to watch that game. They've definitely had a little bit of a longer break than the Ence guys might have, but they had a look at the Gamer Legion side, trying to put up that defense. Maybe they know that Ence, they're very, very heavy over towards that B site, and we're gonna have a little bit more of a chat about it because we're jumping into the action right about now.
Let's go, baby. Ancient map number 1. Havu taking on Ence. And it is going to be it is going to be a fight. Pistol rounds already started. Tapping away towards middle. Was X7. He's going to fall back. Snappy is going to run at him, charging forward. But Dodo is going to get the opening kill of the round. X7 still tapping away, but they've been trapped a little bit. And Spargo is going to dispatch Diha in the meantime. So it's a 3 versus 5 now.
Ence down to just 3 on this pistol. Of course, in that previous series, they were very prolific in these rounds. And in this one, they're definitely going to have to work for it. Showing a little bit of presence all across the map, but taking fights that ultimately they're all losing. Madden has to try an entry himself onto this site. Spargo stops him. That's the bomb drop. The rotations can now come in, and Valde surely doesn't have a way back into this round at all. P250 in hand. He will try and find the head of a few players.
Let me tell you what, never overlook Valde in these rounds. Let me tell you what, always overlook Valde in these rounds. That's going to be a 1-0 lead for Havu. Of course, Valde was never going to do anything in a 1 versus 5. What she's saying. But yeah, it was a great defense from Havu. I mean, great round from Ence to try and pick up the pace towards middle. Havu, though, they looked absolutely ready. They had so many people that were in position to fight with this one. A really clean victory here for them. As we pointed out, the T side for Ence looked kind of solid against Gamer Legion. Obviously, there was that 2 versus 5 round that they did manage to pull off, which pretty much changed the tempo of the entire T side and the entire CT side for Gamer Legion. But considering that they were still able to put on some great numbers, Havu need to be really careful about it. And look at that for a pace change.
Straight out towards A, but straight out into the rifles. And, well, it's going to be Havu shutting them down without any real issue whatsoever. Dodo is going to be the only casualty, but not before he picks up 2 kills for himself. And after dispatching of that little bit of a force buy round from the Ence side, trying to catch Havu off guard, now it is only a few deagles and a few upgraded pistols. So X7 and Aerial with the SMGs would be hoping to rack up a little bit of money, stack up the cash. There you can see Ence currently the favourites according to 1xBet. If you want to head over there, you can click the banner down below the stream. Make sure if you are gambling, of course, you are doing so responsibly. Very important. A very important opening kill for Doto. Madden out of the round already.
Yeah, trying to wide peek through the Molotov. I guess why not? It's an eco. Just go for a crazy play. If it works out, we're gonna call him a lunatic, and it's gonna be a sick opening. So yeah, just play for the crowd. Nice awareness, Dodo. Gonna open up the distance. You don't want to be giving away a free kill to the Deagles. Those pesky little pistols, and he's gonna start mowing them down one after the other. Great triple kill from the man. Just farming up the cash, as we put it out. Next Ence player. He used to be a part of that lineup a long time ago. Madden was actually the person to replace him, which is it's kind of funny to think how those players have those 6 storylines, right? So Madden replaces Dodo on Ence. Dodo goes over to play on Havu with Zen, who used to be Madden's teammate on FPX.
Mad how they all kind of intertwine and link. You know?
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
It's sick.
So, of course, who has really gone from strength to strength in this team. I mean, Havu have looked absolutely amazing, to be honest, over the last while.
That's the best they've looked in a long time.
Yeah.
Did you know, by the way, the last time that actually Havu did win a tournament, but outside of those, Finnish competitions, because obviously they did win an Elisa Masters, like a special edition, I guess you could call it, where they played a final against Ence Academy, actually. After the Elisa Masters Expo, they won again a game against Ence Academy and a trophy. But their last international trophy that they did win was the FunSpark OT 2021 in April of 2021. And they still had Zori, Slowy, and Niemi on the lineup. It was X7 in Aerial as well. That's a long time ago.
Very, very long time. It's almost like, it's prime online era at that stage.
Last time they were in top 30 as well, I believe. They were number 14 back then when they won that tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is, again, crazy to think, because now they're playing against the team that's number 14 in the world. Maybe that has something to do with it. Fate is crazy.
Trying to get back to the promised land. Well, Zen manages to catch Sampaius in the back, and he was completely none the wiser. Molly hits Snappy, and Ariel does find a refrag and an upgrade as well. X7 through that smoke. D-Head doesn't get a chance to play out the rest of this round. And look at Doto. He's already pushed all the way through into the back line. And, well, he'll see the bomb in just a moment. And he'll wonder, where is the rest of these players? Or rather, where are they? He's made the step.
Yeah, he's dead.
Won't get a chance at all. Doto takes him down. Ariel drops Madden. So far, so good for Havu. A stellar defense being put up here. And that is not how you want one of your early gun rounds to go for the side of Ence.
Yeah.
But maybe a little bit of a set piece coming out here from the Finnish organization.
Yeah, we've seen those rounds being the pace changers in a lot of those games, right? You just need one round with the pistols to work it out, and that's going to start you off. But it surely is a scary prospect that you've been able to pick up 3 kills across 4 rounds for Ence. Not the best start, but back to the set pieces. They were really good at getting their way onto the bomb side, actually, in that game against Gamer Legion with those rounds. So maybe this is what gives them some success here.
Already, though, Spargo's found a double. The second one completely blind. The flashes are good, but bullets are even better. Spargo just continues to output the pain and output the hurt on the ramp, but Sampaius eventually does stop him. Diha creeping up forward with the bomb. Ariel nearly turns away at the wrong moment, but turns back. Sen has him covered, and Ariel will finish off that last kill. 5-0. Ence really need a response. Only 3 players from the Ence side to register kills.
Yeah.
As of right now.
Just emphasizing on something, by the way. Spargo's on 9-1. Dodo's on 9-2. Spargo is normally the person that we kind of blame a lot of the time when Havu lose a close game, right? Because not too often he manages to outshine an Oper, especially out of the level of Sampaius. And it's really good. Obviously, they haven't had a lot of OVO battles so far, and they might not have a lot of them on Ancient specifically, but for him, in terms of confidence, it's absolutely massive that he's going to get a start like that, because most of the time it's Zen or X7 or even Aereo to step it up a little bit more, but Spargo's had a really good tournament so far.
It has pretty much been a team effort, though, from Havu. Some amazing results in there.
Yeah, Finnish CS.
Especially that victory against OG and the one against Heet earlier on today, they could be pretty happy with, especially after Heet, of course, eliminating one of the favourites for the tournament, Astralis.
Oh, yeah, they're going to be really thankful to them for that.
Definitely the easier matchup for sure. Now, Ence getting ready to head out towards B. They're waiting out this smoke. Snappy has been boosted up, and, well, a little bit of aggression going towards the ramp. Sen is going to be caught in the retreat, only coming away with 1 kill. Smoke goes down, but the T's have already got past it. Spargo can't really stop them. Lands a little bit of a wallbang onto Madden, but 14 HP, he is still alive. Snappy trying to bait X7 into a fight, and that's exactly what he does. X7 walks into the AWP, he's out of the round, and Dodo has to just save here. There's no point in attempting even taking any weapons away here. Just hang on to the AK, play for the next. Ence have their first.
Yeah, it's a great round from Snappy. A really good example of how impactful he is on the T side, right? Because most of the time you're going to see Madden being that first contact guy, the one to kind of run into the bomb side crazy and take down people left, right, and center. But whenever Madden's not feeling it, they actually go for some switches. Obviously, it depends on the map as well. But Ancient is a map where most of the time it's Madden, but sometimes you'd see Snappy, especially towards Cave or towards that ramp area if he's got the spawn for it. And he's actually the person with the highest entry to conversion of a round rate on the side of Ence, to be fair. He's even more efficient than Madden in that scenario. If Snappy runs onto a bomb site and gets a double opening, Ence would convert most of their rounds. And, that came into fruition in this previous round. It was a great round from the Dane.
A good start. Hence heavy towards B once again. Was a running theme of their T side against Gamer Legion. Spargo is going to open things up as Simpias is going to fall. Ariel now tucks himself in towards Cave with that kill and the 2-man advantage intact for Havu. Yes, they do give up the bomb plant and Madden is able to trade one back, but still a very winnable position, a very retakeable position for the Havu boys to find themselves in. Snappy looking over that smoke to see if anybody is going to make their way around, but doesn't look like it's going to happen. Madden on the site needs to get aggressive to find a kill. That's exactly what he does. X7 swings wide, big headshot landed. 2 more players left to find for this CT side. Smoke goes down, Zen nearly caught with a nade in his hand. He will be caught out. Spargo with E-frag, knows that Snappy is absolutely nowhere near. Taps the bomb. Snappy, misses the shot. Spargo now, he's just fluffed it, has to back away. No chance he wins the round, and Snappy might even take the op away as well. Falls, Spargo survives, but that is not the result that they were after.
You can tell that he's upset about it, right? He realizes he played it perfectly. Snappy didn't have any other option. He had to run at him. Spargo just had to hit that shot, and he started things off quite nicely. Taking down some players, Ariel taking down another one. It was a really well-controlled round by Havu. They had a really good after-plan scenario as well. It was a 4 versus 3. They had the man advantage. They had pretty much everything locked in. The D's didn't have control over Cave. They didn't have control over CT. The only thing they had was ramp, and Snappy had to give that one away to go aggressive into towards Cave later on, and they knew exactly what he was going for. That was a round that Havu needed to win on the retake, and they realized it. And now Ence going for a tactical timeout. You realize that for the first time on this map, you've put the economy of Havu in a really uncomfortable position. You get another one, you're going to be able to capitalize. The only uncertainty, or the only question mark, should I say, is the double AWP on the side of Havu. Something that we actually didn't see a single time in the previous series between Ence and Gamer Legion. But Dodo is not going to mess around, gets it over. Obviously, he's going to be the one responsible for the A-bomb side. You see that happen quite a lot here on Ancient. Although some teams don't really justify the big investment.
They had a lot of success going for these aggressive plays towards middle, but that Heet completely deters him, and a second one for good measure as well. Down to 35 HP. Not an ideal start to a round, but at least he is still in play. And yeah, it is a big investment, but you can also get a big return off it. I mean, it just alleviates some of the pressure, right, on that A player.
Oh yeah, for sure.
He can lock it down pretty much by himself. He doesn't really need too much support, and especially if he's able to connect on the first as they make their way out onto the site. But as of right now, Ence are ready and waiting, going for a little bit of a B execute.
Yeah, once again, it's going to be the B play. Zen deploys the smoke. It's going to delay them even further, and he's going to play on the other side of that smoke. Ariel's going to be up close. They're going for the fight here.
This could be absolutely huge. Zen is just waiting. Madden gonna sit.
Oh, the flash from X7.
Gonna fade in the smoke here. Flash towards Cave. Madden creeps up. Oh, there's the double. X7 trades one back, but it's not going to be enough because Madden's found 3, and they've got the B bomb site once again. Havu, you might as well just call it there. They're saving. It's 3 for Ence.
Massive stuff from Madden. We spoke about his entry potential, and they were just a little bit off with the timing on the flash there, right? I mean, if Madden doesn't decide to sit inside of the smoke and just pop out of it as it fades, they're probably going to get mauled down by the flash of X7. But fading the smoke, getting both kills, both players were absolutely unaware of that possibility A phenomenal round for Ence, and what was a 5-0 great flawless start for Havu is now turning out to be a really bad stay for them on Ancient here. 3 consecutive rounds on the D side for Ence. Things are looking better and better. And to think about Ence picking up 3 rounds on the D side, Diha is yet to register his first kill as well. He's normally Mr. Impact in a lot of those scenarios. Look at the replay again. The flash just doesn't catch him in time, and he even confirmed the 3rd kill. Phenomenal stuff from Madden. He's making a statement for the MVP of the tournament right now, to be fair.
Definitely. He's had some massive performances.
Yeah, if they win it and he continues playing like that, I'd be mad if we don't give him the MVP.
That's if they win.
Yeah, it's a big if.
Still plenty to go in this best of 3. Only the first map and only the first half.
Ooh, still tags him.
You have to find the first kill in a round like this, despite that early going on towards Peter.
I believe they still don't know that there's a second hope. They're completely unaware. Dodo didn't fire a single shot in the previous round, and spotting the first one towards Cave is actually going to work out wonders for Havu. They're going to walk straight into Dodo, assuming it's just a pistol.
To reposition and get into Temple safely. He's holding towards Donut. He hits the first shot, doesn't realise that they're already out. That's a big problem because he's being wrapped upon with that AWP. Now he realises, hits another shot, and 2 might be more than enough. It's into a 3v3. It's into a fair fight, but unfair when you factor in the fact that 2 of the players are on pistols. There's a nice upgrade for Zen. Takes down 1 in the back. Madden's still alive, and Madden still a big problem. They need to clear him out of this donut position. The other 2 CTs making their way through CT slowly but surely. Madden's been spotted. Sampius in towards Temple. Madden's found that kill. More and more difficult it becomes after that. Spargo has the kit, but it's not going to be worth all that much if he can't get on it, especially if he keeps losing teammates, and especially with Sampius hitting shots like that. Ents have 4, and it was almost like the game that we've seen before, right, on Ancient, that Gamer Legion started well, and then all of a sudden, something switched in Ents.
Yeah, they're just slow starters on that T side, but as soon as they start feeling comfortable, it's absolute annihilation. Great stuff from Madden once again. Another big double kill from the man, but Sampius, he's going to be a hero this round. Just styling on them with that final kill onto Spargo. Showing that he's feeling comfortable as well. Still a great round for Dodo, considering that this was just the half by around the 2 hero AVPs. Havu were able to deal some serious damage. The problem is that at this point, it doesn't really matter if you get away with, a couple kills. Losing the round is still going to pain. Is going to be paining you a whole lot. Considering that you've already given away 4 rounds on the T side of Ancient. Some might consider this enough. Well, I'd say 5 and you're there. Good workout world for you.
Counterpoint, we did say 5 would be enough for Gamer Legion when they got that on that T
side.
Yeah, so
you know what? 5 is enough unless you lose a 5 versus 2. I'm gonna correct myself.
Yeah, that's very fair. I'm not gonna argue with you there.
Yeah.
Not at all. Havu need to find their footing again though. It's beginning to get a little bit messy. Just get a little bit hairy on this CT side. That was very promising at the early stages.
Yeah. Again, middle presence from Havu early on, uncontested pretty much. Ence realized that they're getting heavy damage towards middle early on by the nade, so they decided to let it go. Snappy is still going to go down. Madden looking for a refrag. That's a great find by Zen.
Dodo this time towards A, but not with an AWP, and he is going to be mollied out of position here. Has to retreat off the site. X7 decides to swing right on through that smoke, and it was a good decision. He takes down 2 with relative ease. Sampius now to maybe do a little bit of damage, but he retreats to the safety of A main, but he's being swarmed upon. I'm going to try and lock him in maybe. Zen doesn't want to push too aggressively. You can understand why. Is although this is a very comfortable round, you want to keep that money as high as possible. CT side, CT economy can be very fickle at the best of times. So it is just going to be the AWP brought forward into the next round, and I don't think Havu are going to do anything about it. unless I'm completely wrong and they just run at him.
Yeah. I mean, they are crazy in a way. Money is low, so you'd have to think that they would be happy to keep all 5 alive, but in the same time, they might want to get away with a kill onto the Oper. Dodo, he's going to run straight at him. Actually gets the kill. That's big.
After
Sampayas
time
has
as
no
well.
money. Yeah, he's going to be the only one that can't afford to buy in this next round. Great stuff from Havu. And they don't actually lose a single member going for that hunt, which is going to make it even better, right? I mean, you have 5 alive in this round. We were just starting to speak about Ence getting on the right foot here on the T side, and you completely shut down everything that they have been building up for the past couple rounds. Another fun fact, by the way, the last tournament that Ence did win, and we're not counting the Blast Showdown because there's a couple teams going out of there, but the last tournament that Ence did win was actually a FunSpark OT 2021 as well, but it was the playoffs.
Oh,
so
okay.
it was kind of like the upper echelon of what Havu won. But yeah, they won the FunSpark OD 2021 Euro Playoffs 1, beating Hyenas in the grand final, by the way.
I remember Hyenas.
Yeah, Havu were at that tournament as well, but they lost. They actually played against Ence. It was the first round, and Havu 16-0'd them on Dust 2, but lost Vertigo and Nuke. It was a 2-1, and then Havu lost to Entropic in the lower bracket as well.
Havu have picked Dust 2 in this series as well, so I don't think we're going to see a 16-0. But they would be favoured on that map. Diha, of course, being flashed out towards 8. Nobody else with him. Nobody else is following. Madden trying to create some space up towards that beast site. Well, he is being contested a little bit. His teammates have now rolled into town to try and find a little bit more. Zen with a big kill, though. Alleviate some of that pressure once again. And Ariel just keeps on swinging. Valdez not going to be ready. He's going to be spammed through the box. And Snappy and Sampayas have watched their teammates cut down all around them, as Havu look to extend their lead once again. Every player spotted, 20 seconds. Ence have a big decision to make if they want to go anywhere, but there's not a lot of room across all parts of the map. X7 with a big headshot onto Snappy. Sampayas tries to get on out of there. Is going to be hoping that they don't run at him once again, because if he goes down after time here, there will be absolutely nothing.
Yeah, surely this time around they don't risk giving him away at the AWP. And you can see Spargo, he was actually thinking about it, but then realizes, okay, I might be better off just holding on to the ult. That's 2 consecutive rounds with no kills for Ence. That's going to do wonders for the economy of Havu. Another great hold. By the way, this here, it's absolutely mental. Arrow was just going for the suicide play. What's going on in TeamSpeak in that scenario is just Arrow being like, okay, I'm literally going to kill myself for you to refrag me. And he still gets the kill because Valde is not ready for the low HP member to just run full W towards ramp, thinking that he's going to suicide himself. But no, he doesn't. He doesn't commit suicide. He actually gets even more done. Great stuff from Ariel. Works out perfectly. And as you pointed out, no money for Ence will make them just play around that hero AK in the hands of Sampayas with some pistols. Well, some Glocks and only Diha on a Deagle. They're hoping for Sampayas to make something happen, and he nearly does.
Dodo in a little bit of trouble. 2 AKs now for the T's to work with. One of them is stripped away from Snappy, though. X7 is waiting for his teammates to rotate in, holding the line, though, making sure that they can't cross for free, and continues to claim more and more lives. Diha, now the man playing gun game, picking up that AK, looking to register his first kill. And he's going to try and have to if he wants to rescue it, but he'll have to wait yet another round. It's 8-4 to Havu. And yeah, you're dead right about that CT economy. It is blossoming something incredible over the last few rounds. And well, although this wasn't the biggest test that Havu are going to face in this first half, definitely caused them to sweat just a tiny bit.
Yeah, still fairly clean though. I mean, it's been 1 kill in 3 rounds for Ence on the T side, which is still alright considering you're still on 4 rounds. You can get away with 5, 6, potentially even 7 if everything starts working out for you. The only scary prospect is that you're gonna have to make it work against the full buy, because Havu at this point have built up a pretty solid economy, and a lot of these rounds have just been solid shutdowns. Dodo's on 14-5. He's had a phenomenal game. That's your A anchor as well. He's been great with multi-kills. Sparkle's on 11-3. X7 is on 9-4. Arrow is on 6-4, but he hasn't really been getting into a lot of action, to be fair to him. It's just been a great start to this final for Havu, even though Ence had that 4 consecutive rounds. Havu once again just looking like the much more solid side, and Spargo could miss out on the timing because of that little block, but he's still going to be holding the line.
Lots of members being softened up. Well, Valde makes his way out middle, though. Wasn't covering for Spargo. He was in complete no man's land there, and this is a whole lot better for them. All of a sudden, they're 3 kills to the good, but cut down to just 2. With a refrag from Zen, he's hearing the steps. He's completely alone here, and well, he'll be joining his teammates, spectating X7 for the rest of this round. Bomb planted. And X7 too far away to do anything at all. So successful from Ence. They have got that magic 5th round that you were talking about, with plenty of opportunity really to build off it, but you know, the money's just in such a great position for Havu that it means they're going to have to do it the real hard way. Will get a little bit easier if X7 follows here to Valde as he edges his way closer. Now secures the AK at least for that next round.
Yeah, that's going to seal the deal. The remaining 3 players have no interest in losing their guns, and they're too far away. A massive round from the XOG player though, Valde. Stepping it up towards middle. He was on 2 and 10 before this round, but again the double kill towards mid, absolutely huge. This one is on Dodo though, right? It's a bit of a mistake just going for the reload in there, spraying all your bullets. You knew that Spargo was in a really compromised position. You were the one that had to cover, and maybe a moment of slight miscommunication. But when you're playing against a team like Ence, those slight miscommunication moments are going to get punished. And Ence on 5 rounds now, as we pointed out, this is the magic number for them to be in a fairly good spot. So from now on, they can just start building up on that.
Paya's going to go for an aggressive peek in towards Cheetah, and luckily Zen wasn't there. Definitely would have went down. Sampaya's still creeping, scoped in. There's the advantage that Ence were after. After stagnating a little bit during this first half, they look to find their form and footing once again. Snappy needs to be careful. Aerial waiting for a flash in, gets completely blinded. It was a fail flash that cost him his life that time. Doto goes down now as well because of it. And Ence lock down this B site for the moment. Spargo is still very close by though. Going to be trying his best to put a stop to everything, burning so much. He'd be lucky to cross alive. He has to try and get out of here with the AWP. X7 close by, but he's not going to be able to help him, not whatsoever. He did have a smoke if he wanted to put it down and get across, but didn't want to compromise his own position. Now, might have just been spotted there. Timon might have just favoured him though. As clearing out the corners. No, Diha did not see him whatsoever. But we do see Ence now get closer and closer. 2 rounds away.
Yeah. It's nice to see that they're letting Sampayas go for those aggressive opening peaks with the AWP, right? This is initially what got him really famous back on Movie Star Riders. This is why they bring him in the team. And, you know, a main concern, I'd say, for a lot of people watching him and a lot of his fans as well was that in Ence's structure, he's not going to be utilized like that. And, you know, he's going to be transitioned into more of a supportive role, which he has, to be fair. But it's nice to see that he's still taking the initiative and Snappy's still letting him go a little bit loose sometimes, because obviously you have an opener that's capable of going for those plays and helping you out so much in the start of a round. Don't want to limit him only to the CT side of things.
I fear for Doto here.
Oh, yeah.
He could be in a little bit of trouble.
That's scary.
Oh, but he might come away with an opening kill. No, runs out of a lot of bullets. And now he's going to have to rely on X7 to lock it down till his teammates do arrive. Zen manages to pick up the middle player. That was going to be a thorn in the side of Havu, but picked out and picked off. Spargo completely blinded there in that fight. Madden will chop him down, so the AWP will not be able to help out Havu in this retake. Good for them that the bomb is not down yet and there's no smoke, so Ence really just have to fight here. It's not pretty. Either fight or go quiet, and you can see Havu. They're waiting for somebody to flank them. Yeah.
Yeah, they think they've walked back. Are they thinking about going all the way around the world towards A main? Because that would be a great play. Both of them have been spotted towards Donut. Yeah, that's exactly what they're going for. This is a big play. Only problem, Sunpias is going to be holding for this. The thing is, after he gets the first kill, if he does he expect second player? Timing's going to be everything. Sunpias gets the kill. Do they think there's going to be a second one? Yes. Valde, he's considering it, but he's not 1 HP, and X7 is going to take him both down. And now it's just Madden. A 1 versus 2. There's nowhere where he could be. They know exactly what's going on, and X7 is going to take him down. There's 9 rounds in the end of this one for Havu. At least they managed to secure that.
9-6 arguments to be made on both sides. Who's going to be the happier? I'm not sure. Still a very, very close one. Such a great idea. Go for that flank, to go all the way behind A main. You can see, although, you know, you're kind of half expecting it. X7 is on form. He's a difficult man to stop for in that round. Now, as we swap over, we'll see what the T side has to bring. Ence, usually quite solid on the CT pistol. They started off with a 2-1-2.
Yeah, it's going to be a really quick one. In towards Donut, Havu go. Valde towards the back of the side, screaming for help right now. Still, he has D here that's pushed towards A main, so Valde, a couple kills might be enough here, and they've actually led them onto the bomb side. They don't realize that Valde's up here.
I'm going to try and clear him out, but Valde will come away with 1 kill at least. Sunpias spots a player on the cross, trying to do some damage, but the issue is, once he gets spotted, everybody's just going to swing into him. Snappy gets taken down, and this is looking very good for Havu, unless Madden can have something to say about it. 1 quick kill onto Spargo, but nobody is going to give him an inch on this Havu side at all. Tapping away, thinking about swinging in. He's low HP. Won't be getting too brave if I were him. I'd leave it to my teammates, and it is his teammate to do it. It's Ariel with that final kill, and it's Havu taking both pistols on Ancient, which spells out a little bit of a problem for Ence.
Yeah, great stuff from the T's. Absolutely needed this one. 9 rounds on the CT side might not be enough under some circumstances, but considering that now you win the pistol round, you're up against the 4s buy. Unless you flop it against the pistols, you could be in for a 12-6, which is the dream start here on the map pick events in a grand final. Havu might be in for walkout. Still, you need to deal with Ence on the CT side, which, you know, even if you're up 12-6, you could be struggling a little bit after that. Might as well get all the rounds that you can early on. Get the confidence up. Spargo's been having a phenomenal map. Same for X7, giving us some old school Ence vibes. Again, really fun to think about it. X7 and Ariel, mostly known from their time in this organization. But they used to go home. The organization that they represented at a major final, and a major quarterfinal straight after that. Obviously, the latter one of the two was the Berlin Major in 2019. The first one was the Katowice one, where they did play Astralis in the grand finals. Well, this one looks pretty much over by now, Jack. They're just going to walk onto the A-bomb site, get the bomb down, and they've made their bet. They're just going to hold on to the pistols. Next round, they're going to eco regardless, so might as well have some pistols to work with, some armors. Valde is going to try and get away. Spots 1. Doesn't really need to take that fight with the MAC-10. It's going to be an 11th round here for Havu at least, keeping 5 alive once again. They've been really good at getting those really dominant round victories, right? It's not like they've had a... Well, I don't want to call it a fluke, but it's not like they've had a lot of fortune in the clutches. It's not like they've been picking up close rounds. They're not scraping for rounds. That's what I'm trying to say. They've been really comfortable with getting some on the board, and that makes you feel like they deserve to be where they are. And Zen is even going to go for the kills here. They don't want to let Ence have anything in this next round, and Zen with that triple kill is going to make sure that Pius is the only one that's going to have the armor and the upgraded pistols. The rest will have to reinvest.
I don't think anybody can really argue with the form that Havu are in right now, and I think everybody would agree that they do deserve to be in this final the way that they've played. And to be honest, I'm excited for the future of Havu, because if this is it, we're in for an absolute treat in every single game that they play.
Yeah, they're in a great shape. I think that for an organization, as we said, it's been such a long time since we've seen them on the top level. It feels like it's been a long-waited thing for them, right? Because we've always known that this is an organization that has those ambitions to be a really good tier 2 team, and they were. At some point in 2021, we put it out, they were number 14 in the world. We were looking at them being like, okay, they're probably not going to play a lot of tier 1 tournaments, but in tier 2, they're going to be one of the top dogs, right? And that hasn't been the case for the past couple months. And I guess bringing in people like X7, Dodo, Zen, Aereo, and Spargo in the team made you believe. Obviously, X7 and Aereo were already in, but especially for Zen and Dodo, people with their experience and their level, people that even went abroad and played in international teams, but then chose to come back home and play for their, let's say, country, the pride of Finland. I guess it was really hyping up to see them come back home.
It is also nice for all the Finnish fans, I suppose, are absolutely delighted as well, because this is, one of the best teams that we've seen for a long while, of course. They have a long way to go if they want to replicate that Ence lineup. But absolutely. I mean, the CCT Northern Europe is going to be a good place to start, right?
Well, we've had some pretty solid teams, I mean, if it was some of the previous editions of the tournament, maybe not the best, but this one, back. Oh, but look at that from Ence. Valde gonna kick things off early on. He's been listening to us, just praising Havu for the past 5 minutes, and he's decided to make a change. Snipey's gonna help him out. Nice aggression towards middle and towards Cheetah. They've gotten the opening kills, they've gotten the opening rounds of the half, but now it's about whether they can make it work against the guns as well. Iha gonna get dispatched, bomb is gonna go down, but this is gonna be an extremely tough hold in a 2 versus 4.
Yeah, you kind of have to get a little bit aggressive here, and the CTs know this. They're going to try and play for a kill, and Pius is just going to hold the line. Hits the shot. Doto, however, has walked around past Valde. He might just continue to walk away from the bomb site.
Just save it.
Just save the AK, yeah. Smoke goes down. He's going to go and have a look here, see if maybe there's a... I'm going to say if there was an op, but there's nothing of the likes. And Doto was happy enough with holding on, happy enough with the bomb plant, and drop over AWP even to Spargo if he wants it. Lovely shots there to start it off, but in that situation it's so difficult, right? When you don't have any util, when you don't have a lot of the map control or the site control rather, you have to get a little bit aggressive. You have to go and try and take a fight there. And Ence were just ready for it. They were just going to hold. They knew that the peaks were coming. They just had to be patient. And once they find that first kill, the round is pretty much over. And Pius running out of patience as he gets super aggressive out towards the alleyway. But it's 2 quick kills for Ence once again. When the rifles are up, when the guns are up, Ence on this CT side looks scary.
Yeah, and here it all begins. Now you're up against the final boss, right? You had an alright CT side, you had a great start to that second half, now you're playing against the guns, now you're feeling Ence in their prime form. Middle, you're just not gonna get away with taking middle control for free. You'll have to work for it later on. Early round, absolutely impossible. There's gonna be an abundance of utility just raining your way every single time. Molotovs, HE, smokes, Valde in front of the smoke just ready to mow you down. Even if you do try and get away, even if you think that you have a chance, headshot through the smoke. Simple as that. Completely stomped. And now onto a good start here on the defensive side of things. That's the magic of Ancient. As they're going to start farming up. Valde, that should be a really painful HE, and it is.
Valdez spray, not gonna
Ooh,
find
Kobe.
any kills. Does a lot of damage though, and Sampaya's completely blind. Little bits of damage. Oh, hold on a second. Now Madden restores a little bit of order at least. But Dodo has himself an AK, no armor, so aim punch will be a factor. Does take some damage. There is a world where he first bullets both of them.
Yeah. Well, I guess there is a world where he just walks onto the bomb side and they're both going to be towards middle. In the meantime, he gets away with the bomb plant, then gets himself into a nice off-angle position and probably gets to isolate 1v1s. Although they're going to play it together. They're not going to give him a lot of chances. And even though he might be able to get away with a bomb plant, should get quickly refragged. Still, though, he's going to get a lot of space to work with, actually. Even though Madden is fairly close. Bomb side is pretty much clean and clear. He still has to make sure about it. There's going to be a lot of time. Now, I assume Madden's going to get closer, but he's just going to lock them in. And, oh, that's really smart. Does he turn the angle, though? Does he spot Madden? He's seen the gun barrel. Oh, no, he's pulled out the smoke. That's a disaster. Dodo still wins that fight. This is crazy. Now he can get away with it, but no, he thinks that D is coming in from here as well. Doesn't have the time for it. Needs to make the run for the bomb side. And now he's realized D is coming in from CT.
Tries to get off the site, and there's the headshot. There's the 1v2. Dodo with a massive clutch, and he's even shaking his mouse. He even knows that that was something special there. Man, you thought he outplayed himself. You thought when the smoke went down, he wasn't going to get his gun up in time. But there was a world. Wasn't quite the one taps. He was pretty quick, though. On both. That is ridiculous from Dodo.
What a way to shut them down. One of them being one of his original teammates on Ence, one of them being the person that replaced him on the team. Makes them regret it. That was the half buy as well, going in favor of Havu. Now back to the guns they go. 13-8, just 3 away from stealing away the map pick of Ence, but you still gotta make it work with the full buy.
Absolutely no use winning a round like that if you're not going to win the consecutive round. You need to make this one work, but Monster HG, the flashes are good. Snappy only finds one, but the T's make their way out into the absolute blender. Well, Ence make a nice little smoothie out of them there. 9 on the board, and that resets a lot of Havu's players very harshly on the money. Spargo and Ariel could buy up a hero rifle if they wanted, but I don't think that's going to be the case at all. They have to maybe consider what their plan of action is ahead, but really well-timed HG to slow that down, to be honest.
Yeah, utility usage has been absolutely expert from Ence on the CT side. Their timings have been on point. You're trying to get the perfect timing for your nade usage on Ence. Just play that demo from Ence. It's been great. Every single HE has been in for at least 60 or 70 jointed damage. Obviously across different players, but it's been great. Another B pop though, another half buy coming in. Well, it's actually the full investment. A couple pistols, 2 rifles. They just run it all in.
Invested so heavily. The flash comes in, and it's coming out on top, and a lot of engagements, but a lot of map control being taken by Havu. Oh, surely not. Surely not. They're not going to steal away another one. Oh, Spargo gets out of there as well. There's the info. They know where Valdi is now as well. He's the last player, and they're just going to hightail it over towards this A site. The issue is Dodo only has a P250.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter at this point. They're going to get a lot of time to work with. Dodo's going to get in a really comfortable position. He can just stay alive. Just listen. Try and get the idea. Valde's just now going to realize it. And this is a decision to make if you're Valde, by the way. You might as well think about a save. And I think he is saving. Yeah. He realizes he's been completely outmaneuvered. It's 13-9. If he goes for it and he goes down, they have no money to work with. He needs to stay alive and drop over a gun. He's one of the few players that are going to have the money to drop over a gun. They need to save. He needs to save. This is a completely done and dusted round for Havu. It's 14-9. What a mid-round decision. And it's another, I don't want to call it a half-buy, but it's really similar to the previous one that they did win, right? They just had the AK and the Galil. Everything else was just pistols and nades. And again, going towards that B bomb side, yes, it didn't finish on B, but the Tech 9s were just able to overwhelm Ence. That's going to be really painful when you run back that map, especially if you end up losing it, right? It's been a really stellar CT side. If it wasn't for that half buy to start them off, and if it wasn't for this force buy with the 3 pistols in the mix towards the B-bomb side, but Havu now are really close. This is the last hope investment, a Hail Mary plays for Ence. They're on the ropes. 2 MP9s, 2 M4s, an AWP for St. Pius. Only 1 defuse kit, and that one's going to be for Valde.
Havu close to landing a knockdown punch. Of course, it wouldn't be a knockout, not just yet. This is only the first map. And maybe a map to forget for Diha so far. 4 and 17. Completely isolated over that side of the map, though. It was a pretty similar story against the Gamer Legion as well. He didn't really have a lot to do, but the issue is when you don't have a lot to do, you can go very hot and cold, and hence need to make sure that their bodies don't go cold in this round. Could be detrimental to their map pick. The Pius, misses that shot as Havu try and make their way out. The flash comes in, it's lovely support. Diha now needs to find a little bit more. That behind the box as XM goes to swing out Valde. Madden's going to hold. He finds that kill a lot better from Ence. They might have just saved themselves.
Yeah, Dodo, a 1 versus 4. They haven't spotted him yet, so he's going to have some space to work with, but they're just going to play the 2-2 setup. Even if he goes over towards the B-bomb side, he's just going to walk into the crossfire of Madden and Snappy, unless Snappy wants to walk down towards ramp, and he's completely going to miss the timing. Still, Madden is holding for it. That gives a 1 versus 1 option here for Dodo. With 15 seconds, if he gets that kill, might be able to get away with a bomb plant at least.
No chance. Madden will not allow it. It's 10. It's double figures for Ence. They needed that one. They very much needed that one. That reset was going to be absolutely horrible if it didn't go their way. But Havu, I don't want to write them off in a round like this. I really don't want to write them off in a round like this because they're just so dangerous on these little set pieces. We could see something else a little bit special from the Havu lads.
Yeah, surely not again though. They're just going to send it out to be bomb side.
Then is stopped at the first. St. Pius is in a whole lot of trouble. Snappy needs to help him out. Snappy only enough to find 2 in the magazine. Has to swap over to the USP, and that ultimately is what cost him. Now St. Pius on the fadeaway is going to be able to drop X7. That was very messy, a little bit scary at times, I'm sure. Hence panicking a little bit about that situation, especially St. Pius when he hears the Tech 9 dink him up. But thankfully, Snappy finds 2, does more than enough just to delay for the rotations to come on in. Just chaos. Chaos towards B.
Yeah, that's what you're hoping for if you're on the D side of things. And maybe you can look at it from the Bright perspective. I mean, that's the first round against the half-buy that you actually managed to convert here. Still got to be careful, though. Madden's going to get taken down by the pistols. Snappy with a nice, lovely double kill. Switches to the ESP for the 3rd. Nice and easy. Dodo's recovered an M4. At this point, he can just go for the maximum damage. If he gets away with 1 or 2 kills, it's going to be all right. But the one it is going to be Madden, the only one to fall down from Ence. 12 on the board now, as they start closing out the gap here on the CT side. Nice shot from Dodo, but it's not going to change too much. We're even going to see it twice. That's how cool it was. But in the end of the day, remembering the rounds that actually were able to convert on that T side bar, the bonus rounds in the beginning and in the pistol, it was the half buy with the pistols, and then the force buy with the 3 pistols, the 2 rifles, and the fast play towards the B-bomb side. It's been about it. Not a single buy versus buy round actually won by the Havu boys.
Titus starts it off with an opening pick, but look at that from X7. claiming the lives of two Ence players. Quick headshots. Lovely control. Havu. Now look to get control of this A site. They've spotted out Diha. Would be the bomb site that I'd be inclined to go to. He is the weakest link for Ence so far. Molly goes in behind default. Diha forced into a fight, and Ariel takes him down. Madden, he's rotated in, but he pretty much needs to do it alone. Through the Molotov, through the fire and flames. Only claims one victim. And Snappy has 3 low HP players on the other side to deal with. Smoke goes down once again. Walking through it would cost his team the round. Maybe the game. Dave might be on the cards. Needs to bring a rifle into the next round for Madden to be able to drop over 1 at least. It'll be an okay buy for Ence. They have that little bit of a safety net to go back on, but this is a map point for Havu. They could steal away Ence's pick, and going over onto Dust 2, I don't know if I fancy their chances all that much.
Yeah, things are looking really bleak for Ence right now. One of the favorite teams for the entire tournament made it all the way into the grand finals here by beating Gamer Legion in a spectacular fashion. Look at that from X7. A monster double kill towards middle area once again. Dismantling Diha. It's been a long day in the office for Diha here on Ancient. Completely isolated from the action. 4-18. What a bad moment for him to have that kind of a performance on the map. He's going to have the chance to bounce back on Dust though. Let's see, might have the chance to bounce back here on Ancient. Ence are not out of it just yet. The buy round, as you pointed out, is going to be good. Oak for Diha, a couple of M4s, AWP for Senpaias, all of that available for the Ence boys to try and fight for overtime. But 3 rounds required. Snappy gonna hold him down for now. Smoke gonna be good enough. He's been spotted. X7 doesn't fancy his chances going for that fight though, so he's gonna wait it out.
Eventually X7, a little bit antsy, swings on through. Happy posed to deal with it. Then be a little bit careful he doesn't overstep the mark into the AWP. It's a nice jump spot. Ooh, doesn't want to tempt some pies too many times. Yeah. Oh, Valde spotted, but it doesn't matter if you see him. Valde's just too quick. And unable to get it back into a fair fight for his team. Ariel, he's going to be trying his damnedest up towards this B site. He's already found the first. You know about the second. Snappy tucks himself into the cubby. Spargo walks his way out. He has a little bit of a gap. He uses it to perfection. And now Doe is left alone. Versus 4. Nice headshot for the first and the second. Surely not. Surely we're not going to see another massive clutch from Dodo. But Claire towards the cave. The spam comes on through and eventually the bullets do connect. Valdi takes him down. The bomb will not be planted. Some money in a sticky situation for Havu once again. But more importantly, Ence keep their hopes alive on Ancient.
Yeah, you should be able to convert another one. A massive round from both Dodo and Valde, but it's going to be Valde in the end to be superior. A really good kill from Diha as well. Cutting off the cross towards the back of the site. Dodo is dangerous. He's in the zone right now. One of his best individual performances so far this tournament. 15-13 though, and it's just the pistols for Havu. Dodo, Digo in hand, gonna go over towards middle, a couple tags, but not a single frag. And same for Senpaias, who's gonna just start farming the kills, even attack through the smoke here. Should be a pretty easy cleanup, and it is going to be one. Clean round for Ence on the board, 14 now. One of the quickest rounds we've had so far on Ancient, but it might not be the last one. Round number 30. Another map point here for Havu, as they're gonna try and close it out here on the map pick of their opponents. One more, or we go into overtime.
What's the call here? I mean, what is the play for Havu?
To be fair, it's tough to say it. I mean, it's been a really tough T side for them, and I guess getting middle control, something that you haven't been given for free so far, it's a nice way to start.
You won't get it for free though. Valde through the smoke finds that kill. Zen doesn't see Snap B. Senpaias, name's only one.
Look at
has
Zen.
to back away. Zen drops Snappy. But the issue is, look at Valde and Donut. Donut with a big kill now. Don't know about this player just yet. Bomb is going to be planted, and Valde, he can't stop it. Numbers have been put in, and Zen has an opportunity now. An opportunity to stop it, but he can't. He can't close it out in regulation. It's overtime. It was written all over it. Ence with a big comeback, and you can see there, it's been pretty much only 4 of them as well, so they've had to definitely do it the hard way. If they could get Diha to wake up in this OT, though, that could be absolutely detrimental to have his chances.
Valde's been going absolutely huge in those past couple rounds. He's shown his word in millions right now for Ence. Great stuff in the past couple rounds. Constantly towards middle, just being a massive threat, getting multi-kill after multi-kill, round after round. Pius as well on the AWP has started to wake himself up. As we pointed out, it's been just a team effort for Ence, right? Madden's on 20, Snappy on 20 as well, Valde on the same, Pius on 23. It's just Diha that's a little bit behind. But that D side has been really problematic for Havu to work on. Just a couple pistol rounds, and most of the time it's required some individual prowess from some of those members. You need to find something that's gonna work in the long term. At least one round here on the T side required.
Late take towards the alleyway, and Madden's just going to peek out. He's going to find a quick double, a triple, in fact. Oh, that's absolutely huge from Madden once again. A man for the big moments, stepping up. Maybe, just maybe, drawing first blood in overtime. Madden with 4, should go for the ace, why not? Go for Zen, he's going to get it. Madden, that is absolutely insane. A big time player and a big moment player. Nearly every single time Ence have something going for them, a huge round, it's always him.
Yeah, he goes crazy once again. Mr. MVP of the tournament, if Ence end up winning the trophy. What a phenomenal display. First round of overtime as well, 25 and 21 for Madden. For those of you that missed it, he was playing out of his mind in the previous game as well. Gamer Legion, they're going to be remembering that one for a long time for sure. Madden ended up on 66 and 56. In that series against Gamer Legion. Ancient might have not been the best, but on Inferno, a 28 and 18. Phenomenal stuff on the T side. Now he continues to torment them. Another fast-paced round towards middle. Valde, once again, gonna get tested, but good only for one this time around. Azario is there to put a stop to that show. And Pius is gonna rotate away from the A-bomb side. Havu don't realize it, but they have a clean path if they want to use it. They have a limited time window that they're working with right now.
Oh, somebody disconnected.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. They can't reset the round.
D is gone. Snappy, X7 in a very awkward engagement, but Snappy now gets it into a fair fight at least. Tough though if Ence do lose this round, of course. Have to play it out anyway. Smoke goes in. Pius trying to make his way out. Flash. Madden looking to try and find the entry. He's done so. Spots out the second as well. Noble gets away just past the smoke, but Snappy meets him there. And the bomb is going to be tapped. Spargo, he has to go on through it surely. Looking for the AK, looking to jump and spam on through. Pius taps it one more time. And Spargo is just calling his bluff. Massive headshot from him. 16-16. What a clutch.
Phenomenal way, phenomenal moment to step it up from Spargo. So unfortunate for Ence though, getting a disconnect in such an important round, that's gonna hurt. So painful, they were still able to make it as close, but it just wasn't enough. Spargo, what a perfect moment for him to step it up, and who better to be left in a 1v1 against an Oper trying to bait out a shot than an Oper himself. Knows exactly how to approach a fight like that to make it as hard as possible for Pius on the other side. We're leveled up once again, 16-16. Obviously, we hope that everything's going to be all right with Diha and his technical difficulties, because this is maybe the least favorable moment. The world has been going against Diha throughout this map so far. It's been really unfortunate. He's on 7 and 20. He just disconnected in one of the most important rounds in the overtime. It's just been really unfortunate for him. Let's hope that he's going to be able to bounce back and have a bit of a better game. I guess we could say the same for Ariel on the other side, although he's had a couple decent rounds, but not quite the same. Diha switching things up though. Stepping it up with the first opening kill for himself so far this game. And it could be the most important one.
All is going to be forgiven if he's able to have a round here. Now Snappy puts a stop to one player. Doesn't get the chance to say goodbye to anymore. Dia is close by. The steps are being heard here, of course. The spam comes on through. And Dia is just waiting for the smoke to clear. Might just try and walk behind the two players. Might catch them off guard completely. Smoke goes down. Sampaius play in front of it. Dia don't see all that much. Cave could be a little bit of a problem. As Ence do go looking for little snippets of information. Dia looks in. Then takes his head clean off.
Yeah, but this is so dangerous. The bump is all alone. Madden, he's going to realize it. He spotted the Molotov. They have no idea he's there. Sampaius just needs to fire a shot. It doesn't matter if he gets the kill or no. He just needs to get the attention away. He's going to do so. There's the kill. Surely Madden's just going to drop the bomb. Spargo has no idea. This is a possibility. He's actually going to try and clear him out, but Madden still wins the fight regardless. And it's now up to X7. A 1 versus 3, but it's not meant to be. It's Madden with another multi-kill. 28 and 22 for the main contender of the tournament MVP as we get into a 17-16 lead for Ence in overtime.
Nice entry from Dia. A little bit fortunate, a little bit messy, but you do take those. Once again, Madden making a massive play mid-round. The final kill as well, accredited to him. They swap over. They'll go on to this T side. 19, the magic number that we're looking for. Well, CCT, the magic code that you're looking for over at Hellcase for a 10% deposit bonus and 70 cent for free. Make sure to check them out by clicking the banner down below the stream. As Ence group up for a little bit of a B hit maybe later on. Smoke gonna go down. Havu do not want to give up this part of the map for free. Then just playing in front of this smoke, this could be absolute lunacy.
That's so scary. He needs to get the hell out of there. Yeah, he's gonna do it. Tuck himself into the cubby. Make sure you can dodge all the flashes potentially. You still have aerial. Of course, Tetris, that's gonna be able to support you if needed. Oh, and X7's in position as well. They have this one set up. They have it calculated. Havu have 3 defenders towards that B-bomb side. Question is, when do Ence go forward? It's now.
Smoke goes in. Here comes the pop. And, well, X7 dealt with. Do they realise Ence is as close by? No, they don't. Madden is going to be taken out of the round. Sampaius, though, refrags 1 for 1. Do they spot out aerial? Creeping through the smokes, it makes it so messy. The bomb is planted regardless, but Doto has to fight towards the site on his own. Sampaius gets the freest kill that he's going to get all series, and Doto backpedals a little bit. He's going to be double peaked. They do line up. Diha even takes away the life of his teammate, but it doesn't matter how you win them. It doesn't matter if you TK as long as you win them. That's exactly what Ence are going to do. 18-16, one more, and they will have rescued their map pick.
Yeah, it's the kings of comebacks at this point. Ence from being down 7-1 on map number 2 against Gamer Legion, being down a map already, to being down 12-15 here on Enshin on their map pick against Havu, forcing overtime, and now with 2 consecutive map points. A phenomenal round from Sampaius once again. He's been having a phenomenal game, but let's speak about Vane once again as he takes down X7. The bells are ringing, and it's only Dodo that could slow it down all alone towards that A-bomb side towards Donut. Needs to step up with a big multi-kill and delivers.
Insane support flashes there. They were completely blind making their way out. Dodo and Zen are able to clean that up nicely. 3 kills for Dodo. He's 30. Hit the 30. And Havu have hit 17. Dodo has been an inspired form for Havu. When you think as well, Ence are well on their way to closing this one out after finding a lovely entry. Just the communication between Havu, the protocols that they have, flashing over, making sure that their teammates are getting the support, the pivotal support that they need. And now we go to distance in overtime number 1. Will we have an overtime number 2?
we could Ence on the T side. They would want to close it out as soon as possible here. Once again, mid aggression early on, not really shown by the T side. No intentions of fighting for that part of the map, but the CTs have been thinking about going for a peek towards B, and they will. Madden finishes the first one. Now they need to get careful. Zed wants to go for that fight, but it's a massive risk that he has to take.
Sometimes you have to take risks in these big moments, and Havu, they've stacked this B bomb site. Another risk. Oh, Madden. Very fortunate. Another bullet or two didn't go his way. Sampaius on the jump spot, and Spargo will take his breath away. Look at this though from Valde. He's going to go for the information out towards A here, surely. Hooks himself. Ence showing a lot of presence. I'd be very surprised if they don't double back and head over towards this A site. That's exactly what's going to go on. Diha is the only high HP player. What a way this would be to make you forget that he's had a tough game if he steps up and around like this.
Yeah, but look at the HP on the side of the CTs as well. Dodo's the only one on full. Spargo's got the AWP. Zen's on only 32 HP, and they're completely outmaneuvered. This is for everything. Havu need this one to work out.
3 flashes as well that Havu can use if they want, but they're going to walk their way into the site. Diha tucked behind default, and Dodo doesn't see him just yet. Diha looking for that first kill. Madden has worked his way around. Dodo takes him down. Zen has been spotted out. Headshot landed. Nobody's on the bomb just yet. It was just a tap. And Valde thinking about going for the swing. He's going to peek first. Gets him off the bomb. Surely that's it. Madden, surely you've done enough. You just have to peek and make sure he's off it. And he'll even get the kill as well. 19-17. Ence rescue Ancient. And they go one map up in this grand final.
Yeah, the absolute king of the comeback sense. What a phenomenal way to bounce back in the series. 12-15 deficit on your map pick, but they managed to crow it back on the CT side of Ancient and convert it in overtime. So clutch from Valde, so clutch from Madden. Both of them just stepping up massively. Sampaius as well with a big game. Diha, Mr. Consistent, the person that we were speaking about so highly, so much before the start of this day, before the start of this game, was nowhere to be seen on Ancient, but they were still able to convert without him. And this is what we want to be seeing from Ence's individuals, right? You want to see them perform without Diha dropping 20 to 25 kills every single map. You want to see people like Valde step up in the important moments. You want to see him take advantage of those star positions and those star roles. As he said when he joined at Ence initially, he was really excited to have the chances to clutch for them. He was really excited to be the person that they could rely on. And he's proven to be that person in this game. Same for Madden, same for Sampaius. Havu, they're going to be a little bit disappointed, but that was only Ence's map pick. It was only Ence's map pick, pardon. We're still yet to see what happens on Dust 2. We're going to be going into a short little break, and we're going to be right back in just a couple minutes with map number 2 of the Grand Finals.
very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault. And the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the CCT North European final between Ence and Havu. Map number 1, it took overtime to split them, and that was Ence's map pick that they managed to take home. Now we go over onto Havu's choice of Dust 2, and we go straight out towards Long, where Snappy sees the oncoming traffic and decides, you know what, I don't want to get in front of it.
Yeah. GSP's tapping away. Blocks on the other side. Zen is going to pick up the opening. Zen and Spargo are going to open things up through the smoke with a nice quick double. Dream start here, but Madden's arrived and he's going to take down 2 on his own. A pretty chaotic one. Kills going either way, but the bomb is going to get planted eventually. Valde might get a bit of a boost for himself to try and find a kill. Bomb is going to get planted safely though, so it doesn't get any vision on it. They still have a kid to work with. Ariel jumps his CT from behind and he's going to be able to get the last kill with the help of Dodo. It's 1 on the board for the Havu finish boys as they're looking at that trophy and the $22,000, the lion's share of the prize pool. Obviously, for those of you that did miss it, as Jack let you know, map number 1 did go in favor of Ence, but Havu were really close to making it a 1-map lead. Obviously, they're going to be a little bit devastated by how it ended, as they had a 15-12 lead and didn't manage to convert.
Or Valde there gets absolutely destroyed.
For him. Had a good performance on Ashen, to be fair.
Yeah. Now being punished for it.
Yeah. That's the last dance for both these teams on Dust 2, by the way. When you think about it, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not for Havu because they're playing other tournaments, but this is Ence's last tournament for the year. So this is the last time you're actually ever going to see Ence in this lineup play Dust 2. Obviously, considering that there might be a chance that we see Dust 2 back in the Veto in, I don't know, 2-3 years, maybe more, 20 years. But yeah, that's going to be the last time you see Ence play Dust 2. That's crazy. So much memories.
The welcome change, though. I'm definitely more happy about the Dust 2 change than I was about the train change.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, was there someone that was against? You know, there was a lot of people that were against bringing in Anubis, which I understand. Like, I like Anubis personally, but you know, you can see where that comes from. A lot of people wanted to see Train, Cobblestone back, and whatnot. But was there actually a person that low-key didn't want Dust 2 out of the map pool? I don't think there was a lot of people that didn't want Dust 2 out. We are sorry, Dust 2. We know we're on you right now, but we are sorry. It's the harsh reality. They're executing B. You go and hunt, by the way. It's
Oh.
Well, that's what you get. 2 kills in favor of the good. Havu get away with a second round. A lot of kills going in favor of Ence as well, but it's just going to be the eco, so it was kind of worth it. The only one that's left is just Sunpius on the scout for the next one.
You take a lot of the weapons away, as you can see there. Ence out of the favourites, according to 1xbet. If you want to check them out, click the banner down below the stream. Make sure to gamble responsibly, of course. Upgraded pistols in the way of Havu in this round. Well, as we wait for maybe this one to heat up a little bit, are you a little bit surprised that 1xbet actually have Ence as the favourites on Dust 2?
To be fair, no. I think it's pretty much justified after you know, Ence being the favorites in the entire series. They did manage to come back on Ancient, and those two is statistically it's not a bad map for them. I mean, yeah, okay, the last time they played it against outsiders, they got completely outclassed, but that was the team that ended up winning the major, right? So you look at the previous results, and they beat Team 1 16-5, they beat Vic 16-9, and they have a 16-6 victory over Heet. In Pro League, which was actually the first map that they did play with this lineup. So Dust 2 is originally the debut map of both Sunpius and Valde. Yeah, obviously they had that one loss against Astralis as well, which was at EPL again. It was an 11-16, which was a long time ago. But yeah, I'd say Ence is a capable team on Dust 2. Yeah, I like their Dust. I think Valde is actually quite comfortable on it. I think Diha is quite comfortable on it. I really hope that we see a better performance from Diha.
Look, if you play, I've always said it, you know, if you don't have the best performance and your team win, who cares?
Yeah.
Who actually cares? It's if you lose, that's a different story. But right now, it's starting off very well. Look at this, Madden jumping down in behind. Dia actually tagged up Doto a little bit there. Surely that's been heard. But Madden needs to be careful. X7 is behind him, but not before Doto gets his hands on him. X7 tries to get his hands back on the bomb, and well, Diha with 3 quick kills there, and he's starting off Dust 2 very well indeed. Of course, very experienced player, definitely won't let that little bit of a bad performance on Ancient get to him whatsoever.
Oh no, as we pointed out, he's one of the veterans on the lineup, right?
Yeah.
One of the most consistent players. Obviously, a lot of you might know him from his time on Sprout as well before he joined in Ence, joined in the start of 2021. So he's actually going to have a 2-year anniversary as an Ence player in the end of that calendar year. Quite sick. He's been able to get a couple notable achievements, such as a semi-final at the PGL Major Antwerp earlier this year. He's played 3 majors in a row now as well. Did manage to get second at IM Dallas and second at EPL Season 15. Unfortunately, hasn't lifted a big trophy with Ence yet, but I guess you could always see the potential with a team like that. Obviously, in this lineup, it's been a little bit shaky, but winning a tournament like the CCT would be a nice place to start. Get that confidence up. Believe that you can actually take down the teams below you so you can start thinking about the teams above you. Take it as a stepping stone.
Monster HE there from Valde. Poor Doto on the receiving end of that one. Steps being made towards short, of course. Snappy in a position to hear all of this. Call for his teammates to get ready. Sunpius on the ramp. As the execute does come over, lots of Molotovs litter the bomb site. Just not giving too much room. Alright. Legged him through the smoke. And head down. Ariel's going to creep his way forward and hope that he's not going to be spotted out by Sunpius. Oh, they could be in a little bit of trouble here. Doto finds that kill. Ariel will try and get the bomb down. Now Sampaius scoped in. Goes looking for something. He's lost a teammate. Needs to pretty much do it himself. Oh, 4 HP. Somehow, Ariel's still standing. But Diha picked up that first kill onto the site. Now knows that might be planted towards short. That's where the two might be ready and waiting. But the flash is perfect. Spargo peeks. An easy kill for him. And a pretty straightforward round for Havu.
Yeah, that was a great move from Zen, by the way. I don't know if you noticed that. He gets the kill over towards long and goes around the world towards short. So even if the flash doesn't work out, this is potentially a flash that you can throw from deep long as well. That's not going to confirm the whereabouts of Zen. Even if Spargo goes down, Zen is probably going to win that 1v1 in the end. It was, you can see Diha just turning around, just looking for a smoke towards the back of the side. It would have made life a lot more easier for him, but in the end of the day, it wasn't meant to be. No drop nades in there. 4 rounds on the board now for Havu, as Sampaius is going to look for an opening pick towards long. Doesn't really get as fortunate. He's opted for the glass cannon, as we know, does to call the Oper's Paradise. We're going to expect a lot of those buys, but knowing that the utility and the buy isn't going to be great for Ence, Havu seem to be leaning towards a bit of a B play, where Diha and Valde are going to be waiting. Diha has got the scout, but Valde is one of the M4s. If Diha manages to land a couple of tags or a headshot, this could make it a lot easier for Valde later on.
First flash in, second flash as well, but a molly in return. That Havu, even if they wanted to, can't really go through it. Double up on short, and there's the headshot that you were talking about, but one in return as well. Are they expecting the second player to be as close by? And yes, they are. Big kill. Ariel takes him out of the round, and that means that the B bomb site completely open. Doto ram-boost across, make sure that Sampaius isn't holding the angle, but Snappy's close by.
That's dangerous.
That's a problem.
He's alone. Look at Snappy. He's going to walk out, but now he's realized that, just of the timing. This is a game of timing, and Spargo somehow stays alive. The Ope is going to miss the shot. Snappy doesn't manage to collect Dodo, and that's it. Sampaius has called it. He's accepted his fate. That's going to be 5 on the board for Havu. A really good round towards the B-bomb side. You got to feel like Valde needs to get at least one with the M4 though, right? This is the kill that makes the big difference, especially with Snappy being so close on the rotation. If Valde takes down one, Snappy's going to be able to probably swing and get one more. And, well, that would have been the round done and dusted. They had one player that was far away towards middle, but in the end of the day, it's just Sampaius holding on to the Ope. 5 rounds on the T side for Havu to start us off. A pretty similar start to what we saw on Ancient, to be fair. Whenever you see something like that, that normally gives you an idea about a good preparation that a team has had going into a game, right? Just having a pretty clear idea on how you want to approach the first couple rounds. Quite methodical as they make their way over towards the B-bomb side.
He had the first name on the hit list of Havu, as once again they're going to try and exploit B. Sampaius is here though, but it's Snappy with the scout, not the AWP, to find a headshot, but Sampaius now caught completely out in the open. Valde might be overlooked here, but he's taking a lot of damage, and eventually he's just forced into a fight with 3 players looking at him. Madden with the scout can't do much, and Havu will continue to do it all. 6-1 right now on this T side, and Ence once again starting slow. We've seen that on Ancient. They were able to kind of bring it back though, but already 6 rounds down, they've 1 picked up on the CT side. So, you know, the problems are beginning to arise. You know, they need to make one of these gun rounds work in the recent future, or else we'll have to consider a 3rd and final map, which will be Mirage out towards long. Ariel tries to get close into the smoke. Madden in the pit goes looking for him, and he is going to spot him out, but Ariel gets the better of him. Snappy swings wide. Ariel gets the refrag. Once again, Havu look to come out on top.
Oh, Oper manages to cross down Sampayas. He's been spotted. He's in a whole lot of trouble. Needs to smoke himself. To try and stay alive. Missed shot, missed opportunity, and X7 is going to punish him for it. A 4 versus 2 now. Just one player towards the back of the side. A spectacular play required from Diha. They're going to slow it down, though. They're given enough time for Ence to reconsider, but Havu themselves might try to reconsider. Thinking about the potential of a lurk, but that's made Diha drop down CT and hold for his back. Valde hasn't moved from the B-bomb side. They still have the 2 smokes for the cross, so unless Diha finds something on the spam, I guess this is just going to be another save coming in for Ence. Completely locked out of the round once again.
Havu really just beginning to kind of turn the screw a little bit here. Ence,
yeah,
unsuccessful one more time. But just goes to show, I suppose, how important it was that Ence actually managed to take that first map. Imagine if they didn't. Imagine if they did fall to Havu. 6-1 down already, about to be 7.
Yeah, it would have been a deja vu for Ence with their last game, right? I mean, it was pretty much the same. They did lose map number 1. Yeah, okay, this time around. Oh no, it was actually quite the same. It was their map pick again. So yeah, it would have been a complete deja vu. You lose your map pick, and then you're down 1-6 on the map pick, or 1-7 on the map pick of your opponents. Now, I guess that the only reason that we can't really write off Ence, even though this is CT side, even though you're supposed to get more rounds maybe on the board than you already have for this amount of rounds passed, is the fact that they've been the comeback kings so far in the CCT North Europe playoffs. Let's not forget the way that they turned things around over Gamer Legion, the way that they won on Ancient just now.